What's up, Met fans, and welcome back to Talking Mets and Rob. How is everybody doing on this nice Tuesday in New York? Double header today, Mets versus Cardinals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are right here live on the channel for two games today. So it's going to be a long day for all of us. But the bigger thing is, can the Mets get 2 wins today and sweep the doubleheader? And then at a guarantee, we would take these two games, we're guaranteed a split, or will the Mets split the series, split the 2-game set today? We will see, guys. That's why we are here. So welcome back to Talking Mets and Rob, guys. And once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. And if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. It's an open stream today, not just subscribers only, so we can get a lot of people in here today, a lot of baseball fans. So I expect a good number of people and baseball fans to hang out with us during this watch party, Mets versus Cardinals. So say what's up to everybody in the stream. Say what's up. Don't be shy, guys. Free forum here, baseball time. We're all here to have fun and watch the Mets kick some Cardinal ass today. Scoop, sorry about that, but you know I love my Mets. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. We got an hour pregame today. We're going to go over the pitching matchups for both games. We're going to go over the lineups today and talk about whatever you need to talk about in the chat today, your questions, your concerns, whatever you need to talk about. That's why we are here today. So once again, guys, we got a couple of updates. We got updates on Jacob deGrom. We got updates about Marte and whatever else we are going to talk about before the game starts at 3:10. So once again, guys, if you didn't know, there is a doubleheader today. First game starts at 3:10. The second game starts whenever the hell. The first game ends around about 10-15 minutes later. So let's hope the New York Mets take care of business today, and then we worry about the next couple of games after that. So here we go, guys. Mets pregame live. We're going to start with the first thing, and that is the Jacob deGrom update. That's the most important thing at the moment right now. Let me just get the exact information that most of us have seen. If not, we will hear it right now, and you'll get the information that you need. So, the tweet comes from Anthony DiComo. According to the Mets, Jacob deGrom underwent follow-up imaging that revealed continued healing in the scapula, which is a good sign. He will continue to build distance and velocity in his throwing program and will provide an update on his progress when appropriate. No timetable for when he will be working on the mound. So I would say that's good news. There's no his scapula isn't getting worse. The stress reaction is not getting worse. That's a good thing. Again, the Mets had kind of made hints that they're going to take their time with Jacob deGrom, and that's exactly what I think they should do. Even if the Mets have a little bit of a June swoon, so to speak, you don't want to rush a guy back, because all you're doing is have a good chance of possibly losing out deGrom for the rest of the season, and we don't want that. So let him take his time, and when the doctors feel ready for him and deGrom feels right, that's when everything should start and get going. And that's what I think the Mets should be doing. And I do believe that's what they're going to do. And I agree with that. So that's the first thing that we had to talk about. The second thing, if you haven't seen the lineup yet, I'll go over that in a little bit. Starling Marte has been put on the bereavement list. There's not a lot of information about that as to why. I'm assuming a death in the family, obviously. So Starling Marte will not be in the lineup for the next couple of days. To fill his spot, the Mets brought up Steven Nagosic, the reliever, to put in that Mets bullpen, and Adonis Medina as the 27th man for the doubleheader today. So we got 2 extra arms in that bullpen. Not only did the rain out yesterday give us extra rest in that bullpen, but 2 more arms in this bullpen, and Medina will be going down after today because of the doubleheader. I think that works out perfectly. The more ROMs, the better at this point. So, what else do we need to talk about with this Mets team? We saw what happened the last game of the series against Seattle. The Mets made almost a dramatic comeback, but came up just short with Pete Alonso striking out on a check swing with the bases loaded, and that's how it ended. I mean, if he just kept the bat on his shoulder, he would have probably been walked, and the Mets would have tied the game, and who knows what would have happened after that. So, good news on Jacob deGrom. The scapula is healing as I guess they planned. It is a bone injury, not a ligament, not a muscle, so it takes time, and that's a good thing. But I do like the Mets' plan is to take their time with Jacob deGrom, and that's exactly what I want them to do. So, game one, who is on the mound for the Mets? So first off, I'm going to share my screen and show you game day so we can get to see who is on the mound for the New York Mets today, and it will pop up just now. So there you go, guys. So Trevor Williams is pitching game one for the New York Mets. He has an 0-2 record with a 5.73 ERA with 9 strikeouts. A few games, or it was about 5 or 6 days ago, he pitched really well along with Nagosek in that game. I believe it was against, was it Seattle? I think it was before that, but it was about a week ago where Trevor Williams came in and I believe pitched 3 strong innings in a long relief, so that was good. But the St. Louis Cardinals have Miles Michaelis on the mound with his 3-1 record with a 1.49 ERA with 31 strikeouts. Again, Michaelis is not a strikeout guy, but he is a damn good pitcher, and the Mets got to be prepared to get to him early because he's been very good this year, and if you give him the opportunity to get those innings in and find his pitches, the Mets are going to have a hard time hitting them. And the Mets better start hitting, guys. I know the Mets scored 7 runs against Seattle on Sunday, but they need to score runs, especially with Trevor Williams on the mound. You expect him to give up a couple of runs, so the Mets need to get some runs going on the board today. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2. We probably need about 4, 5, or 6 to probably get a chance to win this game for game one today. When it comes to the lineups, I believe the lineups are up for both teams, and yes, they are. Perfect. That's what I was waiting for. All right, guys, so just give me 1 second. So here we go, guys. The lineups for the New York Mets is as follows for game one against the Cardinals. Brandon Nimmo leading off playing center field. Francisco Lindor batting second playing shortstop. Jeff McNeil batting third playing left field. Pete Alonso was DHing cleaning up. Dominic Smith getting the start at first base batting fifth. Eduardo Escobar playing third base batting sixth. Luis Guillorme playing second base batting seventh. Travis Jankowski batting 8th, playing right field, and Patrick Mazeika catching batting 9th. 3 things I don't like about this lineup tonight. I know it's a doubleheader, so you're going to see a lot of guys that are bench guys. I get that. But what I don't like is having Dominic Smith and Eduardo Escobar behind Pete Alonso. That gives basically no protection for Pete Alonso. I mean, just look at the lineup after Pete Alonso. Smith, Escobar, Guillorme, Jankowski, Mazeika. So it's not. So I'm looking at the first 4 guys to be the run to get on base and get these, or at least the first 3 guys. And Pete Alonso needs to start jacking a few balls out of this ballpark with runners on, because it's not looking really nice from 5 through 9. But again, it is game one, and I expect guys on the bench to play. But the lineup after the guys after Pete Alonso is just everybody's struggling. Dominic Smith struggling, Escobar struggling, Guillorme's hit or miss. Jankowski has been good this year, and then Patrick Mazeika with the go-ahead home run against Seattle, that was pretty cool. But this lineup is not the lineup that you expect them to score a lot of runs, but they need to. When you look at the Cardinals lineup for game one, Tommy Edman batting first, playing second base. Paul Goldschmidt DHing, batting second. Nolan Arenado batting third. Playing third base, Juan Yepez, first base, cleaning up. Yadier Molina batting fifth, catching. Dylan Carlson, right field batting sixth. Tyler O'Neill, left field batting seventh. Brendan Donovan, shortstop batting eighth. And Harrison Bader batting ninth, playing center field. So that is your lineup for the St. Louis Cardinals. And the lineup actually looks pretty decent, especially the first four guys in that lineup, which is going to be tough outs for Trevor Williams. Again, I like Tyler O'Neill, even though he's batting 193. Brendan Donovan, with his 3.0 average, hasn't played a lot, but again, these are guys that, Juan Yepez, 366, Arenado, 312, Goldschmidt, 312, Tommy Edman, 273. Yadier Molina's batting 253. It's not terrible, but it's good. The Cardinals are similar offensively to the Mets. They don't have a ton of power, but with Arenado and Goldschmidt, those are the two guys you got to watch out for the most. Obviously, Edman I do like, and also Tyler O'Neill I do like as well. Dylan Carlson is pretty good as well, but the Cardinals, if you shut down Goldschmidt and Arenado, there's a pretty good chance you have a pretty good chance of winning the game. But again, those are the guys that can hit those 2 or 3 home runs when in the Mets lineup, it's only Pete Alonso. That's why bunching hits together is the Mets philosophy of scoring runs this year, not power bats and home runs. When on Sunday, instead of, we needed to bunch 5, 6, 7 hits together along with walks just to get back in that ball game in the ninth inning and possibly tie it and take the lead or win the game. And the Mets could have used a 3-run bomb. It would have solved a lot of problems pretty quickly. The Mets, everybody who came up before Alonso, I was expecting, all right, maybe they'll get a base hit here. They'll take a walk. With Alonso, I was expecting him to hit a home run. And that's the biggest problem with this Mets lineup. If they don't bunch 3, 4, 5 hits together, they're not scoring runs because there's no power in this lineup besides Pete Alonso. And why in anyone's right mind did the Mariners manager walk Lindor for the bases loaded with Pete Alonso? Everybody thought it was crazy. I wasn't shocked, even though I wouldn't have done it, but it made sense with a guy on the mound who throws predominantly sliders, and Pete Alonso's Achilles heel throughout his young career has been sliders away. And guess what? He proved the manager to be right. Again, if he would have took the walk or Pete Alonso would have got the game-winning hit, the manager would have looked stupid, but he looks like a genius because of it. But those are your two lineups for the Mets and Cardinals game 1 of 2 today. So we will be with you guys throughout both games. And let's hope the Mets, even though this lineup is not looking pretty for the Mets, let's see if they can get the job done. Alrighty, guys. So before we get started saying what's up to everybody, just make sure, guys, you hit on that like button. And if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit on that subscribe button, everybody. So how is everybody doing today? Say what's up in the chat. And it's about time to say what's up to everybody in the chat. We got about 45 minutes until game 1 starts. So we got a lot to talk about. Updates about DeGrom, Marte being on the bereavement list, and talk about the lineup, talk about Trevor Williams. Whatever you want to talk about is on the table for the next 45 minutes. So let's give a shout out to everybody who's in the chat. Jose, Victor, Omar, Scoob, William, Brad, Joe, BX, let's see, Tom, Bill, a member of Talking Mets at Rob, Michael, Jimmy, let's see, Webbs, Shining, of course the Yankee fan pops up to talk trash. Let's see, who else is here? Sean, a member of Talking Mets at Rob. Let's see, who else? MTA Prodigy and member of Talking Mets at Rob. And Timothy, how you doing, guys? Shining, how you doing, buddy? Hopefully everybody is doing good. Finally, we got a nice day in New York, which is, very shocking. We're not used to this nice weather all of a sudden. So, if you feel a little happy and comfortable and just you got a smile on your face, probably because New York actually looks like we're in springtime, and that's exactly what we've been waiting for a while, because I've been to one Met game where the sun was out, and that was the second game at Citifield for the season. Every other game would either rain or I froze my ass off. So that's always fun. So again, I chose not to go to the doubleheader today and decided to go to the game tomorrow night, only because of work. And after tomorrow, I'm off from work until next Thursday. So I'll be in Colorado, if you guys did not know, for the Mets versus Colorado. So I'll be hanging out in the Mile High State and seeing some Mets baseball in Colorado. And with that comes, I will be doing post games in Colorado after the games, and I'm going to do my very best to bring 15 in live. That is exclusive to any channel on YouTube. It's been hard to do it at Citifield because the reception is terrible. Let's hope Colorado has a little bit better reception so I can give the in-game experience to you guys during the 5th inning of the games I attend in Colorado. So let's hope that happens. But post games will happen after Mets versus Rockies. I'll be coming from those games, so you'll either find me walking to the car or I'll be in the car driving to the hotel. So let's hope we get some good news after every one of those post games with a couple of Mets W's in Colorado. All right, let's see what everybody is saying today. All righty. Ella, Ma, and Sweaty, what's up, guys? All righty, guys. So here we go. Jose says, what's up, Rob? Nice to see you again. We need to get hot in the series. 100% agree. I definitely agree with that. Victor says, LFGM. Omar says, how's it going, Rob? I'm doing well. Nice. Can't complain, right? Nice day in New York. 2 Mets games. Look, if you love baseball, it's always fun to watch doubleheaders. Again, it might suck after the 2 games if your team loses both, but we got to think positive here, right? Like I said, the first place Mets in 5.5 games up. You know, they finally lost their first series of the year after the second week in May, so there's not a lot to be mad about, but there is flaws on his team. You just hope they can overcome them. Scoob, I know it's fun to watch 2 games, and I know you love your cards. Victor, I don't know if it's going to get ugly. It's early yet. You never know. You just never know. Brad, how you doing? Yeah, Joe, I saw that. They're running back, man. I mean, if you watch that video from that guy when he was working out, you heard the pop in his Achilles, and that's just unfortunate. That's just so unfortunate. Nah, Aaron Allen's going to get some chin music today. I hope you guys voted on a poll. Do you think there's going to be some bench clearance in this series? Yes or no? Make sure you vote in that poll today, guys. BX, listen. Cards fans want to sweep the Mets. Mets fans want to sweep the Cards. I think, look, both of these teams are very good. Again, I really think these 2 teams are very similar. Besides Arenado and Goldschmidt, there's not a lot of power other than those 2 guys in that Cardinals lineup. And it's a very similar lineup to the Mets, even though the Mets got 1 power bat. I feel like the Cardinals are very similar to the Mets all around. I think the Cardinals bullpen is a little bit better than the Mets. Starting pitching, you know, again, with the Mets injuries, the Cardinals do have the edge in this series, even though Scherzer is pitching on Wednesday now. And so, you know, with the rain out and everything like that, we do have our rotation with Scherzer and Bassett, I believe, Wednesday and Thursday. But Scherzer is pitching in the series. Again, today is going to be very hard because Williams and I believe Taijuan Walker is pitching game 2. So, you know, Walker has pitched well. Let's see if he can continue that. But these games are not going to be easy. You know, the Cards are also out for blood. They're not very happy with what happened in the last series as well. So we'll see how that goes down. The Cardinals are coming in playing pretty well. The Mets finally lost their last series, but the Mets have also been playing well as for basically the most part of the season. So it's going to come down to who's going to execute better in these games. That's basically what's coming down to. Yeah, Scoop, you know, again, if you're a baseball fan, you know, there's always guys you like that are not on your team. Like Scoop, you love DeGrom. Look, I'm a big fan of guys that I would I would never root for if they're playing the Mets. I was always a big fan of Chipper Jones, even though he killed us and he was the Met killer. My favorite player was Chipper Jones. That was not a Met. And that's tough to take when he's killing the Mets every game he played. And listen, you love DeGrom, but you know what? When he strikes out 13 against the Cards, you can't stand him that moment. That's how it goes. So, again, everybody has their favorite players that they might not, that's not beyond their favorite team. It's just the way baseball goes. Again, especially with fantasy baseball as big as it is now, you're always looking at other games. You're always watching other players because you probably got them on your fantasy team. Again, unfortunately, DeGrom, we're not able to see him because of his injury. But listen, the one thing that I'm always fair about when it comes to any team, including my own, I always like to face a team that's full strength. I don't want to face a team where if there's the Cardinals, they're losing on their best player in Arenado and he's injured. I want to face a team at their full strength. Of course, you'd rather them not be in a lineup, but I don't like to see other teams getting injuries. Like I believe it was last year when Soroka tore his Achilles, or it was a couple years ago against the Mets, and he came off the mound and his Achilles popped. When I saw that, I extremely felt bad. Like I was like, oh damn, like you never like to see somebody get hurt from the other team. I know there's some fans that will laugh, because they're jerks. I don't even consider those people real baseball fans. You never want to see a player get hurt, even if it is the team you're facing or another team that's not the team you root for. So let's see. What else we got? Oh, Billy's grandmother passed? Okay. So that's why, clearly somebody passed in his family. That's why he's on bereavement. I just didn't get enough details. I wasn't really looking at my phone except just to bring you guys the two updates about Marte and DeGrom. Jimmy, look, it sucks because the Mets don't have a lot of options at the big league level at DH. It's either Dominic Smith or J.D. Davis. At the very least, J.D. Davis has hit the ball hard when he's played over the last week, but the results are still not there with him. Dominic Smith has been an absolute dud this year, except for the Sunday night game when he had the chance of being sent down to the minors. So, look, one of these guys got to figure it out. If both of them don't, I really think one of these guys are going to get sent down, and Mark Vientos is going to be the next guy who's going to get the opportunity to be the DH. And I'll be fine with that because there ain't going to be no trades anytime soon for a guy like a JD Martinez or a Josh Bell or a Nelson Cruz, something, obviously a power bat. So, again, it's in-house at this point. You're going to have to look at your minor league system. And Vientos is probably going to be the next man up if Dom or Davis don't perform. Both of them don't perform, well, guess what? One of them guys are going to get sent down. BX, I agree with that. McCann hasn't been offensively good at all, but I agree. Nino and Mazika are – look, Nino's fine behind the plate. I'm not worried about that. He works well with the pitchers. He doesn't have the arm like McCann has, but Nito's fine behind the plate. But Nito every day shows his flaws offensively. But again, Nito, I think, puts the bat on the ball more than James McCann. So I'm not too worried about Nito. Mazika I'm worried about because you saw when Mazika came up and was the catcher for Chris Bassett, they couldn't get on the same page at all. And there's no guarantee that anybody else is going to be on the same page with him either, especially Scherzer, who hasn't worked with him. Maybe Carrasco, who might have worked with him a little bit in the minors. Taijuan Walker did a couple of times, but other than that, Mazika's going to have a hard time getting comfortable with these guys. Obviously they've been working on it, but obviously Mazika's playing the first game. Nito's going to play the second. Again, I'm not worried about too much about Nito, but it is a big concern that you're going to have your main catcher, who is a great framer, has a great arm, and has a great rapport with the starting rotation, is a big loss, for McCann on the defensive side. Offensively, it didn't really matter anyway because McCann sucks, Nito sucks, and Mazika sucks, except for Mazika hitting the go-ahead home run, or the tying home run the other night. So, but we'll see. We don't have a choice at this point. Alvarez is not coming up as much as Met fans want him to come up. Well, some of them do. Exactly, BX. Dom is due for a breakout game. No doubt about it. And, we're waiting for it. I mean, he hasn't hit the ball hard all year. We're waiting for his first home run. And besides that Sunday night game, he hasn't done nothing all year. And you could talk about playing time or everything you want to talk about. But you know what? At some point, you got to be a professional. And either J.D. Davis or Dominic Smith got to figure it out. Because that's the roles they're put in. And some people talked about, ever since, there was that trade proposal or rumor about him going to the Padres for a couple of guys, Paddock and Hosmer, and a reliever for Dom Smith. He hasn't been the same. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is true, Dom's got to grow a pair, grow up. It's professional. Be a professional. You're a professional ball player. Your job is to have a role in his team and produce. That's it. I mean, would you rather get sent to the minor leagues? That's what I don't understand. Sometimes I just don't understand. I think of it this way. If the Mets are looking to trade you and a team's willing to take you, Dom should be excited that another team would want him. And obviously, if Hosmer came to the Mets and Dom went to the Padres, he would play every day at first base. So, I don't understand why people get mad about trades or the players get mad about trades. You should be happy that another team wants you because there's so many players in this league that find their way in the big leagues, don't perform, and then end up in the minor leagues and never find their way back to the bigs. And sometimes you just have to be a little bit appreciative that you're in the pros and you're at the big league level to stay up there, even if you're not on the team that you grew up knowing as Dom Smith know with the Mets. Let's see. Scoob, yeah, like I said, I'm not no expert in the Cardinals, but it's clear what you have to do in this Cardinals lineup. If you control Goldschmidt and Arenado, the Cardinals are going to have a hard time scoring runs. Not a lot of guys are playing well in that lineup either. I'm looking at the stats. I'm looking at the last couple of games. Yes, the Cardinals have played well over the last week and a half. But again, they're another team similar to the Mets that if their big guys don't do anything, the team struggles to score runs. And that's why this series is very intriguing because, everybody's going to be focused in this series. The Cardinals are going to be focused. The Mets are going to be focused just because of the series in St. Louis where it was a lot of emotion and bench clearing and all the craziness that went on in that series. Everybody's going to be focused for this series. So it's just a matter of who's going to produce and get the job done. Somebody's got to win. So in my case, I hope it's the Mets. Scoob, I know you hope it's the Cardinals. Look, I can assure you that, something is probably going to happen. On which side, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm more concerned about getting the win in the win column. That's it. How the showed up the other team by taking the series. That hurts more than, throwing a 98 miles an hour fastball between the numbers of Arenado. Even though that would be fun at the moment, it doesn't really do anything for me because it doesn't put the W on the board for the Mets. That's it. Right now, the Mets are going into a very long stretch of games that is going to be very, very tough over the next month and 10 days. You got the Cardinals, you got the Rockies, you got the Braves, you got the West Coast trip, the Dodgers, the Padres. You got a lot of teams. We always heard about the June swoon when it comes for the Mets. Again, I think this veteran team is different, but there's no guarantee that the Mets are going to come out of this, very good. I think if the Mets come out of the next month and a half around 500, that means at least one of the teams in our division has to play well over 500, about 7-8 games over 500, just to catch the Mets. So if that's what we always talked about on the last couple of years or last year on this channel, I talked about last year when the Mets were in first place. The Mets, all they had to do was maintain a 500 record in that month of June. And they did not. And what happened? Slowly but surely, the Braves creeped up a game here, a game there. And then not too long before the All-Star break, the Mets faced the Braves and they lost 3 out of 4. And that was like the downfall for the Mets and the upbeat for the Braves, excuse me. So that's what the Mets have to do. The Mets have played very well in the first month and a half. Not saying that you have to, hold on by the skin of your teeth in June, but work your way to a 500 record in that month. And then when you get to July and August, now you got the motions running. It's the dog days of summer. You got to get things going. Maybe you'll get the ground back. Everybody should be healthy for the most part. That's what the Mets have to do. The Mets had for many years now have fell apart in the month of June. Again, I don't think this is the same team, so a lot of other things can happen. But I do think this team, they haven't lost more than 2 games in a row this year. I think that's important to know. And I think there's only one other team that has done it. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think any team has done it. I could be wrong, but I think the Mets are the only team that hasn't lost more than 2 in a row. So that's a good sign. That's because they still got Scherzer and Bassett who can stop a losing streak like that and get the Mets back on track. Sean, a member of Talking Mets with Rob, what's up? Well, I mean, Shine It. I know you're talking about the Yankees, but can we? I just have to say about the Yankees. Yankee fans are, for a fan base that is World Series or bust, loves talking about the season. The Yankees have the 25th hardest schedule in baseball. The 25th. They've played one good team. One. During this season. So they should have a record this good. And not saying, look, the Yankees have to beat who's on their schedule. And they've done a good job beating up all the crappy teams. There's a pretty good chance the Yankees are going to win this division with no problem. But the Yankees' problem isn't the regular season. The Yankees' problem has been the postseason. As soon as they start facing good pitchers day in and day out, that's when they fall apart. And let's be honest, guys, have they really faced great pitching? I don't even think they have faced good pitching over the course of the season so far. But they're doing their job at the moment, right? They're beating the teams they're supposed to beat. But we already know the Yankee season starts in October. They have not gotten it done at all. So until they do that, Yankee fans can talk all they want during the season, but it comes down to for you guys to get it done in the postseason. And you have not shown with this core to go and get to the World Series. Well, Webbs, that's true and all about, power doesn't win games, but let's be honest. When you need that 2 or 3 run home run, it can come a lot quicker and get those runs quicker than trying to get 5 or 6 runs or 5 or 6 hits in a row to come back in a ball game. And yes, pitching is what wins for sure. But when you got McGill out for probably 2 starts, you have Trevor Williams pitching in his spot. In these type of games, you're going to have to score runs. And when 1 or 2 guys or maybe 3 guys are struggling in this lineup, it's very hard to bunch a bunch of hits together to score those runs. But definitely Escobar, he's got to get it together. This was the guy that was supposed to be the protection for Pete Alonso in this lineup. The run producer in Pete Alonso is supposed to be the guy that was supposed to protect Pete Alonso. And because Escobar is just terrible this year so far, there's not a lot of guys to put behind Pete Alonso that can give him a lot of protection like Escobar can when he is on his game. Can you put McNeil behind him? Yeah, okay, fine. But McNeil is not technically a run producer. He is a table setter. even though he's played well this year, I see McNeil as more of a table setter. Nimmo, you're going to keep him in the leadoff spot. You're not putting him behind Pete Alonso. Lindor, he's the guy that should be betting in front of Pete Alonso, either second or third. So who are you going to put behind Pete Alonso to protect him? Kana? Dominic Smith, which he is today. Dominic Smith has done nothing. So there's not a lot of guys in this lineup that can protect Pete Alonso at this moment. That's why it's crucial. That's why this lineup is like, let's be honest. The Mets have played well, but they got the record that they have right now, 10 games over 500, because of their pitching. And yes, they had their offensive spurts every now and then, but the bigger concern is that when the pitching comes back to earth a little bit, which they have been over the last week or so, can this offense score enough runs to pick up their pitching? And the answer is, in the last week and a half, it's like 50-50. And that doesn't keep me comfortable during a game. The Mets don't have a lot of blowout games this year. I think they have one, maybe two this year. They're not beating teams, and you can put your feet up and relax during the game. There's not many of them. And that's worrisome too, because there's a lot of close games the Mets are playing, which takes a lot out of a team as well, even if they win those ball games. Let's see. Let me just check everybody. All right, guys. All right, there we go. I was waiting for more. I see a lot more of the chat right now. Let me just catch up to everybody. Yeah, Michael, you know what? I was gonna go to I had tickets for yesterday's game, and I bought a ticket for today on Saturday for the night game today. But when it was a doubleheader, I didn't know what time I was getting out of work, so I didn't want to, rush to the stadium and then have to go to work tomorrow. So I was like, you know what? I could stay home, relax, watch the two games with you guys, hang out with you guys, and then, tomorrow night I'll go to the game and just have fun that way, since I start my vacation on Thursday. So I'm glad I'm here. It was unexpected, but let's hope that's good news for us. Helen, let's go Mets. Michael, yes, I believe Buck is the calm guy in the room. He brings a calming influence in this clubhouse, and with that loss on Sunday, you can get down a little bit. You just lost your first series of the year. The Mets almost came back, but lost in kind of dramatic fashion with that check swing, and it sucks. But Buck Showalter kept the positivity going. It says, hey, you're going to lose games. It sucks that we lost that way, but you have to take positives out of that. We almost came back in that ball game. We fought back when they could have easily, lay down their bats and went 3 outs and went home. And they didn't. So, Buck Showalter is the common influence in this room, where I think it always helps this team calm down. And then, in this series, listen, if one of these teams in this series gets dominated, I would be shocked. I don't expect a team to not perform in this series. Like, I expect both teams to go back and forth those series in every game. Someone would take the lead, someone would tie the game, someone would take the lead. I think it's going to be a back and forth game, each of these games in this series, because they better be focused. If you're not focused, when are you going to be focused? These two teams do not like each other. And there's no better time than facing a team you don't like after the last time they played each other and not be focused. It's just a bad look. And if you lose 3 out of 4, but you play well, you could tip your cap to the other team and go about to the next series. But when you play bad and lose 3 out of 4, it looks even worse. And I don't think either the Mets or the Cardinals are going to have bad series. Could they split? Of course. But I'd rather play good, knowing that if we happen to lose 3 out of 4, if we play well, you just got to tip your hat to the Cardinals and then go into the next series in Colorado. Same thing with the Cardinals. you're not happy losing 3 out of 4, but if you play well, at least you know your team was in these ball games and you can go to the next series with a little bit of confidence. Yeah, Jix, exactly. I went on that West Coast trip in LA and it was a disaster. But again, last year's team was always flawed. They never felt like they never felt like a team that was a first place team. They always felt like there was something missing. This year, it just, yes, the Mets lineup is lacking power, but this team does feel different. And even if they struggle in this month of June or this later part of May into June, I feel like this team is going to stay the course and still get their way and stay in first place and keep on going. But again, when the Mets played the Giants early in the year, people thought this was going to be a bloodbath and the Giants are going to kick our ass. We took 3 out of 4 against them. The same thing with the Cardinals. Everybody thought that the Cardinals were going to wipe the floor with us, and we took care of business there. Again, that doesn't mean nothing today, but the Dodgers lost to the Pirates 2 out of 3. They just lost 3 out of 4 to the Phillies. So if the Pirates and the Phillies can beat the Dodgers, there's no reason why the Mets can't beat the Dodgers. And it's not like the Phillies played in Citizens Bank. They played in LA. So anybody can beat anybody at any given moment. It's just a matter of do you play well in those games. The Mets did not play well on that West Coast trip last year. Even if when they played the Giants, the Padres, the Dodgers, they did not play well last year in those games. They got beat easily in those games. There was no fight in that team last year in that month of June. Now, you already seen fight in this team when they were down by 6 runs against the Phillies. They were down 3 runs against the Cardinals. They were down 3 runs against the Mariners, even though they lost that game on Sunday. They are showing fight in every game. Every time, even when you think there's a blowout, they find a way to start fighting back. They might lose that game, but they're always fighting back. That's a quality that last year's team never had. They couldn't hit with 2 outs. The Mets are the best team in baseball with RBIs with 2 outs. They get clutch hitting. They manufacture runs. The Mets couldn't do that last year. The Mets couldn't even get a sac fly last year with less than 2 outs. This team can do that. That's why I feel more confident in this team keeping pace and keeping the lead than I did last year. Steven, I am doing the second game. Real deal. What's up? Moose, what's up, baby? What's up? Look, Yankee fans have every right to brag, but they also have to admit that they have one of the easiest schedules in all of baseball. And the same Yankee fans that are bragging right now are the same Yankee fans who always say in the beginning of the season it's World Series or bust, yet they haven't made the World Series since 2009. So, if you're a Yankee fan, you're going to make the playoffs. It doesn't matter what your record is. You can win 120 games, go 120-42, and go into the playoffs and lose in the first round. So there's no guarantee. So, the Yankees core has not proven that they can get to the World Series. So even though I think this Yankees team is different than last year, they're still the team that relies on the power to get the job done. And when they face really good pitchers, really good to great pitchers back to back to back, can they get over that hump? I honestly think they can. I think this Yankee team can make it to the World Series. But, the American League is not very strong this year. What team can you see right now be the team that beat the Yankees right now in the playoffs? Like maybe the Astros, maybe the Angels. I don't believe in the Angels. I mean, there's not a lot of good teams in the AL. The White Sox are not that good. The Twins are not that good. Maybe the Rays, as great as the Yankees have played, the Rays are only 4.5 games behind the Yankees. So it's not like the Yankees are 12 games up either. So we'll see. No, I agree, Shiny. It's not 26-9. It is amazing. I'm not giving them credit, but you also have to agree that they have the easiest schedules in baseball. I mean, you are playing teams that could lose 100 games. The Royals can lose 90 games. The Guardians can lose 100 games. The Orioles can lose 100 games. There's 3 teams that you faced numerous times this year already that can lose 100 games. You should be able to beat those teams. And they're doing that, and that's great. And I honestly don't think the White Sox are a very good team because, I mean, look at the division they're in. Every team sucks in that division. And I don't think the Twins are that good. So, I trust that the Yankees are going to make the playoffs. Like, if you're happy that the Yankees are going to have a really great season, then you're not a Yankee fan that wants to win the World Series because your season doesn't start until the postseason, until October. That's what you should be worried about. You can enjoy the season, but you're not getting rings for winning 120 games during the season. And let's be honest, guys. This team is still not the 98 Yankees. They're not. They're not even close. Sonny D, I agree. We need another power bat. But no power bat is coming via trade. It's going to be either Dom or JD Davis figure it out, or the Mets are going to bring up Mark Vientos as the next option. And one of those 2 guys are going to go down. Yeah, I see a lot of, Mets saying they're going to spank the Yankees. The Yankees are going to say they spank the Mets. Again, I don't care about the Yankees until we play them in July. I honestly don't care. And Alonso was not a bum. And until Aaron Judge actually plays 140 games, and Aaron Judge is going to play 140 games this year because it's in his contract year. So all of a sudden, he's going to figure out a way to stay healthy. But let's be honest. As good as Aaron Judge is, he has been a 0 in the postseason in his career. Stanton has been their best player in the postseason. So Judge, if he stays healthy, is better than Pete Alonso. No doubt about that. But until Aaron Judge actually plays 140 games plus, I'll take a guy who's in a lineup every day who can get 38 to 40 home runs, bat 260, and knock in 100 RBIs. And Judge can bat 300 with 45 home runs and knock in 100, but he's only with his team for 120 games. That's not a recipe for success, especially for a guy who's going to be 31 by the time he gets his first and only big contract. And I still don't think the Yankees are going to sign him. I think he's going to go. I honestly think the Angels are going to make a big bid for him, honestly. But there's no doubt that Aaron Judge is more talented than Pete Alonso. But Aaron Judge still hasn't got the Yankees over the top. How many more times is he going to bring the boombox into Fenway and chokes in the playoffs? He has not got it done in the playoffs. As much as Yankee fans hate Stanton, and don't say you have not hated Stanton, you were probably one of them that booed Stanton over the years. He's been your best player in the postseason, not Aaron Judge. Let's see. We got about 10 minutes until game time, guys. So I'm going to try to get to everybody really quickly. I don't know if I can. All right, let's see. Well, that's the other thing, too. Michael, that's a good point. The Mets haven't played their best yet, and they're still 10 games over 500. And, one week it's the offense doing well. The starting pitching basically carried us for the first 3 weeks of the season. And the Mets haven't really clicked with everything working at the same time. Yet they're 10 games over 500. So there's not a lot to talk about. And let's be honest, for Mets fans and Yankee fans to keep on going at each other's throats, we're both in first place. We're both kicking ass. And at the end of the day, if the Mets and the Yankees make the playoffs, it's only better for New York. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, let me see. Let's see. Won't be famous, Yeah, I mean, your pitching staff is the biggest problem. I mean, you clearly got a really good offense. The pitching is just terrible for you guys. Again, I have no problem taking JD Martinez off your hands when your trade deadline comes. So, let's see. Torres and Gallo for DeGrom. Yeah, you can take DeGrom when he's injured. That's fine. I mean, even though the Yankees would take DeGrom, they don't have the money to sign him anyway, so he's going to be a free agent anyway when he opts out. So the Mets will get him back, and we got Torres. Gallo, I don't want Gallo. Gallo's a piece of crap. You can keep letting Gallo strike out for you guys. He's a bum. Let's see. Avadia, yeah, I think besides Nimmo and Kana, the Mets hitters have to be more patient at the plate. I don't think that was they have been swinging at a lot of first pitches and a lot of early in the counts. That's true. But they just got to stick to their game plan. And I think a lot of the times, like Alonso, he was just too anxious in that at bat on Sunday. And if he was more patient at the plate, as you said, who knows? The Mets would have tied the game, and who knows? They might have won that game. So. Yeah, the lineup has to get going. Lindor has been struggling. Escobar has been a no-show. Dominic Smith has been bad. There's not a lot of guys in this lineup that, those three guys right there have been big problems in this lineup. They got to get it together. You can't rely on Nimmo and Alonso picking up the slack every single time, or Marcana picking up the slack every single time. Lindor's got to get it going, and we'll see if they can start it in this Cardinals series. Let's see. Sorry, guys, if I don't get there, everybody. Jason says, Robert, you going to the Subway Series? Yeah, I go to the games every year. I go to Citifield and I go to Yankee Stadium because I'm not afraid to root on my team at a visiting ballpark, especially Yankee Stadium. Let's see. Yeah, Michael, I honestly don't know what Lindor is. Honestly, you know what? At the end of the year, he kind of had his home runs. He kind of had the RBIs, but there were a lot of late in the season RBIs and home runs, which really didn't mean much for the Mets. I thought he was, he started off really hot and then he's cooled off ever since. He is a guy who's a very streaky hitter. He's a guy that will be hot for 2 weeks and then be cold for 3 weeks. He's not a guy. Like I said, there's nobody that's worth $341 million that's going to perform to that level every single day. So, if you look at the amount of money, you're always going to be disappointed. I'm looking at the guy where if he can bat me 260, 270, 25 home runs, 75, 80 RBIs, that's what I expect from Francisco Lindor. I don't expect more. So if you expect more, you're going to be disappointed. That's just the way I look at it. All right, guys, so we got about 5 minutes until game time. I'm going to have the game day up. I'm going to put the TV call for Gary Cohen calling the game. When it does start, like a minute or two before, I'm going to put the volume up so make sure you guys can hear it. And then we can have fun. And I just want to let you know, guys, at around 4 o'clock or so, I got to run downstairs and move my car just to get it out of the way for somebody who's in the driveway behind me. So if for about 10 to 15 minutes, I will be gone, but I'll have the game on during that. And yeah, you might hear the commercials. Let's just hope it's not copyrighted. So I don't think it will be. So around 4 o'clock or so, I will be gone for about 10 minutes. But you'll be able to hear the game. So don't worry about that. Oh, the Mets pitching staff is not as good as the Yankees. It's obvious. The Yankees have a better bullpen. And, at this moment, the starting rotation, the Yankees have looked with Nestor Cortez. I mean, he's been amazing. And I think he's been saving that rotation a lot more. Coles has been pitching good. But again, Cole hasn't been pitching against good teams. So I don't know what to consider Cole. Nestor Cortez, I think he's a top 5 candidate for the Cy Young in my opinion. Tyone has shown he could stay healthy. He's got good stuff. Jordan Montgomery, he's good. I mean, I don't know how great he is, but I like Nestor Cortez. He's fun to watch, honestly. So, all right, guys. So we got about 4 minutes until game time. For the Mets and the Cardinals. Sorry about that. I was just looking at something on SNY. So Trevor Williams is walking with Mazika from the bullpen. So a few minutes, the Mets will start. I don't think they're going to start at 3:10. Might be a little bit later. Yeah, with the dead balls, the early spring, the quick spring training. I honestly just think that the Mets, just in general around baseball, I honestly don't think there's a lot of good hitters in baseball, honestly. I just think the pitching is a lot better. And, with the dead baseball and the shortened spring training, I think it just, you don't see a lot of good offense. Even though there's been a lot more production without the home run this year, that is nice to see sometimes, but we'll see. Steven, I am doing the second game. Vadia, let's see, how long is the leash for Trevor Williams? Well, honestly, you got Nagosic, you got Medina that is up right now, 2 extra guys in the bullpen, so I don't think he's going to have a big leash. If he's giving up a lot of runs, you're probably going to see one of those 2 guys or both of those guys in that game. So you just hope he gives us 5 innings, around 3 runs, and hope the Mets score. That's the way I see it. It's a warm day. It's a windy day, but it's a warm day in New York. I don't know how the balls, it depends on the wind with Citifield. If the wind's blowing out, you're going to have a lot of home runs today, maybe. We'll see. Just checking my phone one last time, making sure there's no updates. So before the game starts, guys, once again, Jacob deGrom's MRIs came back with progress in the scapula, showing a lot of progress. He's going to stay on the throwing program that he has been. And if that all goes well, I guess for another week or so, he's going to start throwing off the mound, stretching himself out, and then he'll probably have to have about 4 or 5 starts. So you're looking probably the end of June, early July for deGrom if everything goes well. So, and Bill, I agree. Let's hope Trevor Williams doesn't pull a Noah Syndergaard a 2/3 of an inning and get kicked out of the game. We don't need that. That will destroy our bullpen for sure. All right, guys. So I'm gonna put up it's a commercial right now, but I'm gonna put up game day. Let me just set up the. All right. Alrighty. All right, guys. So let me just fix that for you guys. Game should be starting just now. Like I said, I don't think they're starting at 3:10 because it took them a little bit of time to get there to the mount. So it looks like it might start on time. Look at that, guys. So let me just get the radio started. Let me just make sure you guys can hear it.
Game inning streak here at Citifield. 6th game for Trevor Williams, his second start. You see his Toyota numbers so far. Since the Mets acquired him in late July last year, his ERA is 3.73.
Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button so we can get the stream out to more people. 2 games today, guys. A lot to go and hang out and watch some Mets baseball. So don't forget to hit on that like button, guys.
5'8", okay. The beard cat. All right. There he is. It's coming in. It's in, brother. And the outfield. We can't forget the outfield with Marte on the bereavement list. Jankowski's going to get some playing time. He's out in right field. And McNeil in left field today. That's a pretty good pair right there. Back, Goldschmidt and Arenado hitting back-to-back in the lineup again. Tyler O'Neill's been dropped from 3 to 6.
Just let me know, guys, if you can hear the TV call. Let me know in the comments, guys, so I can make sure you hear it.
See Juan Yepes batting
All right, Scoop, thank you. Ryan, thank you. Won't, thank you. All right, guys, the game's about to start. Trevor Williams is on the mound, ready to go. Mets versus Cardinals, game 1 of a 2-game doubleheader. Here we go, guys.
Last time he started in a doubleheader, though, his control was erratic. Something he never
Tommy Edman
usually
coming
has.
to the
He's a
plate.
strike thrower. He pitches to contact. He wants the ball put in play in the first 3 or 4 pitches.
These Cardinals will put it in play. Toughest team in the National League to strike out. Tommy Edman leads off. There's strike 1 from Trevor Williams.
End the lockout, Joey. End the lockout.
Dominic Smith asking Steffi Clapp to lay off the wrestling moves for this series.
You know what he's telling him? He says, wait till Alonso gets out here for the second game, Stubby.
Lindor with a backhand.
All right. 1 out. Nice backhand by Lindor. 1 down.
Francisco Lindor retires Ippen, and that's the first out for St. Louis here in the top of the first.
Nice backhand by Lindor.
Good sign by Lindor. He didn't bounce the ball. That's good.
It's been much better. He sets himself. Remember, he made a lot of throwing errors early, throwing 3/4 the ball running into the runner. Now he's more over top and a much stronger throw because he's collecting himself and gathering himself.
Paul Goldschmidt goes after the first pitch. Eduardo Escobar with a chance to show off his.
All right, nice quick 2 outs by Williams.
As he retires Goldschmidt, 2 up, 2 down.
Chief, who made the best throws to you, chest high, hit you every single time? Ozzy. That's unbelievable, right? Ozzy's very seldom threw a ball away.
Arenado's getting the booze, which is expected.
As he acknowledges the crowd. We've been seeing a lot of that over the last few days. Jesse Winker.
I don't expect Williams to throw at him here.
Got in the act against the Mets over the weekend. Here's Arenado.
I think Thursday is the day.
Lead with his 29 runs batted in. He's hit a couple overs.
Ovadio, Tyler McGill at the moment. MRI came back with inflammation, so we just have to wait, and he needs rest. So probably about 2 starts he's gonna miss.
Each of the first 3 hits. Can the challenges be, Ronnie, to go from reliever to starter and go back and forth the way Williams has?
You know, it's kind of a mind game, Wayne. He really should just tell himself, let me be as good as I can for as long as I can. They'll come get me. So don't try to force feed 5 innings because you're starting the ball game. One thing he's done.
Trevor Williams is throwing pretty hard, 93, 94 so far.
Made some starts last year.
It's good to see.
He had a nice windup that he would go with. Because he's been in the pen all year this year, he starts from the stretch.
Arenado does damage behind the count, so does Goldschmidt. And Goldschmidt went after the first pitch in his at-bat. 1-2. Arenado gets under that, lifts a lazy pop-up toward McNeil and Nimmo. He's out there, too.
All right, 3 outs. Here we go, guys. Nice quick 1-2-3 inning for Trevor Williams. It's a very windy day out there at Citifield. It's a nice day, but windy, so the ball's going to be moving around a lot. I mean, the ball Arenado hit looked like he was going to left center and ended up in shallow center field. So the wind's going to cause a problem today for sure. So 2 hands is key for catching a pop-up today. So the Mets are coming up in the bottom of the first. No score so far. Trevor Williams had a nice 1-2-3 inning. Let's see if he can continue that going forward. Let's see if the Mets can put the runs up on the board against Michaelis, who is pitching for the Cardinals. Once again, guys, please, we got 100 people in the stream right now. Don't forget, if you haven't already, please take a second to please hit on that like button so we can get this stream out to more people and have some more fun with more baseball fans, more Mets fans. You might even get some more Cardinals fans in here. And it's always fun to have a little bit of trash talk back and forth because that's what baseball is all about, right? And once again, guys, let's go Rangers, baby. What about that Game 7? Got Carolina tomorrow in Carolina. Let's go Rangers. That's how to get that out off my chest. My heart was pumping that whole overtime until Panarin scored. Yeah, Ryan, that's a nice look. This is what Trevor Williams has to do. He can't pitch to strike out guys. If he's throwing strikes, let the batter beat you. And if he locates his fastball, I think he'll be fine. Again, I think he's going to give up runs, but it's nice to see that he's pitching the contact. The pitch count's down, and you're probably going to be more efficient. Because it looks like it's going to take a shot to get the ball out of Citifield today. All right, guys, so bottom of the first, Nimmo, Lindor, McNeil, the first 3 batters of the inning. Let's see if the Mets can get it going early in the game to get some runs. A 26-game on-base streak for Brandon Nimmo. Here we go, guys. Bottom of the first, no score. Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals.
For Michaelis so far this season, his last start against the Orioles only gave up 1 run in 7 innings and threw 98 pitches, a season high.
Cardinals are managed by a guy who is younger than
All right, Brandon, start off.
Marmol's in his first season as the Redbirds manager. He's got Molina, Wainwright, Pujols, all these guys that are much older than him. Young skipper of the St. Louis Cardinals. Brandon Nimmo,
first pitch swinging. That's very odd.
The Gold Glovers
That's a little different when Nimmos have been doing in the last couple of games. Swinging very early in the count.
Molina, 9-time Gold Glover, Platinum Award winner. Arenado, 9 straight. From a 9-year veteran, 9 times he's won the Gold Glove. Edmonds won his first Gold Glove at second base last year. And out in the outfield, O'Neill's a 2-time Gold Glover. Bader won a Gold Glove last year.
Famous, they are facing the Hurricanes, the #1 seed in the Metropolitan Division.
Could be the last time we see Yachty here at Citifield. Could be the postseason too.
You don't want to see him in the post, I'll tell you that.
No.
This is the last time.
Not in this borough, you know. Hey, Yachty or Molina probably wrapping it up after this season. Strike 2, Francisco Lindor, homered in the game on Sunday. And a first-inning RBI in each of the 3 games against Seattle.
Michaelis works very quick. That's why the time asked for by Lindor. He's a strike thrower. First pitch strike over 70% of the time.
Ooh, nice curveball.
Nice hook.
The thing about Michaelis is that he really mixes his pitches.
He does. He's got a 4-seamer, a cutter that's devilish, and then this curveball, big breaker.
He does not throw any one pitch more than 27, 28% of the time.
This is Arsenal. You take the 4-seam and the 2-seam.
No, they definitely can't go down 3-1 against the Kings.
But after that, it's almost equal with the slider and curveball. The slider really.
But I do think the pressure's on the Hurricanes now. I think the Rangers are all playing with house money now. You know, they got past Pittsburgh, which was their pressure series. I think the Rangers had to get past the first round because they were better. They are better on paper than the Penguins. Right now, I think the pressure's on the Kings. The Rangers, I think, are playing with house money. If they lose, you're going to say, all right, they're young. But if they give them a series, well, now the pressure's on the Canes. All right, that looks like a base hit for Francisco Lindor.
The Mets have their first hit of the game. Francisco Lindor with a solid 1-out single.
Turns on this fastball.
Yeah, I'm not sure with Gary Cohen, but you got Wayne Randazzo today, guys. So I'm going to check Twitter to see if there's any news about Gary Cohen.
That's the same thing I was thinking. That was executed pretty well. Got that in on the inside corner of the plate, Lindor, and he was quick enough to get to it.
Seeing Lindor steal some bases. Do you think about Yachty or Molina at pushing 40 than you did when he was 30 years old?
I think you still respect him equally as if he was 21.
I don't see anything. Maybe he's just taking the day off. Maybe today was his day off.
He got it in there, and give him credit to Lindor. He got the barrel out.
Bill, they're younger, but they had a lot more player of experience in the last couple of years. Famous, I am not a fan of Gallant. I think he's too letting the players do what they want type of mentality, which I don't think works a lot.
Between number 1 and number 2 on
so,
the list.
Remember, it's not going to happen this year, but for most of his career, he's
I like a more of a plan because he didn't look like he had a plan against the the Penguins very often. I just think the Penguins choked it away, honestly.
Doubleheader today, not much of a choice. We'll see Andrew Kisner tonight.
Yeah, the Battle of the State of Florida is going to be fun. It's going to be a really good series.
They have got a record that they're chasing down this year.
You know what's interesting is that Lolich and Freehand have the record, but their wins as a tandem far outreach the Lolich and Freehand.
What's up, Aaron?
In the 170s, and they're over 200 already.
They actually set the all-time record on Sunday with Wainwright getting the win.
No, they're a good fan base. But you heard the thing about the tickets, right? Nobody can buy Hurricane tickets at PNC unless you're in South of North Carolina or in Northern Virginia or Southern Virginia, Northern Virginia, I believe. So, but there's a lot of transplants in those states, a lot of Ranger fans. So they got those addresses. So there's going to be a lot of Ranger fans at that game too. But it's going to be fun tomorrow night. Even though I'll be at the Mets game, I will be having a Ranger game on my phone. All right, Jeff. 1 out, 1 on, 0-2 count. Michaelis has 10 pitches.
You know, when you're watching Molina, there's so many little things that he does, the way he positions himself in case he has to make a throw. If he calls for a pitch inside, watch his right hand occasionally. He'll put it out behind McNeil to let the.
Are you going to the Mets game tomorrow? Cool.
So he's just so in charge.
Yeah, it would be hilarious if the Knicks get the #1 pick, guys.
If you love catching.
One of the best to ever do it right there, Yadier Molina.
McNeil working at 0-2 count, still staying alive.
0-2. 4 straight foul balls.
Oh, the Rangers game. Oh, nice, Ella. So you live in Carolina then, right?
Jeff has that quality to fight off those tough pitches and stay in the bat.
Well, a lot of the announcers do. Michael Kay does for the Yankees. All of them do. Always a chance. This ball might drop. Fair ball. Oh. Was that foul? That just missed being fair, guys.
Go all that hard after it down that left field line. Maybe he thought it was going to fall on a play or up against the screen over there, but it stayed in play. It's not in foul
Let's see. I think that was foul, but they're checking in on replay, I guess.
Get a break right there to stay in this.
Let's see.
You're right about O'Neal.
Oh, just foul.
Well, at the end, he tried to make up for it, but in the beginning, if you notice, the wind is.
That was fair. That would have been second and third, 1 out for the win to the stands.
The ball was blown back, probably from the stands, almost back into play.
Wind picking up.
Yeah, most of my family lives in Clayton, North Carolina. I've been there plenty of times over the years since most of my family moved down there about 10 years ago. Jeff McNeil staying alive, working the count. I like it.
Rain around last night. When the Mets called the game yesterday, it was still nice outside. It was sunny in a lot of areas. A lot of people were wondering why the Mets even called the game as early as they did. But then around 7 o'clock, especially here at Citifield, you could tell why. It got pretty nasty around the ballpark. And really, the Mets didn't want their fans to be driving to the ballpark in that kind of weather yesterday.
McNeil's battling more. Another foul ball.
When it's bright and sunny and you call the game.
Oh, well, Bill, of course you're going to root for the Kings. You're a Devils fan. I get it.
Part of it is the fan experience. And you don't want people in
Oh, yeah. If I would have head down to Carolina, one of my family members would have bought me a ticket. I just can't. I'm going to Colorado. So I'm going to catch an Avalanche game in the during their playoff game. Because playoff hockey is playoff hockey. It's always fun. And have a different experience from a different fan base at school. All right, Jeff's fouling off these pitches. What is that bat? 16 pitches for Michaelis.
Do some extra work here in the bottom of the first.
Buck said when he stayed late, he was trying to get a nice quiet place to get some work done, and all he could hear was someone in the cage. Finally, he relented, went out there, and Nimmo was still working on his game.
Well, we'll see. Again, one thing about the NHL playoffs, anybody can win the cup. If somebody just rides their goaltender, they can get right to the Stanley Cup Finals and win it. All right, Jeff. 11 pitch at bat so far. Well, 10 pitch. It's going to be 11 pitch coming up.
Do you think Kiorme ever feels threatened when someone takes a long at bat like
I
this?
love these at bats.
Number 11 coming up. That's half a Guillorme. Jeff had a 14-pitch at bat against the Mariners. It ended with an infield hit.
Kiorme against Jordan Hicks of the Cardinals.
We'll see Hicks tomorrow.
Oh!
Neal hammers one.
Stay fair!
Right field line. It is
Oh, just foul. Damn it.
Pitch number 11 of this at bat. McNeil getting a nice hand from the crowd here for what's been
All right, Jeff, keep it going.
a very solid big league at bat against Miles Michaelis.
You got the diehards at the game right now.
That's 2 balls that have been in. Lindor with a base hit, and McNeil.
Keep it going, Jeff.
Makes me feel that
12th pitch coming next.
To get Jeff worried
11 pitch at bat so
Get
far.
2 strikes on him. I don't think he's going to go back in and get a run.
This will be pitch number 12, and this at bat from Michaelis to McNeil. Now, what do you, even for a guy like Michaelis who has all these pitches, what do you want to throw here to try to get McNeil off balance?
Well, the count, when you're looking at it, is 1 and 2, so it still has it in his favor. He can bounce one because McNeil wants to swing the bat.
He swings and hits a ground.
Oh, looks like a double play.
Firing over to second for one.
All right, he beat it out. Oh, that was a great at-bat for Jeff.
McNeil ends the long at bat after a dozen pitches with a fielder's choice.
Well, at the very least, you missed Michaelis work a little bit there.
Well, the guy finally got him on a pitch away. I said he wasn't going to go back in. That would kind of frighten you a little bit. It was a pretty good up-and-in fastball, and he turned on, hit it foul. Well, that looked interesting.
All right, let's see. The one power bat in the lineup. Can Alonso hit a home run here?
Taking the throw to try to complete the double play. I mean, that was not it was a hard hit ground ball. For the long throw, Lindor doesn't even get close to second base.
On 2 outs, Pete Alonso gets a chance.
Well, there's the goal. Here, go sidle over, get in front, get rid of it quickly.
Sorry, James.
Man, McNeil's just so hard to double up. McNeil, when he makes an out, has a successful at-bat.
Long at bat, 12 pitches, although he didn't look all that happy when he got to first base after the out at second. That one gets away from Yachty, and Jeff McNeil goes to
score
second
position.
Pitch.
Didn't get much movement from Yachty there.
Lena has something to say to these fans behind home plate.
Oh, boy.
Interesting to see Yachty approach those 2 fans for whatever they said.
He was on him. The fan was on him because he didn't make the play. Was he down on one knee? That's the thing. Was he down on? Yes, he was. How do you move when you're down on one knee? Ball's supposed to be in, so across. 40 years old. I get it. This guy obviously doesn't get it. Maybe he called him lazy there. I'm sure.
That one off the plate outside. 2 balls, 1 strike on Alonso.
Maybe, Joe, maybe.
The Mets the lead with McNeil at second. Alonso has done well against the Cardinals this year, and he's trying to take the RBI lead from Arenado. They're tied for first in the National League.
Just outside. Well, the ump's not giving that outside corner to either pitcher today so far. 23 pitches for Michaelis.
3-1, but Dominic Smith on deck.
Well, it is my channel, and again, I can do what I want, but, that might drop the wind.
Back a few steps.
All right, 3 outs.
His former college teammate,
Darn.
Alonso, and the
Well, at the very least, guys, they at least made Michaelis work. No score going to the top of the second. Once again, guys, the reason if I didn't want to talk during any of the broadcast, I would just put up the game and not come back until the end of the game. Again, you want to listen to it, that's fine, but I'm also going to put my perspective in it as well. Again, this is my channel. I do it the way I want it. I don't ask anybody to be here. I appreciate you guys, but I'm also going to be a person who's going to react to certain things and give my perspective as well. I'm technically announcing as well and doing a little bit of play-by-play here or there as well. And it's been working, and a lot of people have been liking it. So, again, some people might not like it, but most people do. And I'm going to go with the majority here, honestly. James, I get what you're saying, but I'm not talking during every second of every play-by-play by the guys on TV. So, but it is what it is, guys. Again, there is other channels. Nobody's forcing you to be here. I completely understand that. I'm just letting you guys know this is the channel that I put together. This is what I'm doing. And if you can find another channel that watches the game with you guys and puts the call up, go find it. But they're going to put their perspective in, their 2 cents in as well. So, but once again, guys, we're going to the top of the second, no score. Mets did make Michaelis Pitt work a little bit. McNeil with his 12 pitch at bat. So that's where we're at right now. Christian, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Look, I expect people who don't like certain things, but James, I'm shocked by James because he's been in the stream for a while now. So, but it is what it is. Some people don't like it; they don't like it. Again, there's other people that they can watch as well. I mean, I'm not forcing anybody. All right, guys. Top of the second, no score.
This is Juan Yepes. A strike to Yepes. Where did this guy come from? He's hit .366 in his first 11 Major League games. He's been on base in all.
Came over in that Matt Adams trade, I believe, with the Braves. He is really a first baseman. He's played a lot of outfield as well. Well, he was one of those guys that you thought was going to be written off with the signing of Goldschmidt, but he had such a good spring training. We saw him. He was great. There's Molina on deck.
Rangers in 7.
Earned himself a chance to get some knocks here for the Cards.
Like first today, Goldschmidt will play later. And Yepes swings and misses for strike
okay,
3.
Trevor Williams.
3 pitches, 3 strikes, and Trevor Williams, his first strikeout of the day.
Look, guys, I try to bring my perspective along with making you guys hear the game. So,
Was it a cutter or side of slide? He's got a flat slider.
again, I don't force nobody to be here.
Right. So
You can leave if you want.
right across the
I've always said that from day one. But don't act like I'm going to be nice to you when you try to trash a channel that you came on to and continue to watch.
15-game hitting
All right, guys.
streak here at
See if Trevor Williams can get it done in a second.
by a visitor. Swings through Williams, fastball for strike 1.
Can everybody hear the broadcast? Over my big mouth, just to make sure.
In the postseason that knocked the Mets out. What year was that?
2006, the
Yes.
NLCS, Game 7.
Knocked him out.
Not too many guys left that played at Shea
Okay.
in the majors. I think
Thanks for
all
saying
but
it,
the
guys.
Cardinals.
That was off Eric Heilman.
Yeah, you're right. Yes. Wainwright.
There's William McGee.
We will not see Adam Wainwright.
You never
this
know,
series.
Bill.
Mets fans will not miss him either. At a big point in that 9th inning, too. William McGee, your old teammate.
Thanks, Sean. I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
it, buddy.
One of my best one, my best teammate of
You think I should do it, Joe? All right.
5.
What'd you like about him so much?
Oh, he was just such a great guy. So humble.
Thank you,
and,
Ant. Thank you.
He's just a great guy. And what can I say?
Did you play with him to Oakland?
I did not play with him in Oakland, but I got to know him on the golf course because we both lived in the same area in the East Bay. And I can only say the same thing. Very humble. You wouldn't know that he'd won batting titles and stolen base titles. He never talked baseball, not 1 second.
It does feel like college a little
2
bit.
batting titles. Boy, he had a terrific World Series. Made some great catches.
I think he did call him lazy, yeah.
Home run game. I believe it was Game 3.
The fan didn't back off, though. That was funny.
Might have been Game 4. Not sure. Game 3. Could go get him in center field. Had a strong arm. had one of the most unique running styles you would ever see. And an unorthodox swing. Yeah.
Woo!
Strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Williams.
Hey!
Here in the second.
Well, this is the version of Trevor Williams that he wants
Struck
to have out
him
there each and
out.
every time.
Woo!
Pitches
There you go, Joe. That's
on
for you.
the plate early, and then he's able to paint off the margins of the plate when he's
That is true,
when he's ahead in the count.
Uh,
Both the pitch
Steven,
to
so excuse me, I couldn't see it for a
slider
second.
and
The
this
comment went too
fastball
quick.
to Molina were perfectly placed just off the plate.
Yeah, Gru's a great hitter. Great. In my lifetime, he was just a pure hitter. It was just great to see. Could not get that guy out. And God knows he never struck out. Listen, Williams can use the sticky stuff. He can use pine tar. He can lick his mouth, lick his fingers. I don't care. He'd do everything he's got to do.
Today's City Community Home Runs fan of the game is Nancy from Hamilton, New Jersey. Go to sny.tv/CHR to enter.
Thank you, Mark.
Good luck to Nancy. That's easy to root for.
Yes.
Carlson
Well,
falls one
the
off Trevor Williams.
the bigger issue when it comes to a guy like Trevor Williams is the second time around the order, not the first time. You know, they see his pitches, they see him next time. That's when you got to worry the second time around the batting order. But we'll see. 19 pitches so far, and with 2 outs in the second, with 2 strikes. So we'll see.
But he knew that he was going to start in yesterday's ball game, so he was ready to go.
I honestly don't know why Canna sits so much, honestly. I mean, he's a 2-out RBI machine. But it is a doubleheader, so he'll play next game.
Well, rolling there on the right side. Luis Guillorme thought Dominic Smith was going to get it.
Well, that was miscommunication.
Cover, but Dom thought Guillorme would come in. No. And instead, it's an infield hit for Carlson, the first St. Louis hit.
That is a big boo-boo by Dom here. Where is Guillorme going to come from? 20 feet out in right field. It's got to be Dom's ball. Dom's got to come get that. He knows that. Dom's an accomplished first baseman, and he knows that that's his ball. But doesn't play that position.
Well, that's tough. Well, if DeGrom's healthy, you got to take DeGrom. But then again, both of them might pitch in Game 7. You know how they take some starters and pitch them in the same game. So
it does change
you never know.
Because you got to know where everybody is. Dom knew the chip was on. He just got locked there, a little brain lock. That's all. I mean, that's his ball.
Taiwan Walker pitches Game 2.
Froze for some reason.
Tyler O'Neill's been struggling at the plate, hitting just 193.
Yeah, he has been struggling. Big, strong guy, and what I saw in St. Louis in that series, Wayne was just getting eaten alive by breaking balls.
Peterson pitched on Friday. That's why he couldn't pitch today. That's why he's not up. He'll make the next start.
He hit over 30 home runs last year.
In McGill's spot.
Let's play. Carlson
play at
in
first.
Standing up. And Sherlock gets on the phone with Harrison in the replay room.
Well, you don't want it this close if you're a base runner going
very
in and
close.
standing up. Watch that foot.
Well, if they call him Lopez, he gets suspended. Remember, he still has to do that few games suspension when he comes back up, so he wouldn't be able to pitch anyway.
Williams, that O'Neill has reacted even late on it. Yes.
Technically, Kendrick, a both-man game, but we can see Williams going 5 if he's pitching like this.
Was batting third, hitting 7th today after a couple days off.
Williams is getting it up there, though. I mean, it's saying 92, 93, but it looks like he's throwing harder than that.
Excuse me. His confidence is probably at a low. It's been 5 weeks into the season now. We're 6 weeks into the season, 5 weeks. You're hitting 193. That wears on you.
Woo!
Swings and misses for strike 3.
Nice pitch.
Stuck with the high fastball. He
Well,
punches out.
Williams has his fastball today, that's for sure, guys. Going to the bottom of the second, no score. Trevor Williams for the first 2 innings looking good. But again, everything's going to come down to when the lineup turns over and they see him for the second time. That's when it gets interesting because that's when the batters see more pitches. That's when they see, they'll get their timing right. And that's when Trevor Williams usually has problems. But again, so far so good for Trevor Williams. Let's get some runs on the board. We made Michaelis work the first inning, but we have to put runs on the board, guys. Definitely have to put some runs on the board. I do expect Trevor Williams to give up a couple of runs. So the Mets got to get it together, guys. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. I just checked. Got about 59 likes, 133 in the stream. So please, if you don't mind, hit on that like button. And if you're new to the channel, this is not subscriber only stream today. So if you're new to the channel, please do subscribe to the channel. And also hit that like button while y'all. We Gotta Believe Mets Podcast. What's up, man? LFGM. Sean, my favorite Mets uni. It's going to be an odd one because they only had it for 1 year, and that is the Road 1987, this New York script on the road jersey. Or they had the home jersey, too, with the New York script. But I like the Road 1987 script New York road jersey with the racing stripe going on the sides. I do love the black jersey because I grew up in that era. So the black jersey is, part of my childhood. But, I wasn't even born in 80. I was born in 87. So, but if I was able to pick a jersey that I would love the Mets to wear, I like that gray road New York script jersey. I know a lot of people didn't like it. That's why it was only there for 1 year. But that was one of my favorite jerseys. But the black jersey can never go wrong. Yeah, I do remember the orange lost Mets. My God. All right, guys. Bottom of the second. Dominic Smith is up. No score.
For the second.
Got that slow curveball run. Nicholas, just get that first
Yeah,
lick
right.
he used to do. Yeah, hit me
It's confusing the hell out of me.
one. I would drop it 12-6 on the off speed on that first pitch. I'm not going to swing at that pitch.
Tom had a good swing on that pitch.
He's trying to encourage some of his teammates to do it.
It does. I've seen Max. He morphs into a different pitcher as well as anyone I've ever seen from year to year, whether it's cutter one
They
year,
were good one, Sean.
doubling up on a curveball this year. To me, where he's at right now, he's at a place where very few.
Jason, I don't know why he's not there. I don't know if it's a day off or, maybe it's a COVID protocol. Who knows? They didn't really say. So.
See Scherzer tomorrow night against Jordan Hicks, third game of this series.
That's the pitch that Dom has been having a trouble laying off. That pitch above the letters.
Joe, I had one and I lost it at a bar in 2015 during the playoffs.
And he just can't lay off.
During the World Series, I lost it.
So instead of getting a ball, getting ahead in the count.
Takes this one toward right.
Hey, Dom got a hit.
20. Dominic Smith leads off the second with a base hit.
He's got himself a curveball there and got in on the middle in, not away. Goes out and get it.
No, I understand, James, but this is also an instant reaction while the plays are happening as well.
It's hard to find
So,
the rhythms, particularly when you're
yeah, Wayne Rendazzo,
trying
Jason.
to get it. You can do all the BP you want, but there's no substitute for actual game experience.
See if Escobar can get it going, too.
Well, stay back on that back foot, arms back, and there you go.
Finally, Dominic Smith with a hard hit ball.
You
Finally.
play up sporadic results, and sporadic results occurs and makes you not play more.
Rain out, Jason. Rain out.
Get fooled, and I've been guilty of it myself on a slow breaking ball where you get fooled and you float forward. You bring your hands with you. If you keep your hands back, you're still in a position to pull the trigger snap on the ball like Dom did right there. Okay. So what I'm saying is you're like this, and you got in front and you bring your arms with you. Now you can't swing. If you keep your arms back, you can still rip it. Elementary, my dear Watson.
2 balls and a strike on Eduardo Escobar. Keith, what kind of lift is it when you're 0 for 20 or 0 for whatever, and you finally get that hit?
Well, it's certainly a load off. It's, it depends on the hit, too. You can get take a bad hack and hit a blooper, a broken bat, and you're not going to feel good about it. You're going to be happy. But the hitter knows when he's got the swing. You go in that slump.
Guys, 1 second. I got a phone call. Just give me 1 second.
For 21, when you get that pitch you've been missing or haven't been able to hit, and all of a sudden you strike it right, and it's just like the bell goes off, the light goes off inside. Yes. Where have you been hiding? Then you go on a tear.
High strike to Escobar.
Okay, no problem.
Michaelis might have caught a break there. It's a full count. Dave Morales calling the balls and strikes today. The crew chief Bill Welke at second. John Bacon.
I know I wasn't muted. I didn't want to make you miss the game, guys.
Bacon at first.
All right. First and second, nobody out.
Strikes into the previous one.
I think Miles wanted that pitch. So did Yachty. So did Ollie Marmol.
There's Charlotte ultra strong stats. Michaelis second in the National League in ERA. Incredible start for Pablo Lopez. 105 ERA through 7 starts is the best ever by Marlin.
Once again, guys, at 4 o'clock, I have to go downstairs just to move my car in the driveway, or out of the driveway for somebody. So I'll leave the game on while I run and do what I got to do. Just to let you guys know. All right, Luis, let's go.
Talked about it ad nauseum. You've got Nimmo, Guillorme, McNeil. They go the other way naturally. Look at the shortstop, Donovan. Up the middle. We saw it with Seattle. Seattle made a quick adjustment and moved that shortstop over to the left. Took away that hole. Cardinals are not doing it.
1 second, guys.
Hello? On the right side, a base hit. Smith is being held at third. Dylan Carlson gets it in quickly, and he has a strong arm as he showed off there, and as he showed off in St. Louis on the play earlier this year.
All right, guys. Bases loaded, nobody out.
And the Mets load him up with nobody out.
Guillorme is just a solid player.
All right, guys. Here we go.
Doesn't get the everyday playing time, but he's one of those guys that's a good bench player. And
Patrick Mazeika.
It's now 26 to win.
The power bat of Patrick Mazeika.
How important that fourth outfielder and that extra.
I feel a grand slam coming here, guys. I mean, Jankowski, excuse me. Maybe a little bunt hit.
Travis Jankowski certainly plays that role, too, as the extra outfielder on this team.
Oh, in trouble. Sorry, guys. I forgot about Jankowski. It's Jankowski, not Mazeika.
How long Starling takes. He has 3 to 7 days at his disposal on that bereavement list.
Oh, Michaelis is struggling to throw strikes. Don't give him any breaks here. Let him throw a strike first. I like Jankowski in this spot. He's somewhat of a disciplined hitter.
So be his 40th pitch. He's only recorded 3 outs.
Ball 3.
The guy with 8 walks and 42 in the third innings coming into this game.
He's given up 2 runs or fewer in all of his starts to this point. In danger of walking in a run here. Jankowski's already drawn 1 bases-loaded walk this season. Right down the middle.
Well, it's a good pitch to hit right here. I always felt, Ronnie, the pitchers, 3-1's a tough pitch for them. Bases loaded. Yeah. Their comfort level is up. I can't get hurt terribly if I keep the ball away. You can't take me on a grand slam. And I always would look for that outer half.
Up the middle, off the glove of Michaelis. A run will score. The
All right, we got to run. Only one out. Forced play at second. I'll take it.
The Mets are out to a 1-0 lead.
Well, second base umpire Phil Welke. My gosh, Phil. Get out of the way. Watch the umpire second base. What are you doing? Go left, right? Get the hell out of the way. Remember, it was deflected off the pitcher, so he was trying to move to his left.
He's going after the ump. Get the hell out of the way.
Later, he was right in the middle of it.
That stirred some bad memories for you.
All right, so still first and third, one out, guys. 1-0 Mets. Now it's Patrick Mazeika.
Middle infielders. They have to. He's a nice guy. You go easy on him.
Mazeika goes on the first pitch and pops it up on the infield. Donovan calls off Arenado, the shortstop pass it.
Jesus.
So a big check it out for Michaelis.
I don't like that first pitch swinging there.
Back to the top with Brandon Nimmo.
It's another little thing there, too, even though Mazeika didn't come through there.
Not a good at that.
The Mets only come away with one run. Jankowski is very fleet of foot. It's another guy in this men lineup that they're hard to double up.
All right, Brandon. There's your 2-out RBI waiting for you at third.
After the first pitch, his first time. That's something we see Brandon do a lot of early in the game, especially that opening at bat. Must have felt good coming out of the cage at 8 o'clock last night.
All right, James. I got you, buddy.
Right there. That's why he may need to go to that pitch.
I've always thought that's one of his best pitches.
The slow curve.
Bill, I never heard of one.
Too much of that. Mike Maddox, pitching coach, longtime pitching coach for various teams.
It's a deep toward right. Carlson backing up. Carlson reaching
Oh,
up
nice
to make
catch.
Brandon Nimmo.
Oh, well, the Mets only got one run when they had bases loaded, nobody out. So 1-0 Mets going to the top of the third. Nimmo hit that hard, but on the one in track, and a nice catch by Carlson to end the inning. So that was unfortunate. It was the bottom of the order that did a little bit of work against Michaelis, but they still made him throw a lot of pitches there. But one run, again, this is what happens when you don't bunch a lot of hits together. You're not going to score a lot of runs. And right there is proof. They didn't really hit the ball that hard for the most part. But one run, you gave Williams a lead, but you need a little more than that. But, again, guys, at least they got a run out of that. Jankowski, beat it out, even though it would have been 2 outs, even if he got doubled up. But, it was the first pitch swinging from Mazeika. I didn't like that after, Michael has shown that he was a little bit wild the last couple of batters. Mazeika could have worked the count a little bit more, but can't change it now, right? But Mets got a 1-0 lead. Williams, for the first 2 innings, has been pitching well. I do believe the 8-9-1 is up for the St. Louis Cardinals. So they still haven't got around in the batting order yet, but the second time around is where I start to worry a little bit when it comes to Trevor Williams. They've seen his pitches. They have their timing down, and that's when Trevor Williams gets into trouble. But let's hope he does not get into trouble and gets it together and keeps it going the way he has been. He's been striking out guys, which is very interesting. I thought he would pitch to contact, but there's been a few swings and misses already. But, look, we were looking for a couple of runs there. Base load, nobody out. At least 2, but we got 1. I agree, Ella. But then again, you never know if Connor was going to be up in that spot anyway. You just don't know. All right, guys. Top of the third, 1-0 Mets.
Leads off the third. Looks at a strike from Trevor Williams.
He's come up here and been swinging the bat good. And they're going to stick with him until he stops hitting. Guy that can play all positions on the infield and has first, second, short, and third. A little scrappy player.
Play the outfield as well. He says he has 4 gloves with him that he brings to the ballpark.
Oh, Ken, what's up, buddy? I thought I saw you in the comment. I wasn't sure. That was you about the cable one not working? I thought that was somebody else. My bad.
And his locker as well. Oh, he's got the other mitt as well.
That's a 5th glove in his back pocket. In case he wants to bake a pie out on the bases. Yorme with a sliding attempt, couldn't reach it. Slid over the ball in that instance, and Donovan has a leadoff single.
Yeah, he overran that ball. Yorme, he's a very, very solid glove. Terrific hands. He overran it a little bit.
So you notice that ball after dirt into the grass, it seemed like it changed up as soon as it hit the grass or checked up.
What was it? Was it a bell wedge or
it was something. It checked up. It did.
Batter Harrison Bader, number 9 batter in the Cardinal order. Popped up a bit, and nobody could catch it. Escobar and Williams chase.
Good hustle by the defense there.
Just out of reach.
You know what's interesting is you have to watch out.
Well, Ken, I'll be on a delay, but you wouldn't know.
Is that when you shift on a guy who's very fast in Bader and you open up that right side, we've seen some players now around the league that are starting to think about, he didn't do this though, pushing that bunt towards the second base, empty position.
Well, look at that wide open spaces there. My goodness, you get it past the pitcher, and you can walk to first.
Swings away instead and hits a fly ball to Jankowski. One way here in the 3rd.
Taiwan Walker versus Steven Matz. At least that's what's projected. I don't think it changed.
Gingerly going around, making those plays.
Pretty windy early on in the season here.
Yep, Steven Matz versus Walker.
Guys who played here a while is it usually like this. McNeil, Lindor, some of the others said, no, it's never been quite this
I agree,
windy in this
Sean.
ballpark.
I agree. Tough series loss, but they fought back.
Tommy Edman, the leadoff hitter.
Leadoff hitter.
Cardinals rounded out his first time.
Second time around. See if Trevor Williams can still get them down, get them out for the second time around.
Today. With a heavy try, couldn't reach it. Base hit for Edman. Donovan goes first and 3rd. The Cardinals have him at the corners for Goldschmidt with 1 out.
And speed on the bases. We're seeing Donovan for the first time, and he goes first and 3rd. He cuts the corner nicely.
Well, guys, this is what I said. The second time around the batting order is where Trevor Williams struggles, and already Edman got a base hit. Now it's first and 3rd, 1 out for the Cardinals.
Here's Donovan. He does not need his third base coach. He plays right in front of him.
Can't be his bad. Just ball out of reach. I think he's bending over though, because sometimes when you dive for those balls, you fall on your protective cup, and I think that's what happened
Hey, Daniel.
to Yorme.
Goldschmidt pops it up. Yorme, Smith, Jankowski. It's the right fielder who makes the catch. Donovan wasn't tagging.
Big out.
That was a nice out by Williams there. First pitch swinging Goldschmidt. Too shallow to get the run home for a sac fly. Showing late June, early July for DeGrom. All right, Williams get out of this here.
One of those guys who probably likes it.
Well, it just makes you more determined, I guarantee you.
Edman's got some speed. The thought of a stolen base, probably less here though because of how hot Arenado has been this entire year.
Yeah, 29 RBI, 8 home runs, hitting 312, 12 doubles.
Come on, Trevor.
He's going to swing the bat. They're going to let him swing.
Nice pitch.
That pitch as it ran in on him.
He's got good movement on that two-seamer in. That's the pitch he threw to Goldsmith that tied him up, and the same pitch here with an awkward swing by Arenado.
Arenado, as you expect, has been great with runners in scoring position this year. That's how he gets all those RBIs. He's driven in 29.
Nice pitch.
Williams ahead
0-2.
Good sinker right there, Ronnie. Under the bat.
It's good to live in on Arenado. The problem when you go away, especially with
Two pitches, belt high inside. Two balls, two seamers. I think you should go inside and up on this pitch. You don't want him to extend his hands. That's when you get problems.
How do you want to see Williams attack him 0-2, Ronnie?
Well, he's thrown 2 in there. I would love to see just a bat slider away, one that's almost non-competitive. See if he'll fish. But if he doesn't, then back inside. 3 in a row to a good hitter. It's a tough thing to do.
They're going back in.
Arenado fights that one off as well.
If you noticed, each swing has been a little better on that tough pitch.
$100 RBI season's pretty much a guarantee for Arenado. Even after leaving Colorado, drove in over 100 last year. He's the first Cardinal to get there since Matt Holliday.
Come on, Trevor, let's go.
Another foul ball.
Went up and away there.
Time and away from Arenado.
Fouled that one back.
Arenado and Goldschmidt both do the same thing, Keith. You know this. They choke up a little. I don't know if Arenado chokes up, but Goldie does on 2 strikes. They really shorten that stroke of theirs.
The good hitters are always tough outs.
Arenado was the national.
I think the Mets will score more runs,
ended
buddy.
April on a 1-game suspension thanks to his role in that benches clearing situation with the Mets. On 0-2. Throw to first.
Williams has been very aggressive with his fastball today so far early. Second time through the order right now.
Back inside. Got him off the plate.
Not a bad
It's a
pitch.
good pitch to come inside off the plate. Arenado's got to be expecting he can throw that for a strike. He's already done it 3 times in this at-bat. So now he comes off the plate, which should set him up for that good hard slider away. Again, wants to throw over. He doesn't want to. So he does anyway.
Edman goes back. Edman will certainly steal. He has 8 stolen bases. Cardinals are 29 out of 32 as a team this year. They lead the league in steals.
Well, this is a beautiful confrontation here early in the game.
It's 1-2 on Arenado.
Got him.
Check swing. Strike 3.
Yeah.
Too far. And Trevor Williams
Got him on a high fastball. That's what I'm talking about. Trevor Williams getting it done for the first 3 innings. All right, guys. Woo. Nice pitching by Trevor Williams there. Working with his fastball. Was not afraid to use his fastball in that at bat. That was good pitching by Trevor Williams. Very nice pitching by Trevor Williams there. Going to the bottom of the third, Mets still lead 1-0. Trevor Williams getting out of that small jam first and third with 1 out. Goldschmidt with a pop-up and striking out Arenado. Who is this Trevor Williams? Is it Tyler McGill in disguise? Maybe. but very nice pitching by Trevor Williams. So the Mets got to score some more runs. It's that obvious, right? We don't expect Trevor Williams to shut down the Cardinals lineup forever, in my opinion. And once again, guys, in about 10, 15 minutes or so, I will be walking away just to move my car. But don't worry, I'll have the game on when I'm not here for the next 15 minutes or so. So, guys, how's everybody's day doing so far? We got a long 2 games. It's only the bottom of the third. Hour into the ball game. Yeah, well, it's a little past 4. I just got a text that going to be a little bit late. So I'm waiting for somebody to come home so I can move my car. Well, it's past 4 p.m., guys. Too late. Gonna be about 4:10, 4:15. I'll run out there. Inebriated. What's up, buddy? We'll see, Gringo. I see. You want to get that bet and you want to get that spread going. All right, Bill. Have a good day, buddy. July? I don't think so. But then again, I want you to listen to the game. So if it is what it is, they'll just scratch this stream. They'll probably let me stay on, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna screw up you guys because I got to do something in a few minutes. So, all right, guys. Bottom of the third, Lindor's up. 1-0 Mets. Casual, how you doing, buddy? Oh, that's an error by Donovan.
Lindor's on to start the third.
Came up a little, huh, Keith?
Yeah, tough out. He got in front of it, did everything possible.
Probably will be an error. Hit hard. Oh, took a nasty bounce.
Didn't have time.
Wasn't easy.
Got a little bit more in front, but
yes, Stevens, I'm coming back. Don't worry. I only got to move it like 10 feet. All right, Jeff, here we go. Let's go. Get another rally going here. 12 pitch at bat. Last at bat for Jeff McNeil in the first. That's a double. Come on, Frankie, run. Yeah. Woo! Let's go. RBI double, baby. There we go. First pitch hitting right down the right field line. Yes.
Looks like McNeil's,
Mick hits, baby. Mick hits. Right on that pitch. Right over the first baseman's glove. Nice. Try to jump for it, but way too high over his head. The ball slowed down in right field and gave Lindor the opportunity to score from first base. I do like 1 through 4. McNeil's got to be at the top of this lineup. All right, Pete, here we go. Guy in second, nobody out. Woo, Pete just missed that.
Well, after that lengthy at bat, just funny. He's a interesting style of hitting. He kind of floats forward a little bit, something that you wouldn't want to teach, and that's part of why he's half running to first base, almost a little bit like Ichiro.
Why wait around for a dozen pitches when he could just double off the first one down the line?
But obviously, Keith, even though he floats, he must keep his hands back like you were talking about before. Yep. It works.
Alonso, Arenado, Rowdy Tellez tied for the National League lead in RBIs entering today.
That's true. McNeil has been good all year.
Well, we'll see C.J. Cron in the Rockies this weekend.
Come on, Pete. Base hit here. Avoided that slider.
We saw Michaelis match up with Scherzer in St. Louis. They both through tremendous games. I believe Michaelis won 7 innings, shutout ball, matched Scherzer. It doesn't seem like he has a little zip on his ball today, Ron. It's one of those starts where the stuff is less than brilliant as it usually is, so he's going to have to find a way.
Uh-oh. Get out. Wow. That ball did not go anywhere. All right, productive out. Wow.
Alonso seemed to hit pretty well.
Holy
1 of
Christ.
5 off the bat, and it died on the warning track.
Jeez. I don't know if he got on top of that ball, but he crushed that.
See the contact. Oh, it's a hanger, RJ. Oh, it's not that far in the end, was it? Looked pretty good.
I don't know. That ball's dead, man. Jesus.
The end, right?
Needs to get a good piece of it.
Wow. All right. Well, productive out nonetheless. 1 out. Man on third. See if the Mets can do it. All right, guys. So I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Enjoy the game.
It's a crosswind that usually knocks the ball down and field in.
In and over shifted for Dominic Smith, who fouls off the first pitch.
So after that first at bat, Dom hit the curveball for a hit. I would say he would only see a curveball here if Michaelis gets ahead and he will bounce one in the dirt. I don't think he'll throw a curveball for a strike. So 2 seamers away, fastballs up, and cutters in.
That's the pitch I was talking about. Is Dom's first at bat. He's been chasing
Oh, guys,
that ball.
they didn't come home yet. I thought they did.
Strike,
I'm still here.
and you're not going to hit it. And just you got to get in BP and discipline yourself.
That was a bad swing by Dom.
Conscious of that pitch. You can see the wind. Never like that. A little distraction.
Oh,
Smith hooks one toward the right field line.
yeah, that's an RBI. All right, Dom. That's a double and an RBI for Dominic Smith. Let's go. 3-0 Mets. Dominic Smith is hitting. What's going on, guys? Who is that guy?
The ball is up. Too much play. He wanted to come up and in.
The only guy left is Escobar now.
Balances there, hands back. Make him get the ball down in the zone. And there he is. He's right there. Covers it. It's not a pitch with head count right there. Oh, Nicholas is just laboring.
All right, Escobar, there's an RBI for you on second base now. Let's go. Keep it going.
Michaelis has allowed 3. The first one of this inning unearned. Escobar couldn't hold his swing.
So Michaelis had thrown on the 0-1 pitch, the cutter up and in that Keith was talking about that Dominic missed. He wanted to throw the same pitch. He just didn't execute it. That's the art of pitching.
Normally, Miles Michaelis understands that art pretty well. 1.49 ERA entering today. As you said, really from the get-go, Ron, it's just not as sharp as usual.
Matt, how you doing, buddy?
See it. There's a sharpness in Campbell, man. There's a sharpness in his 2-seamer that we haven't seen. He usually has a little more on his fastball.
For this Mets, the sitting needs a little more cowbell, I guess. Escobar
Foul.
that one off, just out of the glove of Molina, who couldn't hold it.
I would not be surprised if that happens. Honestly, you have to make that trade.
Tommy Edman scoops this one on the outfield grass.
Well, at least he moved him over to third.
Smith advances to third. Stream out-of-market regular season games live or on demand, plus MLB Big Inning and select PreGame and Postgame.
Oh, yeah, not just, obviously, not just Dom Smith, but it's not going to be a big top-level prospect. He is a rental. And you're going to take on the rest of the money. So, all right, 2-out RBI, waiting on third base for Guillermo. Guillermo.
This year in 2-out RBI spots.
Not yet, Lane. They're not going to do that just yet.
Have a chance here with Luis Guillorme. Dominic Smith at third. Hits the bag, but it was ruled foul off the foot of Guillorme at home plate. Molina doesn't think so. He's pointing back at the Cardinal dugout.
It's not something you can challenge, I don't believe. The first base umpire raised his hands right away that he believed it was a foul ball off the foot.
Ollie Marmol, the manager of the Cardinals, comes out too.
The first base umpire has signaled that, hands raised in the air like it's a foul ball because it hit his foot.
Now, is John Bacon, he's the replacement umpire?
Yeah,
He's up for AAA. He's a stand-in umpire today.
The young umpires will always be in the middle of it at some point in the 9-inning game. It always happens that way.
Cardinals really strongly pleading their case. We'll take a look here.
Question, did it hit him on the thigh?
Yeah.
It seemed to miss him by quite a bit, did it not?
Unless it hit him on the thigh or knee, off the white ball off the white pant that you can't see. The one thing about that ball, if you noticed it was in foul territory and had so much spin on it and it changed direction and ended up fair. But it started foul.
Well, the Mets might got a break there, guys. See if they can capitalize on it.
Here. Does it hit above his knee on his thigh?
It's hard to tell. Yeah, kind of imperceptible if it did.
It's hard to tell. Either side's got an argument.
Mr. Bacon won, though.
All right, well, we got a chance. A lucky break there, guys. Let's get that RBI now for a bad umpire call. It looked like it should have been a fair ball.
Don't become an Angel Hernandez. That's all.
Nobody wants that.
That's a short line.
Maybe that's what the Cardinals were saying to John Bacon while they were out there. We'll give you this one, but don't become an Angel Hernandez. Lena keeps that at home plate with a runner on third, and it's 1-2 on Guillorme.
Now, on the slower pitches, he's able to get over it quicker and smother it. It's almost like a patented Molina smothering of a ball in the dirt.
Oh, didn't get done, but we got 2 runs in that inning, guys. All right, guys, that's what I like to see. So as soon as the next inning starts, I'm gonna go and wait in the car. So you get a lot of baseball for next inning, maybe 2. All right, guys. So the Mets go 2 runs in that inning. Dominic Smith, looking like he's actually a baseball player again. That's nice to see. Hitting the ball hard his first 2 at bats. Mets lead 3-0. Trevor Williams has been pitching well. Let's see if he can continue that and keep the lead. The last thing you want to do is give the Cardinals some hope after they just gave up 2 runs and have a 3-0 deficit. But nice to see Williams pitching well. He seemed like he's located in his fastball. Clearly the plan is to throw a lot of fastballs in and up and away against this team. And that seems to be working at the moment. But he does still have the rest of the lineup to go through for the second time around. So far, so good for Trevor Williams, but he's got to keep it up. His pitch count is low. I don't know how far you're going to go with Trevor Williams. If you get 5 solid innings of no runs, take it and leave it, in my opinion. But he's been doing very well right now, and you know what? He can give you 6 innings. I mean, you'll freaking take it, Especially, I do think Walker's going to have a good game tonight. So we just got to wait and see, guys. So we're going to the top of the 4th, 3-0 Mets, waiting for the commercial to come back. And then I will make you enjoy the play-by-play until I come back. Still a commercial, guys. Oh, yeah, Casual, for sure. Of course you got hope. I mean, the way the Mets find a way to make the games interesting, and they play a lot of close games as it is, and the Cardinals are a good team. There's no doubt about it. But at the moment, Williams has shut them down. How long? We'll see. All right, guys, top of the 4th, Mets lead 3-0. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Speed pitch. Trevor Williams has dialed it up to 93, and he's thrown a lot of strikes, more than anything. About 75% of his pitches have been in the strike zone to start this game. Juan Yepes leads off the 4th.
I'll do my best, guys.
There's another strike on the first pitch from Williams. Yepes from Venezuela. He was all excited that Miguel Cabrera sent him a direct message on Instagram after he hit his first big league homer last week.
Iconic number 4 for St. Louis Cardinals franchise.
Molina, he's on deck. Keith, that'd be like if Stan Musial sent you an email after you hit your first major league home run. That's what it was like for Yepes with.
Yes. I didn't know he didn't.
Dude, a whole bunch. Eddie Matthews, Hank Aaron.
Keith got his first hit. Stan sent it. Pony Express 2 days later arrived.
Better late than never.
That's right.
Those poor horses.
Said before the broadcast that Trevor Williams probably had 65 pitches max. At 45 now, 35 strikes in the 4th inning.
I think if he keeps going like this, Buck would like to get 6 out of him.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Juan Yepes, who struck out his first time. And so using Taijuan Walker in game 2 tonight. Basically, the Mets, this is kind of a test pattern for them to see how much of their bullpen they needed to use behind Williams in game 1, and hoping Walker can eat some innings in game 2.
Good cut.
If Williams can do that in game 1, it takes a lot of the load off Walker later.
It takes a lot of the load off Walker, but if you're winning a game, you're going to use your A part of your bullpen to try to sustain that lead, and that might take some of those guys out for game 2.
That depends on the score, too. The Mets have a few runs early.
Williams has not thrown that 2-seamer in yet to Yepes.
As he could shuffle in all the cards back there.
Here it comes.
One hop to Lindor with the backhand and the peg to Dominic Smith for the out. You're right, Keith. Lindor much stronger with his arm lately.
Yes.
Yepes grounds out. Yadier Molina came back in 2004, his major league debut that June. Became a very good hitting catcher in the middle of his career, batted .300 over a handful of seasons. Of course, October has been a big stage for Yadier Molina. Trying to get the major league record with that guy, Adam Wainwright, for the most starts as a battery. 9 gold gloves all-time, 3rd most by a major league catcher, Johnny Bench, Pudge Rodriguez. The only 2 with more gold behind the plate. And Yadi, we like to think this is enough to put him in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he's got to go in. Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. Last homestand passed Ted Simmons and Ken Boyer in franchise history in home runs and RBIs, respectively.
His 2,000th hit in 2020, got his 1,000th RBI this year, became the 8th catcher in Major League history to do both. The other 7 are all Hall of Famers.
Williams with that little crossfire delivery with Carlson on deck really has the right-hander swinging that pitch off the plate away.
Good pitch there to get even. It's 2-2.
Molina's a little frustrated with himself. He's had 2 fastballs and a hitter's count, and he's swung a miss on both. Fastballs away.
Struck out his first time as well.
was a case of Mazika didn't like what he called, so he had Williams step off. It's a reboot here. Just think of, you're competing, but deep down at some point you're Patrick Mazika catching and Molina is hitting. I mean, that's got to feel like something. Maybe something you talk about after the game, but
the full count, Molina swings and misses for strike 3. Second time, Yanni has punched out. Williams has struck out 5.
well, it's an art that you don't see very often. And Williams has been doing it the entire game. The add-on occasionally when he needs it. You've seen a lot of fastballs, 89, 90, and he's had some strikeouts at 92 plus. So the ability to add
I'm back, guys.
in important parts of an
Trevor Williams killing it.
is something you don't see very often, and Williams is doing it tonight.
Molina 0 for 2 with a couple of Ks, and now Carlson will be the batter. Ron, did you ever face a Hall of Famer from the previous era at some point in your career early on?
I don't know if it was previous era, but I was lucky. My first game that I ever pitched, and thank God I was lucky and dumb. I had to face Joe Morgan, Pete Rose, and Mike Schmidt were the worst 3 hitters I ever had to face. So our viewers know that. But when you're young, you don't think of that. Like, how do I get these guys out?
You never matched up against Carlton or
Oh,
anything like that?
yeah, all those guys, Carlton and Nolan Ryan. But, the only problem with those guys is that you have to take that bat against them. That was not fun.
And you as in college, as you can't pitch every game. You were playing.
Yeah, that other game he came in
It's got to be a little.
and pitched, 3 or 4 solid innings? He's been good ever since. To relax, I'm out of breath. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean,
I might have to go one more time, but
this is not
I'll be all right.
Whip Smith.
Go down one more time, but
I'll tell you that right now.
maybe after the inning.
You're
We'll
at a
see.
distinct disadvantage too, but I'm only playing once every 5th day.
If they put the universal DH in 1985, would you have been okay with that?
No, I loved competing. I loved going up there to play. And I'm sure my teammates weren't that happy, but I loved that part of the game. I loved getting a bunt down and all of that. You were a good bunter, but I remember when Nolan Ryan, first time I ever faced him, and the first fastball came out, I said, oh, that's what everyone is talking about.
Carlson lines one to the gap, a base hit. Jankowski cuts it off and then falls down. Carlson's going to get second base, a 2-out double.
So, fastball out over the plate, belt high. Carlson up to the task. So the Mets were waiting right here as Jankowski falls down to see if Williams was just going to run with it through this 4th inning. Just the spike went out under him. But Hefner's out there now because they're getting someone loose. They don't want this to get out of hand because he's at 60 pitches.
Well, there is
right
somebody in the
now.
bullpen right now getting loose, just in case.
Probably his last batter.
It's Jake Reed warming up. We have not seen
Jake Reed.
since he was recalled from AAA.
A lot of people was waiting for him to come up.
Sidearm right-hander getting ready for the Mets. Looks like he'll be the first one used today for Buck Showalter. Tyler O'Neill about to bat. Here's Steve Gelbs.
So, Wayne, we noticed something when we were in St. Louis about Tyler O'Neill. Does something a little bit different in his setup where, watch right now, he gets into the box and he starts open, but before the pitch is delivered, he closes up and then follows through. And I asked him why he does it. He said prior to the pitch, it's all about feeling comfortable. And for some reason, he's always felt comfortable open. He feels like he sees things a little bit better, but developed this toe tap that he feels like puts him in a good position to come close and stay directional to the baseball. So starts open, and then you'll see as the pitch is getting ready to be delivered, has a toe tap, moves forward, and that's where he feels like he is at his absolute best.
Pickoff attempt at second and hit Carlson, but he won't try to advance.
They got to worry about the batter here. Don't worry about the runner.
This is another part of the game that the Mets have added this year under the tutelage and captaincy of Buck Showalter. We're seeing the Mets do a lot of pickoff plays. Just that's the little detail things, you might just keep that runner from getting that extra 2 feet of extra foot of lead. Might be the difference.
Tyler O'Neill struck out his first time. Williams just chased him down with high fastballs.
Problem with any kind of mechanics, you never want to be a prisoner to your mechanics. Like if 1, 2, 3 don't fire, then I have no chance of getting a hit. That makes it hard.
Trevor Williams still working that fastball. 2-2 count.
Williams has thrown more pitches this inning than any other, probably nearing the end of his rope. 64 pitches are a season high for him. He's got a 2-2 count on Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah, struck him out. Woo. Let's go.
Punches him out for a second time. 6 strikeouts in 4 shutout innings. A job well done so far.
Very nice.
Trevor Williams.
I would actually throw him out there for the 5th, but have Jake Reed ready to go just in case. Give him another inning and save the bullpen another inning. I would do that. He's pitched well. Give him another one so we can try to get the win. Very nice stuff. So when it comes back to the bottom of the 4th, guys, I'm going to put the game back on just like I did earlier so I can go back downstairs and finish up what I had to do, but I'll be back probably right after the inning is over. All right, guys? But that was a very nice pitch. And they haven't touched Trevor Williams that much today. He's pitched very well. Ever since that outing he came in early part of the game about a week ago, he's been good. Listen, Trevor Williams is a big piece of this bullpen. I know a lot of people wanted to send his ass down, but he's been the only long man we had all year. So, he's a very very important piece to this bullpen, and we need him to step it up. And he's been doing that definitely today and his last outing that he had. But Mets still got a 3-0 lead. Very good so far, but there's a lot of game to go, guys. A lot of game to go. Once again, guys, 152 in the stream right now. Only 73 likes. Take a second. Please hit on that like button. Please don't forget to hit on that like button. We're going to be with you through both of the games, guys. So it's important to get more people in here to have some fun, watch the game, hang out, talk baseball, talk rap, whatever you want to do. But that's why we're here, right, guys? Mets versus Cardinals game 1 right now, taking it all the way through both of the games today and a little post game after the both games. And we'll talk about it afterwards. But right now, the Mets are looking good. They're actually hitting a little bit better. Couple of RBIs that we like to see. Mets manufactured runs. That's also what we like to see. But definitely the star as of right now is Trevor Williams, looking very, very good, taking care of business against the Cardinals lineup. That's not that bad. That's for damn sure. All right, guys. Bottom of the 4th, Jankowski is up 3-0 Mets.
Right, there's what he said. Gabe Morales said that he offered at the pitch. Buck saying absolutely not.
He pulled his bat back. What do you think, Ron?
It's close, closer than I thought it was going to be. But watch Morales. He says, yes, you did. You offered at it.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Nicholas doesn't
Enjoy
get
the
the
game.
curve over, and it's a ball and a strike on Jankowski. Mentioned Starling Marte on the bereavement list. Starling's grandmother died. Starling was basically raised by his grandmother. Starling's mom passed away when he was young, so Starling's going to need a few days to attend to that, and our best wishes to Starling as well, the death of his grandmother.
I relieve myself.
Can't even imagine what Starling's going through. Not only family death of his grandmother. His mom died when he was 9 years old, but tomorrow is the 2-year anniversary of his wife passing away. So, horrible week for Starling Marte.
Certainly, the Mets told Starling to take his time, however much time he needs to come back. The remit list will give him at least 3 to 7 days. Roller to Edman. Jankowski retired. Some other news around the Mets today. Jacob deGrom with a health update. Had another MRI done. As the Mets ordered it, deGrom is continuing to heal. They'll continue to build distance and velocity in his throwing program and provide an update on his progress when appropriate. Billy Epler spoke about Jake before the game. It's on the right path.
I think rightfully so. Billy was talking about not wanting to put any kind of timeline on it because they would just want to make sure they get it right when Jake gets back. That's the last time he goes on an injured list.
Love to run with deGrom from the point that he comes back to the end. Zika shoots one foul. July 7th of last year, the last time we saw deGrom on a mound in a big league game. It's been a while. It might be right at that 1 year mark by the time he does come back. Zika takes call third strike. And Miles Michaelis has his second strikeout. Showalter said before the game he FaceTimed with deGrom. Jake was FaceTiming with the training staff as Buck came in, so Buck got to do a little FaceTime.
Well, right now he's playing long toss, trying to up the velocity, meaning, throwing a little harder, throwing a little further, but certainly not on a mound yet. So a long way to go. I'm probably looking at, 4 to 5 rehab starts, probably. In fact, it's almost like the beginning of throwing when you're getting ready for spring training. Just think about how long that takes.
Strike zone getting a little bigger here in the fourth.
Big time. The curveball to Mozika, you could argue that was outside. That fastball certainly to Nimmo, who knows the strike zone, was not a strike.
Check swing, but Nimmo didn't go. One thing, too, that's been noted about deGrom is that for a junk food enthusiast and a guy who didn't always have the best diet, well, he's kind of cleaned that up. He's more muscular. He's more toned than before.
I don't want him changing a thing, but okay, whatever works.
I'm back, guys.
Okay. Not spring chicken anymore. He's 33.
I played with Willie Wilson in Oakland. He was 33, looked like he was sculpted out of stone, and McDonald's every day on the way to the ballpark.
You play every day. You burn it off. You can eat anything you want.
Sure thing.
You can have a diet of chocolate pudding and key lime pie.
Not together, though. The chocolate and the key lime.
That's right up Al's alley right there. Our cameraman Al down there. Al,
He's getting hungry.
Al's got a sweet tooth a mile long. There's Al. He got into those peppermint patties this morning, I noticed, Al.
Oh, boy. Is that true, Al?
He said yes.
He admitted it.
This booth has become like a clubhouse. Like, you can't do anything without getting ripped about it. At
80
point.
pitches and 4 innings from Michaelis.
Like he's still got an accurate arm. He just threw a peppermint patty to Al. With a shot Down the right field line, but it goes foul. Second time, and that is.
You got to straighten that ball out a little bit. That's 2 times down the right field line.
Hit one just fouled before, and this one a little further foul off the bat of Nimmo.
And Nimmo being a tough out here. Tough guy to put away.
81 pitches for Michaelis. I'm sure the Cardinals figured he would eat up more of this game than what it looks like.
I don't know if Gary's just taking a day off or it's just something. I don't know. But he's not here.
He's coming off forearm trouble. He only started 9 times last year.
Morales got one off of the face mask.
Nimmo swings and misses. Michaelis back-to-back strikeouts. And
All right, guys. So the Mets still lead 3-0 going to the top of the 5th. That is true. If that was Yankee Stadium, that ball would have never had a chance to get foul. We would be up 6-0, 5-0. So, but we're not. We play in a real ballpark. So once again, guys, you got 83 likes, 162 in the stream right now. So don't forget to hit on that like button, everybody. I know some of you might not be able to do it because you're working, you're hanging out, you're doing something else. But if you get that second, please hit on that like button so we can get that stream out to more people because I will be with you the entire night. So hit on that like button, please. Let's see. What are people talking about? What did I miss? Marte bereavement list. Oh, you saw that already, Ken. Sorry about that. Look, it is obvious that DeGrom is overly cautious on every type of, nag. You know, if something's nagging him, he's always extremely cautious. Again, it's not a bad trait to have. But, I wouldn't call him soft because he's not soft. But, I don't think he likes to play through discomfort at all. And, there's probably a few times he might have been able to pitch, but decided otherwise. Not a bad thing. Again, it's his body. It's his life. It's up to him. But I do expect DeGrom, when it gets down to later in the season and he's back, he might have a little bit discomfort. I don't think he'll pitch through it. So I'm not worried about that. It looks like Jake Reed is into the game, so they didn't even give him the 5th inning. Interesting. But, all right, we can see if Jake Reed can get 2 innings probably. But Trevor Williams, a very nice 4 innings. Again, I would have put him out for the 5th and have Reed ready. But what can he do? They have a plan, and he threw about, 65 pitches? That was probably his limit, so that's why they probably took him out. So, top of the 5th, Mets lead 3-0. Jake Reed in the ballgame for the Mets.
Away with that fastball.
Jorge, thank you for tuning in from Ecuador.
Strikes, punched out 6. Matching his season high on May 4th against Atlanta. New pitcher is Jake Reed.
Jake with that usual delivery just flips it in there. You see his season in the minors really have the oblique strain. They just wanted him in the big leagues, wanted him to get those outings. Gives a different look.
First time we've seen Jake in the big leagues this year. Shadows starting to interrupt what the hitters are looking at.
Reed is okay. I mean, came back from an oblique. He hasn't pitched well in the minors, but I think they always wanted to get him up here. He doesn't throw hard.
He was kind of the last guy out of the bullpen. Luis Rojas put him in a tough spot, and Reed ended up being the losing pitcher in a game that started to push the Mets even further back than they were. It was on September 14th of last year. 3-1 on Brendan Donovan.
Well, this is what you don't want. You don't want Reed starting to walk the ballpark.
First one in the majors, split between the Dodgers and the Mets. Unusual move. Pulls it out of his glove, kind of raises it up, and then drops it to the side and flips it in there. Slider's his best pitch as Bader waits on deck.
Kind of a short arm, sidearm.
And he walks him. Not what you want.
Walk to Brendan Donovan.
Watch the shot from behind. Watch the right arm go straight up, out of his glove, drops up, and then he kind of just flicks it in there. Has nothing to do with velocity with Jake. It's all about the movement. Standing straight up and down.
I still would have liked Williams an extra inning. I think you could have had Reed ready to go just in case. But
Sunday fast pitch league.
it's one at bat.
Very unusual.
5 pitches out of the strike zone already.
Arm action.
Right now, having trouble finding home plate. Mazika's going to go
Not
out.
what you want right
He's
now.
the best person to go out. He's probably caught him in the minor leagues. This is just pure nerves.
New York Mets Baseball and SNY is brought to you by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Gravitate to greatness and visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today. By Delta, the official airline of the New York Mets. And by M&M's. M&M's believes we all bring unique flavor to the bowl. M&M's for all fun kind.
Come on, Jake.
Reed walked the first batter. Now he's behind Bader.
Hey, there we go. Nice little mock cheer from the fans.
First, Donovan was taking a snooze for a moment, but hustled back. He wasn't that far off.
Nice pickoff move.
I think a young pitcher like Jake Reed, who has a funky arm motion, don't give themselves enough credit that these guys haven't seen that. Just anything over the plate's going to work.
Check on Donovan. Does not have a steal yet. The Cardinals lead the way in stolen bases as a team with 29. All three way inside the Bader.
So after Bader, you get back to top of the order. So this is a real critical at bat here.
Edmonds next, then Goldschmidt and Arenado.
All right.
Strike, and it's full down on Bader, 3-2.
Like Bader was thinking there.
You know, Jake Reed would have came up with the team out of spring training if it wasn't for a little oblique. So the Mets do like him. Yeah. All right. There we go.
So Jake Reed comes back. It's a big out. Nice shirt. 1 out.
You can see the rotation of that fastball. It's almost like horizontal with the ground, the rotation of the ball.
Martola all over that thing.
Who's your favorite player?
Big sexy. Let's see.
No doubt in Jake Reed.
August 27th, Old Timers Day.
Oh, that's great.
We'll see Pedro Martinez, too. He was added to the list yesterday.
Oh, wonderful. Bart's got to lead off.
Jay Horwitz says he has over 60 former Mets committed to Old Timers Day on August 27th.
It's going to be a fun day.
Are you guys going to play?
we have booth duties or playing duties, it's up to people higher up in the echelon than us.
I don't know. I'm not going to be moving too good, you know. Don't want to go out there and embarrass myself.
That'll never happen.
Let's just say I won't be beating out any ground balls.
Who will? Mookie, maybe?
Yes.
Oh, where was that
Couldn't
pitch?
get the top of the zone there. 3 balls and 1 strike on
He's
Edman.
just
3 balls
missing.
behind
It's not like
again.
he's missing by a lot.
It makes it more difficult for Reed. He's come in after Williams and threw strike after strike after strike, and he just hasn't found his way yet.
Came back to get Bader with a strikeout. Now 3-1 on Edman. He makes it 3-2.
Both hitters.
I do have to say, thank
Bader
you for
and
taking
Edman
3-1
were
counts.
taking 3-1. I know that
Darwin
Reed's
just
been
said
all
it.
over the place, but that's an interesting choice to me.
Come on, Jake.
Might have been ball 4, but too close to take, and Edman fought it off.
You know, one thing I've noticed as I travel around the league is every team seems to want to have a side armor. Maybe it plays well against the other high velocity guys in the bullpen.
Edman fouls another one. Reed going to the slider that time.
Yeah, I believe I have 16 members right now, Angel, so that's not bad. It's pretty good. Considering a couple of months ago, that's when it started, so.
Keith Edman has a funny swing. It's kind of a flat swing, right?
But I've seen the same, like, 5 members or so that show up almost all the time on the stream. The other ones, they got to be busy.
I really haven't focused on his swing. I don't see these guys enough.
Another foul off the bat of Edman.
Well, Jake Reed already got 20 pitches, so I don't know how far he's going to go. That's why I think I would have left Trevor Williams in for at least this inning and see what he can do. Because now you're playing a little bit with fire now. Because if Jake Reed throws more pitches here, throws 30 pitches, he might not come out for the second inning. It does look like that, Ken, the Frisbee, for sure.
Another check on Donovan, a little closer that time.
Reed got a nice move.
Paying him a lot of mind. I think it's called for the bench, so Buck must think that there's a chance down 3 runs that Marmol would have Donovan running with Edman up, who is a contact guy.
Hasn't been so far, not here. It's ball 4, so Jake Reed has put himself into some trouble. 2 walks against 3 batters. Now it's Goldschmidt, then it's Arenado. The big boys in this Cardinal lineup hit back-to-back.
Well, now who you want up with the tying run at the plate?
Advantage pitcher.
It's kind of Jake Reed's inning.
Come on, Jake, let's go. Goldschmidt is definitely a double play candidate. Sean, I know you usually. I'm not worried about that.
21 pitches for Jake Reed.
Big right side of that infield, wide open. Down the line and up the middle.
Goldschmidt has no problem going that way.
Nice pitch. Finally got that inside corner a little off the plate.
Front door, strike 2.
Too early to bring up
Big
Drew Smith yet.
RBI seasons with Arizona. Very good year last year as well for the Cardinals.
Come on, Jake.
6th in the MVP vote.
Oh, that was a nice slider. Fouled that back. That was a nice piece of hit in there. Yeah, Ken call up. He would have made the team with the Mets if he didn't get hurt during spring training.
Most hits in the National League, 22 hits.
So good, Sean. I don't mind people staying in the back row.
1-0-2, 1-2, 2-2. Man on deck is second in the National League with 20.
Let's go, Jake.
Tough to put away these guys. Goldschmidt, the count of 0-2. It's a piece and stays alive. Now, Reed only has the two pitches, really, the fastball and the slider. How do you attack a hitter when he's already seen what you've got?
Sinker it down and in with the sinker, and then the slider, try to expand the strike zone. It's a sweeping slider.
All right, not a bad pitch.
Swept away, Goldschmidt laid off.
Too far away, non-competitive on that one. But you can't be afraid if you're Reed to use that fastball. Those are the most hits you were talking about behind in the count this season. You can't be afraid to use your fastball because your fastball, if you throw it correctly, it will only be hitting on the ground. And that's exactly what you want right now.
Whoa, overthrowing that pitch.
Reed all over the place in this inning. 26 pitches, 13 out of the zone. Walked 2, and now he's into an even count. Still nobody up in the Mets bullpen. Paul Goldschmidt, a dangerous hitter with a count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And now it's full.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
These players that don't have a great feel for.
Pretty sure Reed's done after this inning, or maybe at this battle.
One's on the bases, and even the
But there's nobody in the bullpen, so he definitely has this inning, so we better get it done.
Stringing it out to 3-2.
Third full count of this inning for Reed. We'll see if the runners go on 3-2. They're not. And Goldschmidt
got him!
strikes out.
Woo! Nice slider over the plate.
3-2 slider had the plate, and Goldschmidt whipped through it.
All right.
He was angry with himself. That's nothing more booing for Arenado, but that's twice now that Goldschmidt has popped up to right field and now struck out in the big at-bat.
All right. Still a little pressure on Reed here.
3 fingers on the ball. That third finger, ring finger on the right side, just the director of that slider.
Now Mazika goes out to talk to Reed again.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked nobody's up in the bullpen.
Walks 2 strikeouts in the inning for Reed.
But this is what Buck does. Buck sticks with his guys. It's like, get it done or else. Like that, he's done that this year. I'm not a fan of that, but he's been doing that. All right, just keep him in the ballpark. That's all I care about. It's a tough out to get, but the shadows are right over the plate. So as you guys know, the shadows are not easy to hit. The pitcher's in the sun, the batter's in the shadows, so it's not easy. Might be an advantage Reed here, but you got to be careful. Keep him in the ballpark. Nice pitch. Come on, Jake.
It's quite a high wire act that Jake Reed is trying to get through here in the 5th.
He's trying to tiptoe through, despite some wildness.
Oh, just off the corner.
Just off the
Yepez is up after Arenado.
We saw make his major league debut.
The ghost Holderman is in the bullpen now, warming up. So going with all the call-ups basically right now. Saving the big guns probably for next game. Uh-oh. Pop up.
Playable. Jeff McNeil is there, and Jake Reed does
Yes. All right.
He walked 2, he struck out 2, and he gets Arenado to fly out to Strand 2.
All right, guys.
3-0 Mets.
All right. We're like Wayne Rendell is saying, we're walking the tightrope, but we got it done. Good job by Reed. It wasn't pretty. He's done after 1. Holderman's going to be the next guy in the 6th. So it's looking like it's probably going to be Holderman, Nagosek, probably Medina. And, after that, they probably I see Buck Showalter sticking to his big guns probably in the second game. So you're probably going to see, unless there's a safe situation, you might see Diaz. Other than that, I don't think you're going to see Lugo or Shreve or Rodriguez or Smith. I think you're going to see Nagosek, Medina, obviously Holderman. Those guys are probably going to get you through the next couple of innings. So you're hoping one of those two guys give you 2 innings. That's what you're hoping for. I'm thinking probably Holderman might be able to get that. So, but we'll see. But the Mets need to score a couple more runs here. 3 runs is still a little shaky because, as you could see, a couple of walks here put the tying run at the plate with Goldschmidt and Arenado. Jake Reed figured it out and got out of it, but you don't want that situation again. So, but he got out of it. It was a little bit of a heart palpitation type of moment, but we'll see. So we're going to the bottom of the 5th. Mets lead 3-0. Well, Holderman was the guy that everybody was talking about in spring training. He pitched extremely well in spring training, and everybody thought he was going to come up north after spring training was over for opening day. But they decided not to. But you know what? He's got a couple of chances so far. He's pitched all right. But again, you see what Buck Showalter's doing in this game. It's clear. You're going to see probably Medina. You're going to see Holderman next inning. You're going to see Nagosek this game. So those are your 3 pitches you're probably going to see the rest of the game. All right, guys, bottom of the 5th. Lindor is up, leading off in the top of the 5th. Michaelis is still in the game with, 83 pitches. Here we go, guys.
Lead. Lindor's got a base hit and a run scored in this one. It's a strike from Michaelis.
No problem, Terry.
He's had his own problems in the first 4 innings of this game.
Tolley has been good, and surprisingly against right-handers as well.
Michaelis giving up 3 runs for the first time this year. Michaelis has an odd distinction. In 2018, he led the league in wins, and then 2019 led the league in losses. No National League pitcher had done that since Orel Hershiser, actually. Arenado cuts in front of Donovan, handles the soft liner off the bat of Lindor. There's 1 out.
I believe that was 88 and 89. 88 where he was so good, and 89 led the league in losses. I think Kuzman had 20 wins here and 20 loss season as well.
He did.
Yeah, he struggled the whole game, Angel. You know, he's settling down a little bit, but he's still a little off. The Mets are kind of swinging at pitches that they shouldn't have been, and his pitch count probably would have been higher. But still, he's probably out of this game after this inning anyway. So that's a base hit. All right, Jeff.
McNeil 2 for 3.
Good hitting right there. Slow curveball, outer half of the plate, went right with it. Kind of hanging up.
This is a situation I want Pete to go for the fences here.
Set up to go up the middle.
Kind of put this game a little bit further away from the Cardinals here. Give us a little bit more breathing room.
This is 13th multi-hit game this season. It was already approaching August when he had that many multi-hit games last year. Alonso takes a curveball strike. Michael is throwing more curves to start this inning.
Well, he's getting his 3rd time through the lineup here, so he's got to change it a little bit. Good pitch there. 2 good ones. Good spot down the way where you want the breaking balls. One was the slider, second one was the slider, first the curve.
Lena chases after a foul pop, but it's out of play.
They didn't say who's warming up in the bullpen for the Cardinals. Yes.
Starters for this series presented by City. You'll see Steven Matz tonight, former Met against Taijuan Walker. Scherzer's tomorrow against Jordan Hicks. Chris Bassett against Dakota Hudson on Thursday. Scherzer will get to face his boyhood team tomorrow.
Pretty good that first time in St. Louis, wasn't he?
One of his better starts this season for the Mets against the Cardinals in a game with the Mets had that big comeback in the ninth inning.
Wow, Pete.
Swings and misses on the
That was a bad at bat by Pete.
Michaelis has his fourth strikeout, his third in the last 2 innings.
Pitched him pretty tough right there. 2 breaking balls over down away to get ahead. Fastball upstairs, and now goes up the ladder again.
First few innings weren't pretty for Michaelis, but he's been better since the RBI double by Dominic Smith. He's now retired 8 of the last 9.
All right, Dom's had a good day so far. See if he can continue it. We need Dom to stop picking it up.
Can change for a pitcher on mid-game.
Well, I think, it's one of those games that he came out and he did not have his best stuff, right? But really good, talented veteran pitchers will figure out a way. They'll mix and match. They'll say, I don't have a great fastball, so I'm going to have to use different pitches. He just wasn't throwing the ball over the plate as much as he usually is, and he got in a lot of hitters' counts.
Bouncer to first, handled by Yepes, and Michaelis is through 5. The Mets have it.
All right, guys, going to the top of the 6th. Mets still lead 3-0. Didn't get any runs there to make the lead a little bit wider. But it looks like Holderman is going to come in for the 6th. Again, like I said, it's looking like Buck Showalter's plan is to use the call-ups in this game and save the big guns for the second game. That's just my opinion. It seems like that's what he's doing. So, Nagosek, Holderman, Medina. Those are the 3 guys you're probably going to see in the rest of this game. So, one of these guys have to probably go 2 innings if they can. Well, Casual, I hope you have hope for your Cards. It's only a 3-0 ball game. It's not like it's like 10-0. But, Michael has found it in the last 2 innings, basically. But, again, his pitch out was a little over 90, so I doubt he might come back for the next inning. You never know. Again, with analytics now and everybody's just looking at that, who knows anymore. Well, Jason, I know Mets is struggling, but the Mets haven't played well, hit well against left-handers. I know it's Mets, but hasn't hit lefties well this year. So, again, I'm assuming it's going to be a predominantly right-handed lineup. You're going to see Kana. You're going to see Davis. You're going to see Nito. So, there's all your right-handed bats. Nimmo's probably going to get a start. McNeil might sit, considering the fact that he hasn't played a lot against lefties this year. You're going to see all the right-handers in the lineup. You might see Nimmo. I'm pretty sure you're going to see Nimmo. McNeil might be the one that sits, but we'll see. Or maybe Escobar. You never know. But, listen, the Mets haven't offensively done good in this game for the most part. Honestly, they had a couple of times where they could have scored a couple of runs. It should be like a 5-6 run game. So it looks like Jake Reed is still on the mound. Very interesting. Or is that Holderman? Let me see. Hold on, guys. I can't see. Still Jake Reed on the mound. Very interesting.
Showalter managed and how he knows how to do it.
Again, somebody had to pitch 2 innings.
He's got to figure out how to get enough outs where he doesn't completely deplete his bullpen. So to use Reed here and get 6 outs from him is a major coup.
There's no scheduled off days until next Thursday either, so doubleheader and then a bunch of games in a row. Unless we get snowed out in Denver.
Oh, nice
line
pick.
To third, Escobar caught it in the air.
1 out.
No need to throw it to first. Yepes is out, 1 away as we send it to Gary Apple in the studio for a game break.
I think
Brought to
so.
you by your local Honda dealers.
Again, the Cardinals are struggling right now, hit-wise.
Diamondbacks and Dodgers in LA. Dodgers muscling up in the 6th inning. Mookie Betts, a 2-run homer. Trey Turner, a solo shot. And then Justin Turner, a 2-run bomb to center. 3 home runs in the inning. 6-4 Dodgers in the 7th. Wade and Gary and Keith.
All right, Gary Apple, thank you very much. First pitch to Molina, a strike. Dodgers and Diamondbacks play a rare doubleheader against each other because of the first week of the season.
That's right, because of the schedule conflict. It's the first time they've had a doubleheader at Dodger Stadium since 1999.
Must be nice.
Well, in fact, I think later in the season they play one more. So,
yeah,
very unusual because, of course, never any rainouts in sunny California.
1-1 strike on Yadier Molina.
Nice pitch.
Reed gets ahead with the slider. It's 1-2. Molina has struck out twice already in this game.
That's fine. I'm going to be in Colorado in 40-degree weather. That looks like a can of corn for Nemo. All right. Let's go.
Well, nothing's going to go there. Pete hit one earlier in the game, right in the same spot. Kind of died on the vine. So did that one.
So now Dylan Carlson, who's got 2 hits.
On Friday and Saturday, it's going to be 44 and 49 degrees in Colorado.
Much better for Reed.
And it's supposed to snow on Friday when I'm flying in.
The hitters don't know him. Strikes are key for him. Died on the vine. Doesn't make for a good vintage.
Ball one from Reed, whose wife is actually a big-time softball player. She was on Team USA in the Olympics last year. Janie Takeda won the silver medal.
Oh.
A cue shot off the end of Carlson's bat. Reed hurries
All
in
right.
first.
1, 2, 3.
2 scoreless innings out of the bullpen.
There we go, guys. There was your 2 innings that you needed for one of those relievers, and Jake Reed got it. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to see probably Nagosek or Holdeman next inning, and then one of those guys in the 8th. And I don't know if Diaz is going to come into the 9th. I would. And then figure it out with the rest of your big guns in the bullpen in the second game. But this is a game that, you know, it was a 50-50 toss-up because of Williams pitching today. If you can pull out this win, I mean, it's already a good start. And then, you know, you're playing with house money in the second game, even though you got a better pitcher in Walker on the mound and a couple of your big guns that you're probably not going to pitch in this game. In the first game, we'll see. Yes, Jason, they're in Colorado that weekend. So I don't know if Friday's game in Colorado is going to get played, but then again, I'll have a doubleheader on Saturday with the 7-line Army, so that's going to be pretty cool. So 3-0 Mets going to the bottom of the 6th. Jake Reed pitched 2 innings. One was shaky. The second one was pretty good, 1, 2, 3. So nice to see. It's kind of annoying because in Colorado right now, on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, it's 85 degrees. And it's a 40-degree difference with snow and rain on Friday. Like, I can't freaking win. It finally gets hot in New York, so I leave to go into winter weather. Now I'm going to have to bring a bigger suitcase because I got to bring a jacket and probably a couple of hoodies as well. Yeah, I ain't going to lie, BX. I would like 7 in the doubleheaders at this point. This is going to be a long stream. It's already 3 hours, and it's a 2-hour game so far, but I've been on for 3 hours. And then who knows when this game is going to end. And they're going to start the next game probably a half hour later. I'm assuming around close to 7. So it's going to be a long, long night. All right, guys, bottom of the 6th, Escobar leading off. Michael is still in the game.
6th, Miles Michael is still going. First pitch curveball, the 95th pitch from Michaelis, who is close to his season high of 98 pitches.
Hey, Escobar! Yay! If I had a flag on, I got a ticket. Yay! Hey, by the way, that's the Colorado ticket, by the way.
Covering his fastball, Michaelis' fastball.
Listen, Dominic Smith got 2 hits. Escobar hit the ball hard twice already and got a base hit. Nice to see. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to probably delays on my flight on Friday. For sure.
For Escobar, he tripled on Sunday. Base hit here today. Now Luis Guillorme bats. Guillorme with a base hit his first time.
Yeah, they might be cooled off, but it's still Colorado. Packy Norton is the left-hander warming up in the bullpen for the Cardinals.
Is a popular Irish nickname for a Patrick.
Well, kind of.
Can you give us some Boston?
I'm going to give you a little Boston stuff, yeah. One of the reasons
Escobar is sneaky, getting a little bit better at bats over the last few days. So, the flight, Joe, is about 4.5 hours. But again, with it's snowing and raining in Denver, who knows?
That's the in-stadium Packy.
Well, as long as I land and I don't have to have too much turbulence, I'll be happy. I'm taking off from JFK. Double play ball, maybe?
Edmund will get one out at second.
All right, just one. Force out at second. Yeah, he's been having a lot better at bats over the last couple of games, Escobar.
What do you think of the Packy, Keith?
I got to question the parents. Where'd that come from? Packy. Patrick is
maybe the parents. Maybe the parents went to the Packy.
All right, guys, 98 likes. Let's get to 100 likes and try to get to 150 plus by the end of game 2, guys. Let's go.
In 1920s or 30s in baseball, where everyone had a nickname.
The knothole game.
Yeah, the Rabbit Marine.
I agree, Ken, 100%. Yeah, LaGuardia is by Citifield, but I'm closer to JFK, actually. I mean, I'm about the same distance, honestly, but I like to take JFK. I know some people there, so
how about the truck? Just Packy Dillon.
I get a little bit of, I get into the suites of Delta and all that stuff because I know a few people, so get to hang out there for a little bit.
They only spend about 18 hours a day in that truck.
I thought it was more than that. It's going to be at least that today. It's 0-2 on Jankowski with his doubleheader. Game 2 later. Next we'll see Steven Metz back in Queens. Seth Lugo is ready in the Mets bullpen. Looks like he'll pitch the 7th.
All right, Lugo is going to come in the 7th. Interesting.
Showalter has to be pleased with
he wants to win that game. He wants to win this first game now.
Williams and Reed. It's a foul ball. I think Buck would have signed up for that if you'd asked him earlier. Buck had a question for Keith earlier. He said, if you were just guaranteed a split today and you could go home, would you take it? Instead of trying to win both, if you could just go 1-1, they just agree to split and leave, would you take that or would you try to play to win 2?
Only if you give me a 5 for 8 in the doubleheader. Oh, gee. That's a good caveat. Not like 6 for 8 like Ted Williams on the last day of the season.
When you're greedy. Right. Michael is over 100 pitches now for the first time this year. Left-handed batter Mazika next, then back to the top with Nimmo. See how much longer Ollie Marmol sticks with Michael as his career high pitches to 109.
I think he'll stay with Michaelis through the end of the order. They get to Nimmo, Naughton's in.
Jankowski whiffs on the curve.
Michaelis definitely found his curveball for sure.
Strikeout pitch.
105 pitches. Hey, he battled and kept the Mets at 3 runs, so it's keeping his team in the ballgame for sure.
That curveball against a left-hander to keep that curveball away down the outside corner.
Zico for 2.
I agree. It'll be a big win for the Mets with Trevor Williams on the mound.
Zika hits it toward left. Easy for Tyler O'Neill.
All right, guys, going to the top of the 7th. Mets still lead 3-0. Seth Lugo is coming into the game, so clearly it looks like Buck is going a different route. Williams pitched well. Jake Reed gave him 2 innings. Now he's looking to definitely put a stamp on this ball game and get that W for sure. If you're up and you're winning in the game where you had Trevor Williams and Jake Reed pitching the first 6 innings, you got to go all in to win this game. And then, listen, if you got to lose Drew Smith, you got to lose Diaz and Lugo, and you lose them for the second game, you go with it. Especially if you win the first game, the second game, is basically a toss-up at that point. But maybe Walker will give you a great outing like he did the other game, his last game. You never know. But we're going to the top of the 7th. Mets still lead 3-0. The Mets couldn't tack on runs, but Michaelis kept his team in the ball game and keeping the Mets at 3 runs, which is something that you always see signs of a good pitcher, right? When a pitcher is struggling, you can tell Michaelis for the first 5 innings first 4 innings didn't really have his stuff. Couldn't locate his fastball. His curveball wasn't going over for a strike. And he fought, he battled, and kept his team in the ballgame. That's all you can ask for when the pitcher doesn't have his stuff. It's always signs of a good pitcher. But, again, 3-0 Mets. The Mets were able to use Jake Reed and Trevor Williams to shut down the Cardinals at this point for the first 6 innings, but there's still 3 innings to go, and it's still a very winnable ballgame for the Cardinals. And it's clear that Buck is throwing out Lugo to get the job done. I'm assuming Lugo will pitch 1 inning, but who knows? We'll see. I guess if he has a quick inning, he put Lugo out for the 2nd inning. But Lugo has struggled when he pitched the 2nd inning this year. So I don't know if Buck's going to do that, but we'll wait and see. So we are going to the top of the 7th. Mets lead 3-0. Jake Reed and Trevor Williams at the moment shut down the Cardinals. Got out a couple of jams. And now it's Lugo's turn to continue that good trend for the Mets pitches. Here we go, guys. Top of the 7th. Well, Tatis, but he's not going to be. He wouldn't be on the team anyway because he's injured. So.
And the New York Mets are the 2000 National League champions. And the Mets.
First pitch from Seth Lugo. Tyler O'Neill fouls it off.
All right, Seth, let's go.
Memories from the 2000 National League champions. Mike Hampton closed out that NLCS to beat St. Louis.
Such a great feeling. You saw the reaction of Piazza. There's Seth's numbers on the year. 7 months, counting spring training, team effort, and then it all comes down and you get to the World Series. That's the first of all, not all division games, but it's the first big step to get to the big dance, the World Series at the end of the year. And it's such a great feeling. And it's not one of personal feeling, it's a team effort, and it's just so gratifying.
I don't know, Angel. I think I got at least 195 miles an hour fastball in my arm. Again, they might hit it 500 feet, but I got it.
In the month of October this year to take those steps.
Nice pitch.
O'Neill really hasn't been close today. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, and he looks as lost as advertised.
Well, you have to really appreciate it. And the Cardinals bench really congratulated Michaelis because that was a seasoned veteran effort right there. Didn't have much and just stuck his nose in there.
I don't know, Angel. I'm kind of negative most of the time. But I'm definitely more realistic when it comes to negativity.
But I'll tell you right now, that's
when there is supposed to be negativity. But I know what you mean. A lot of people around here are negative.
And to just have the wherewithal to say, hey, okay, I might not have my best stuff, but that doesn't mean I can't pitch a good game. I say it up in the booth all the time. If you have your great stuff, you want to outright win. If you have good stuff, you want to put your team in an opportunity to win. And if you don't have your great stuff like Michaelis today, you want to put them in a position where they can win. And that's what he's done this afternoon. He'll be proud of that effort.
6 innings gave the Cardinals 106 pitches, most by a Cardinal this year.
Woo. Chin music.
Brendan Donovan, who's been on base twice. Full count. Lugo striking out O'Neill. Points are now 1 for 13 against Lugo on the first batter that he faces in a game. Usually a good sign for relievers.
Huge.
Count pitch. Donovan pops it up. Eduardo Escobar has a play.
All right,
down for Lugo here in the 7th. We hand it off to Gary Apple, the SNY Studios.
All right, Wayne, White Sox taking care of business against the Royals. Jose Abreu doubles in 2 in the 5th inning. 5 Chicago pitchers, including Dylan Cease, combined on the 3-0 shutout. First game of a doubleheader. Wayne and Keith and Ron.
Gary, thank you very much. Harrison Bader bats with the White Sox got a lift from Johnny Cueto coming back to the big leagues yesterday.
7 strikeouts, and he was Cueto at his best, upsetting the timing of the hitters. Great to watch.
Harrison Bader bats with 2 outs. Slow roller in the shift. Luis Guillorme, easy.
Nice and easy in it for Lugo.
12 pitches.
12 pitches. He might come out for the 8th. We will see. But nice 1-2-3 inning for Seth Lugo. Bullpen has been good with Jake Reed and Lugo so far. Piggybacking off of Trevor Williams' strong 4 innings. Good so far. Like, look, this is the type of bullpen that has been struggling a little bit, let's be honest. But it's nice to see that Lugo's pitching well. Jake Reed comes up after his what is it? The quad? No, not the quad. The injury from the spring training. I can't remember the name at the moment. And he pitched well for 2 innings. Struggled the first inning he pitched. Second inning, no problem. Let's keep it going. We got 2 innings to go here. I would like another run. I need a little bit more cushion because I don't know if Buck's going to use Diaz in this game unless he absolutely has to. Yeah, BX, I would agree only 12 pitches, but Lugo this year has not pitched well in his second inning. I think maybe once. I don't remember him pitching well, so. Oh, Captain, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Glad I can help you out. Bring it here, buddy. So, yeah, I mean, I would do it, but again, what you don't want to do is bring Lugo out, and then he struggles, and now you got to bring, I don't know, you got to bring a Drew Smith or a Shreve or Rodriguez in a middle of an inning where you got runners on base. Again, that's technically their job, but I like to start relievers on clean innings. I think they pitch better that way, especially the Mets pitchers this year. And I think Lugo's going to come out. I think Buck's going to do that, and you just won't have Lugo for next game. But I really want to win this damn ball game, man. If you got to do what you got to do to get it done, do it. That's just my opinion. But I think Lugo's going to come out for the next inning. Joe, my favorite Ranger of all time, Esa Tikkanen. Or how about Jeff Bukaboom? Either one. I can go with either one, but Bukaboom was my guy. Here we go, guys. Top. Excuse me. Bottom of the 7th.
Losing last night a 1-0 game against the
Mets lead 3-0.
Into 4th place.
Naughty's in the game for the Cardinals.
Oliver Marmol has gone to the Packy.
The talented left-hander, Packy Naughton.
What a name. Packy
Say that
Naughton.
again, Ron. How do you pronounce it? Oh, well.
Hopefully, Brian. Thank you. I had a brain fart there.
Balls and a strike on Nimmo.
Well, Callaway and Rojas couldn't manage a bullpen to save their lives.
Packy is the 27th man today, by the way, for the Cardinals. So this is just for today. And there for Miles Michaelis. Howie Rose got out of the booth, and that's Stephon Matteau.
Hey, Stephon Matteau. Speaking of the Rangers.
Share a moment in New York Rangers history.
Matto!
Matto's great goal in overtime.
That's awesome.
Game 7. One of the greatest hockey calls of all time.
Absolutely.
Last time the Rangers won the Cup.
1994. You think Howie misses me today since I'm in here? I think he doesn't even really think about it.
He absolutely misses you. I was talking to him at lunch, and
You think so?
yeah, he was.
I'm not sure.
Run it out, Rick. Run it out, Bert. Run it out.
Barehanded, good play gets Brandon Nimmo. There's Howie. 7th inning, so he's got this one off.
Okay.
Just sit there and
You notice Howie and I are a member of the same club. You notice?
lefties.
Oh, I thought you were going to be like members only, Jack. No. Us left-handers, we notice each other.
It's Jake Eisenberg doing the game with Howie today on the radio since I'm here. Gary's off. Gary should be back tomorrow. Dealing with a
Exactly,
medical
Angel.
issues.
100% agree.
With one out.
This team has not lost more than 2 games in a row.
You can't keep Gary away.
You can't complain. I mean, I think that we're the only team in the league that has done that.
I gotta
So
ask him when the last time he missed a home game.
that's awesome.
I don't think he's missed one since I've been around.
Come on, Frankie.
There for
Jeez.
Naughton. He's also had one start this year. What's interesting is that we get these notes from the Cardinals about their team and how they're doing and what they're doing, and they have a list of all the relievers. And there were 9 on there today because Albert Pujols was included as a reliever for the Cardinals after pitching on Sunday night.
And I was wondering after Albert pitched on Sunday if he'd be hot again in the bullpen today, but he's sitting there on the bench right now.
Despite giving up 4 runs in his inning of work, it was still great TV, great theater for the great Albert.
And a game finished on his
Yeah.
stat line from that one as he got the final out on a 46-mile-an-hour pitch to end it.
He's going to have to get out there again, though, because that ERA at 36, he's got to get that down.
How about Evan Longoria after he had a base hit against Pujols, asked for the ball? That's a memento.
Wouldn't you?
It is.
Wouldn't you?
Yes. I'd have him sign it, too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Lindor. You know, if you talk to the Cardinals people, they are just amazed at how Albert has come back, and it's like he never left. Players all gravitate toward him. He's really become a secondary coach in addition to his role off the bench. Another one for Packy to handle. A little bit of a low throw, but Yepes grabbed it. What do you think of that motion, Rob?
I would stay a little close, maybe bring that arm back a little further, but who's going to criticize the great Albert? Gave up a couple of home runs.
That was the last pitch right there. Well, he's got that down. He's like Eckersley with the pump fist at the end.
Yeah, the Joe Namath, the 1 digit up there for a while. You know what? Those are all going to be great
Good
memories.
call, Terry. I like
for
that.
Albert.
Good comment there.
Buck said Albert probably wouldn't make it to the advance meeting before the game today with the hitters.
I mean, the AL only has like what,
Chance left-handed starters,
2 really
he's
good
in the
teams, and they're both probably in the AL East, or maybe 3.
Down the left field line with
4,
foul ball.
maybe?
681 career homers now for Pujols. And he needs 1 more hit to tie Eddie Collins for 10th in Major League
Drew
history.
Smith warming up in the bullpen, looking like he's going to get the 8th.
Mets bullpen. Eddie Collins at 3,313 hits. Pujols has 3,312.
This kid has good stuff. He's got good breaking balls. We've seen a changeup against righties and throws just hard enough. Not a flamethrower. Control pitcher.
Jeff McNeil has 2 hits today. RBI double and a run scored in 3rd.
That's a good pitch. 1-2.
2-2 now.
Yep, Angel. I just looked at it. Every other team has lost at least 3.
Aki Upton, the Boston native. He's got a couple outs. He shoots one foul. Fan of the message for Nolan Arenado.
Where's Mr. Whipple?
You know, there might be some players in baseball that are soft. I'm not sure Arenado's one of them, though.
No.
McNeil swings and misses, strike 3.
All right, guys, going to the top of the 8th. Mets still lead 3-0. Drew Smith looking like he's coming into the game, so Lugo's only going to get 1 inning most likely. Drew Smith was throwing hard in the bullpen like he was ready to come in the game. And Lugo only pitched 12 pitches. I think Buck wanted him for 1 inning. Maybe might have to use him in the second game. We'll see. But how great would it be if Walker can go like 6 or 7? That would be exactly what we needed. But then again, we still have Medina and Nagosic, who's guys that can pitch a couple of innings as well. Worst case scenario. Lane, I am doing game 2. So you're stuck with me for another few hours. Yeah, I said this earlier, Angel. I don't think you were here yet. I could be wrong, but I said it very early in the stream during the pregame. The Yankees have the 25th hardest schedule. They have only 5 spots than every team in baseball by the hardest schedule. So they have one of the easiest schedules in baseball. And obviously they played mostly the American League. Out of the 15 teams, there's probably about 4 or 5 good teams and 10 really bad teams. I mean, you got 3 teams, the Orioles, the Royals, and the Guardians, who can all lose 100 games this year. Again, not most likely, but they're going to lose at least 90 to 95. And on top of that, they played the White Sox, which I still think the White Sox is going to win the division, only because I think the Central is AL Central is terrible. And also, the Twins are terrible as well. So, like, the White Sox are going to win that division by default. So, the White Sox, everybody's like, oh, the Yankees got tested by the White Sox. No, they didn't. The White Sox are not that good. And they got La Russa, who's way above his management skills at this point in his career. All right, guys, so going to the top of the 8, Mets lead 3-0. I believe Drew Smith is coming in. The Mets got a tough road trip coming ahead. 3 in Colorado, 3 in San Francisco, and then come back home for the Phillies. So with an off day on the 26th. So a tough West Coast trip to Colorado. It's always tough against Colorado in Colorado because of Coors Field. All right, guys, top of the 8, Drew Smith is in a ball game. 3-0 Mets.
They'll do it again at the end of this one. Spread it out. Tommy Edman takes a strike, 95 right down the pipe from Drew Smith.
Well, we know no one out of the bullpen started any.
As good as the Yankees have played, the Rays are only 4.5 games out. So that just shows you how good the Rays are, too, you know? Come on, Drew.
12 straight appearances.
Nice pitch.
13 innings.
We got to see Drew get back on track. He had last 2 outings, hasn't pitched well.
The leadoff batter a few times.
Has struggled a bit.
Appearances this year. It's really been the one thing that could get Drew Smith into trouble. Otherwise, he's been tough to hit.
Nice pitch. No, Angel, they do have good pitching. But
well, you don't see that
again, the pitching's definitely going to look the pitching's going to look great when you have terrible teams they're facing as well. You know, how good is their starting pitching? How good? I think their bullpen's really good. I don't think there's no doubt about that.
15 and a third innings this year.
All right, Drew, let's get it going. Come on, keep it going. There we go. Look, there's no reason why Drew Smith can't challenge Goldschmidt here with nobody on. Throw your pitch. He beat you, tip your cat. He hits a home run, it's 3-1.
Considering Diaz, Smith, Ottavino, Lugo.
Oof. Exactly, Toucan.
Mets pitchers lead the majors in strikeouts.
That's true, Angel. Does get a bit difficult. The Angels, I believe they face.
On a slider, and Drew Smith's come in throwing strikes.
The Rays.
1-2 after striking out Edmonton.
All right, Drew. 1-2 count on Goldschmidt.
Off the end of the bat, but pretty deep out toward right. Jankowski looks
Wow, he hit that out. Wow.
Goldschmidt just took a 96-mile-an-hour fastball away.
Woo.
And punched it out the other way.
That was a great pitch.
Cardinals get on the board.
He just got the fat part of the bat on that pitch. Wow.
Second home run allowed
Nice
by
piece of
Drew
hitting by
Smith.
Goldschmidt.
Now it's a 3-1 Mets lead.
I've seen Goldschmidt go that way. He's got tremendous power in the opposite field. Let the ball go deep. I mean, they got good hitters in this
Wow.
league. He's one of them.
Good piece of hitting.
You just tip your hat. That ball's outside corner.
It's not a bad pitch.
You know, some guys that's why they're all-stars.
Yeah, you have to challenge them with nobody on. You don't want to walk somebody for Arenado to hit a 2-run home.
These guys, just when someone goes opposite field.
But he threw it on the outside corner. It was a good pitch. You got to tip your cap on that. Tip your cap on that.
This year for Goldschmidt.
All right, Drew. Now you got to bear down.
Arenado with a pop-up. Jankowski coming in. Smith goes out.
All right.
The bench.
There you go.
2 down. It's still up by 2. And now Juan Yepes will bat. So now the third straight appearance for Drew Smith with a run allowed.
I'll take that quick out. Gotta be careful here with Yepes, though. He's played very well. 341 average, 2 runs, 4 RBIs. He got some power in his bat. Gotta be careful here.
He's played so far, except for this one to this point. Fastball up and in. Yepes swings through it. 12th straight game. The Cardinals have hit a home run with that shot from Goldschmidt. I'm sure we'll see him back at first base for game 2 of the doubleheader tonight. Mets trying to win game 1.
Oh, where was that pitch?
Mets also trying to win another game after a loss. They are 11-1 this year following a loss. The only time they've lost back-to-back games was on their first road trip, the opening week of the season.
Yeah, April 10th and 11th, I believe.
Bouncing ball, Lindor calls off Guillorme, throws to first.
All right. All right, Drew. Nice way to come back after that home run. Again, you can't blame Drew Smith there. That was a good pitch on the outside corner. Paul Goldschmidt just went the other way and got the fat part of the bat, hit it 385 feet. But you can't complain about him challenging Goldschmidt there with nobody on. I'm happy. I'm fine with that. You just got to tip your cap to Goldschmidt, but the Mets got a 3-1 lead. See if we can score something in the bottom of the 8th. I'm assuming Buckshowalter is going to let Diaz close this game if it's a safe situation, because he did go to his big guns. I think when he realized the Mets have a chance to win this game with Trevor Williams on the mound and using Jake Reed, you got to go for the win here. At least take game 1. So at least game 2, you got a little bit of wiggle room. Again, you want to win game 2, obviously, but at least taking game 1. At the very least, you can at least split, which is the worst case scenario. So I'll take that. But again, we still got to win this ball game. It's only a 2-run lead. Easy, Terry. Easy. Don't get too cocky yet. But I like the way Drew Smith came back. He struggled the last 2 outings. Couple of home runs, couple of runs given up the last 2 outings, but came back. He could have fell apart after that home run from Goldschmidt, but he didn't. Got it done. Got Arenado out. And then got Yepes out, and he's out of the inning. So we're going to the bottom of the 8. Mets still lead 3-0. It's been a low-scoring ball game, which I'm a little shocked by since Trevor Williams is on the mound for the Mets. But hey, Can believe in miracles. So it's almost 6 o'clock. So it's looking like if this game ends the way it should, around 6:30 or so, the game should be over. So a little before 7, maybe they'll start the game. We shall see. All right, guys. Bottom of the 8th. Mets are coming up. See if they can get a run. Alonso leading off. Yeah, I sign up that for every day. If you told me that before the game, the Cardinals will have only 5 hits in 8 innings, I would sign for that.
Is in his second inning of work behind Miles Michaelis, trying to keep this game fairly close. Edwin Diaz.
I agree, Nomad.
To get ready for the ninth.
But it does put pressure on the Cardinals for the second game to win the second game. Diaz is warming up in the bullpen.
On Alonso. Got to see one of
this is a spot I want to see Pete go for the fences here.
Respects the most in all the baseball. Paul Goldschmidt hit a
leading off an inning. You could try to take one deep.
Alonso with a soft flyer that Donovan handles. There's one out.
See, there's a left-hander. That doesn't throw very hard. He's what you call a control pitcher. Throw a fastball into Pete. Got in his kitchen.
All right, Donald had a good day so far. Single, double, run RBI. 2 for 3. Finally got his average over the Mendoza line, which is nice. He's at the Mendoza line, actually.
Multi-hit game this year. His first since that 4-hit
show
game
signs of life.
Sunday night. Against the Phillies. I don't know if it saved
I'd
his
like that,
roster
right?
spot, but it sure made an impression right as the roster cut was about to happen. So where Cano was 0 for 5 in his Padre debut.
Oh, that's a telling stat, right?
Feast or famine, I guess, for Dom to this point.
They laid off that high pitch. We've been talking about that all game, but he laid off that 2-0 high pitch from Naughton.
Facing lefty, 3 balls, no strikes. Sounds like a Honeymooners episode, the way you say that.
Okay.
There's a strike.
I think you're going to see
I don't know, Ken.
This
Mets haven't been good against left-handers, and it's not like Buck hasn't been putting right-handers to hit against lefties. I just don't understand.
Because the Mets haven't proven yet that they can attract against a lefty.
Mets have only hit left-handers this year, as this one goes into the glove of Donovan. They're like a 215 clip this season, although their lefties attract well against left-handers. Buck was telling us that before the game today, that the Mets lefties are well above average when it comes to left-on-left matchups. Don't forget Game 2 later tonight after the PointsBet Postgame Live. It's at Cardinals. Taijuan Walker will start for the Mets, and it's Steven Matz, the Long Island lefty, on the mound for St. Louis.
Steven started against the Mets in that series. The day game took him 97 pitches to get through 4 innings. But he's coming off a strong start, even though, despite getting the loss.
2 starts ago, he allowed 8 runs against the Giants, so it's a lot of back and forth, up and down for Steven.
His last one, 6 2/3, 3 runs, so better.
A ball, 1 strike on Escobar. 9th inning, Cardinals will have Molina, Carlson, and O'Neill due up. I wonder if they're at a point where they'd even let O'Neill face Diaz the way he's looked today.
I think you almost have to, He's supposed to be one of your better players. The only way to get out of it is to keep taking at bats.
Escobar with
it looks like a base hit. Yeah, Escobar's starting to heat up, guys.
He's been on base 3 times.
Well, it looks like the sun's starting to shine for Escobar. He has struggled
Man, if Escobar can start to get hot behind behind Alonso or Smith, oh boy. Mark Hanna's pinch hitting. Interesting.
Mark Hanna pinch hit for Guillorme.
Okay, interesting.
Cardinals do it righty up in their bullpen, and Oliver Marmol will make the change.
Escobar is such a big piece in this lineup to get him going. All right, so Hanna's pinch hitting. Lefty's coming out of the game. So much for that game ending in 10 minutes with pitching changes. All right, guys. Wick Green is coming in for the Cardinals. Mets lead 3-1. Guy on first with 2 outs. Escobar with another hit. So Escobar starting to heat up a little bit. Canada is pinch hitting for Guillorme. Little surprised by that move, but I think Buck's trying to get lightning in the bottle here to try to get an extra insurance run for Diaz. I would take it. Why not? Yeah, Ryan, I agree, guys. Finally, Escobar is heating up. He is such a big piece to this puzzle in the lineup. If Escobar struggled the whole year, we would have so much. I know we've been playing well, but that's not a good sign. And Escobar starting to heat up is a really good sign. And Dom also 2 for 4 today with a run and an RBI. Both of them we needed to see something from, and we have today. That's nice to see. I mean, I think Dom's not going to play next game, but I think Escobar might be in the game. I don't know. We'll see. They both might sit. Who knows? Honestly, I wouldn't sit either of them at this point. I would pitch them. I would play them. Excuse me. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. If you're just tuning into the stream, we're in the bottom of the 8th. Mets have a guy on first with 2 outs. Mark Canna's pinch hit for Luis Guillorme. Mets lead 3-1. We are here throughout the first game and through the second game. So get comfortable. I'm going to probably get something quick to eat real quick and give it like a 5-10 minute recess before the second game starts. So I'll probably go on MLB TV and probably show the highlights of the game. And then come back to get ready for game 2. So, bottom of the 8th. Can the Mets hold on to a 3-1 lead or get a little bit of insurance runs for Diaz? We'll see. That's where we are as of right now. 185 right now in the stream, guys. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out on a Tuesday. Today's up. Right, Tuesday afternoon for game 1, and hopefully you stick around for game 2, which I know most of you will because you guys are basically family at this point. Here we go, guys. Bottom 8, Nick Wickgreen for the Cardinals, right-hander, and Connor's at the plate.
Well-traveled Nick Wickgreen, we saw him when he started in Miami, but 17th game of the year. That's a big number.
Mark Canna, the pinch hitter for Guillorme, so that's telegraphing that Canna will play left, and they'll move McNeil to second base to replace.
Canna has been clutch this year. First pitch. He might run it out. And the inning.
And the inning is over, so a 2-run lead.
All right, guys, going to the top of the ninth. 3-1 Mets. Diaz coming in to close it. Well, it's a single emission doubleheader, so usually after the game, it's usually like a half hour after that first game ends. So if this game ends in the next 10 minutes, you might get the game around 6:40 or so. Because, they got to clean up the field, change the bases. And, they usually change uniforms most of the time. And then I would say around 6:45 if the game ends in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. I see some people talking about Lugo as a starter. There's no point. We tried that experiment twice. Look, Lugo can be a starting pitcher, but I don't think Lugo is the guy that can pitch more than 5 innings, honestly. With his partially torn UCL, I mean, who would really take a chance on him as a starter and risking Tommy John? I don't think they would. Look, he's developed into a really good late inning reliever, and let's be honest, I think Lugo could be a closer if the Mets don't sign him after this year. He is a free agent, I believe. So, why wouldn't somebody take a chance as him as a closer? He could be a good closer. Dominant, I don't know, but I think he could be a good closer for sure. But you know what? The Mets are going to have a tough decision. Are they going to re-sign Lugo? We'll see. I think he's a big part of this bullpen, but it depends on who is actually available as well during the trade deadline and also during the offseason next year. Yep, against the Dodgers, right? 73, or is it Oakland? Excuse me, Oakland. 73, right? We made the World Series that year. Yeah, a lot of decisions for the Mets. I mean, three-fifths of their rotation is not on the contract. All right, guys, top of the ninth. Mets lead 3-1. Diaz coming in to close it out for Game 1.
There's always a better version of myself out there. I just got to grind and go get it.
Get an exclusive look at Max Scherzer both on and off the field. The latest Mets All Access presented by Geico. Check out the full episode on SNY.TV. Edwin Diaz strolling in from the bullpen. The trumpets blaring here at Citifield. And
let's go, Edwin.
We are ready for the top of the ninth. The Mets leading 3-1. Yadier Molina, the first step against Diaz. Ooh, fastball just missed the bottom of the zone. Canna now in left. McNeil at second with Diaz on the mound.
Woo!
Swing and a miss by Molina. 1 ball, 1 strike.
These numbers got to save in Saturday night's ball game. Inning of work, struck out all 3 batters.
He has been outstanding.
Nice pitch.
Strike on the inside corner. Diaz has struck out an amazing 27 of the 55 batters he's faced. If he strikes out Molina, that will be exactly half. And
yeah.
Molina strikes out for the 3rd time.
Nasty slider.
Diaz has struck out 50% of all the batters
amazing.
he's faced to this point.
This guy has been absolutely lights out.
On this slider, he's had a wicked one all season long.
Not just his stuff, he just looks confident on the mound.
Strikeouts among relievers. It's hard to believe anybody has more.
Well,
The way Diaz has looked.
Hader maybe.
Hader's been terrific. Diaz has struck out 16 for 9 innings, tied for 3rd in the majors, tied for the best in the National League with Ryan Helsley of the Cardinals.
Oh, good fastball.
99 in on the hands, and it's 0-1.
Woo-hoo!
0-2.
Right by him.
99 again.
Looking good. 3-1 Mets, top of the ninth. Diaz on the mound to save it.
This make you feel bad about yourself. The pitcher comes out and throws 3 straight by you.
0-2.
Goodbye. 2 outs.
2 up.
Didn't play games there. Couldn't touch the fastball. 2 outs. Let's go. Get up. Woo.
3 straight fastballs upstairs with the upper.
Did not play games with the slider there. He knew he couldn't catch up to the fastball, threw it 3 times. Good pitch in there. Oh, yeah. He's feeling it right now.
Diaz has struck out the side 3 times this year, including in his last appearance, and also to finish the combined no-hitter against the Phillies. O'Neill lines a base hit to left, so Diaz
got a piece
will
of
not
that.
strike out the side here. As O'Neill shortens his swing and gets his first hit of the day.
Down and in fastball.
It's a good pitch.
And he gets
He
the
turned
barrel
on that.
it.
Now it's Brendan Donovan. First pitch strike.
All right, let's go.
Jake Reed is in line for the win. It'll be his first major league victory if he gets it. That's up to Edwin Diaz now, trying to lock down Game 1 of this doubleheader against the Cardinals.
Got to be careful inside on this guy. Got to be careful inside. He can yank one down the line.
He's 1 for 2.
I would stay up and in on this guy.
Slider missed, now 2-1.
We've thrown a lot of sliders behind in the count this year.
Nice pitch.
Throws it there, gets a swing
Let's go.
and miss. The Cardinals down to their final strike.
Let's go, Edwin.
Sharp down the right.
Beautiful slider.
It's late and that's just a wicked pitch.
2-2. Donovan lays off, so now full count. O'Neill will be running on a 3-2 pitch. Takes away a potential force out. Possibly.
Listen, I go all fastball here. Just locate it in the right spot. Don't play with the slider here. Go all fastball.
3-2. And
Ah,
Donovan takes
do a slider.
So Diaz, after striking out the first 2,
Damn it.
has allowed a
Ah,
base
he
hit
got away from
on
his
one.
fastball in that at bat. I didn't like that.
Harrison Bader do a
But we saw earlier in the game, Donovan's got good speed. So
15 pitches for
with the hit,
Diaz.
with the walk, now the double plays for the Cardinals. Don't have to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Come on, Edwin.
Cardinals will send Edmundo
Got away from his
Sosa to
fastball
run
in that
for
at bat.
Donovan. So St. Louis, with that in mind, putting an even faster base runner out there at first.
Sosa's pinch running on
Bader,
first.
who runs well himself, finds again. Sosa can just stay in it short if there's a bottom of the 9th inning. That's hoping there is not. One
Come
more
on,
out
Edwin.
to finish it.
Oh, where was that
Slider
pitch?
just missed.
Oh. He's throwing too many sliders.
Bader had a good cut.
He was on that
Ball,
pitch.
1 strike.
Mets outfield is deep. No doubles defense. Escobar's on the line. The only place they're vulnerable is down the first baseline.
Bader only drove in 2 runs in
Come
his
on, Edwin,
first
let's go.
20 games. He's driven in 8 in his last 12. You see Smith off the line at first. It's on a strike on Bader. Swinging a liner toward the left field corner. It is a
Foul ball.
foul ball.
Woohoo!
He got away with a hanger there. Bader too quick.
Woohoo! That was trouble if that was fair, but it was way foul. It hit the netting in left field, so he was very out in front, but that was a hanger.
If he just let that ball go a little bit deeper, easier said than done.
All right, Edwin, got back in this game.
Check swing. He stays alive on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Diaz.
Yeah, he's getting a little happy with his slider. I don't like that.
Tie runs are on base. Bader the goal.
Come on, Edwin.
At the plate. Tommy Edman, the leadoff batter, on deck. On 1-2, Bader takes one of the dirt. It's 2-2.
Another slider.
Cardinals taking some good at-bats here.
You know, you want to be a big league manager, you got to take a chill pill.
20 pitches now. Probably takes Diaz out.
Yeah, Diaz already 20 pitches. He ain't pitching the next
Two
game.
games of a doubleheader.
2-2, Bader.
Nice.
Another one foul. Good battle here.
That was a good foul off right there. That was a nice slider.
Baseball's
You got to go up and in on him now.
First 2 guys down. Next thing you know, deep trouble. It can happen so quickly.
See if he throws a fastball up and out of the strike zone.
The 2-2.
Another slider.
Full count.
Jesus.
Burying that slider on it.
He has, and where he's been really successful, he's been able to throw that slider over the middle. It just drops straight down. But these have been less competitive because they're off the plate so much.
Well, I have a feeling he's going to throw a fastball here. But who the hell knows? He got away from his fastball that was working with the first two batters.
Sosa from first. On 3-2, Bader.
Yeah! Woo! Well, that slider worked, but that was a bad pitch. Jesus. All right. Wasn't pretty, but he got it done.
And the Mets hang on to the top of the ninth inning. They beat the Cardinals.
Put it in the books, guys.
3-1.
Woo.
For the Mets, their 12th straight win following a loss.
Came out that ball never even
That was a bad pitch.
But Bader probably a little bit edgy.
It wasn't a good pitch, but he swung at it, so the hell with it.
That would have been dicey if he'd have took that. Bases loaded. But
Well, he was looking fastball at that point.
ninth save for
All right,
Mr.
guys.
Diaz.
Mets win 3-2. A little shaky in the ninth. There goes your final right there, guys. I'm going to take about a 10, 15-minute break to get something to eat, but I'll play the highlight reel in a few seconds. But listen, Diaz, he went away from his fastball. I don't know why. His fastball was working. You know, he got scared after O'Neill hit that fastball inside for that base hit with 2 outs. He got away from his fastball. That didn't help. He started throwing sliders. The only thing is, Bader outguessed himself. He thought a fastball was coming in. He was, a little bit giddy for that fastball, and that's how he got out of that with that slider. It wasn't a nice slider at all that struck out Bader, but got the job done. Again, this is the first time in a while Diaz was a little bit shaky with his pitches, but good relievers, and Diaz has been good this year. He found a way to get it done, and you got to give him credit for that. So 9 save of the year out of 10. Mets get the first one. I'm assuming the next game will start in about 35 to 40 minutes. So once again, guys, I'm going to play the highlight reel one time with a little bit of music, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Whew. That was tough, guys. So, all right, guys, just give me a second. I'm just getting it ready. What the hell? Hold on, sorry about that. Give me a second. But nice game. Trevor Williams, 4 solid innings. Jake Reed, 2 innings. Can't complain there, guys. Cannot complain there. All right, just waiting for the full wrap-up, which will probably take a few minutes. Oh, of course. Now you're getting a little greedy now. You got to get greedy now. But again, the Mets haven't hit well against lefties, even if it is Steven Matz. So, so there's the line right there, guys. Trevor Williams doesn't get the win, obviously, only 4 innings. Michaelis went 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, 5 strikeouts. 6 strikeouts for Trevor Williams in 4 innings. 2 for 4 for Dominic Smith with an RBI and a run. So nice little win there for the Mets. Wasn't pretty. Not much going on, but nice to see the Mets pull it out and get the job done. Alrighty. You know what I'll do, guys? I'll put the post game on so you guys can listen to it, but I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. About 15, 20 minutes. All right, guys? All right. Well, Bader was putting a good at bat there. You know what I'm saying? So So, you know what I could do, guys? I'm going to put a game day up for another game if you want me to do that. I don't know what game's available right now. Let's see. Who's playing? Arizona and LA. It's the top of the 9th. Arizona got a man on, so I'll put that game on game day because they didn't put the wrap up yet for the full game. So I'll just put that up so you guys can listen. I'll look at it, and I'll just put some music in the background. So you get to watch that. I'll be right back in about 15, 20 minutes, guys. I don't like that music. All right, guys, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Alrighty, guys. Enjoyed everybody. Enjoyed the porn music that I had on, that I saw in the comments. All right, guys. So I believe the start of the game is at 6:50, if I'm not mistaken. I'm waiting for the lineups to pop up so we can talk about that real quick before the game starts. So I'm running for what's up. So once again, guys, don't forget to please, if you're just tuning in, hit on that like button so we can get ready for game 2. Obviously, a lot of people left, because the game's not started yet. So what the hell are you watching at the moment? So I expected that. But once again, guys, please don't forget to hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. And if you want to become a member of Talking Mets with Rob, just click on that join button below in the stream of the video and click on that join button. There's 3 different membership options. Want to become a member? Please do, and get the option to have giveaways, ticket giveaways, and everything like that. We're going to be doing a ticket giveaway soon. And again, you don't have to be in New York, just one ticket giveaway. You're in the state where the Mets are playing, and the away team's coming up. Win that route, win that giveaway, that game on the road, and everything of that nature. Also, I'm going to start. I wanted to get a little bit more into the season. To do like member Q&As, like live stream Q&A just for members. So I'm going to start doing that soon. I just want to make sure, again, I can't do it to get the 20, but what I can do, I can I'm but it's at all 1600 now, so I should be able to do it sometimes with let you do it. It might be only an hour, but we'll see. In and out. Hold on. So 4.5 hours in. All right, guys, can you hear me better now? Just making sure you guys can hear me. Just waiting for the comments to pop up. As long as you guys can hear me. I believe, Victor, it says 6:50. That's what I think I saw on Twitter. But I could be wrong, my friend. Just let me check. I thought that's what I saw. Rolando, thank you, buddy. Let's see. I thought I saw 6:50. I could be wrong, but I thought it said 6:50. I thought I saw 6:50. I don't see it on Twitter. I thought that's what I heard when I went downstairs. So yeah, I think that's what I heard. But around probably around 6:45, 6:50. All right, I'm just waiting for the lineups to pop up so I can post it on the bottom. That's the old lineup. So let me just take that away. All right. So obviously I know who's pitching, so I'll just put that up. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just setting up the pitching matchup and then waiting for the lineup. $640. Okay, cool. I'll take 640. Why not? So just waiting for the pitching matchup to pop up. Whenever that, the lineups to pop up. Nothing yet. As you can see, nothing yet. Already. But you know what? For the first game, guys, obviously the stars of the game is definitely Trevor Williams. I thought he could have won another inning in the 5th, but 4 solid innings, 6 strikeouts, 0 runs. I mean, how much more can you ask for from Trevor Williams at that point? Jake Reed came in, struggled in the 5th inning, got out of it. Then in the 6th inning, no problems, got through. Nice to see. Now we got to wait. And Buck Showalter was like, we got to win this ball game. He went with Lugo, went with Drew Smith, and then Diaz. Lugo and Smith, not much of an issue at all. Diaz struggled a little bit after the first 2 batters, but still got the job done and got his 9th save of the season, giving the Mets their 24th victory of the season and still the best record in the National League. And nobody played yet, so they already a lot of games weren't played as yet in the NL East, so the Mets gained half the games at the moment. See if you can gain a full game on a couple of teams in the NL East. All right, the lineup just popped up. So before I start talking about it, I'm going to just type it in so I can put it up for you guys. Just give me 1 second. All right. I'm looking at the lineup so far, and I'm liking it while I'm typing it. It's looking a little bit better than the first game. I think the idea from Buck is if we happen to lose the first game, let's go all out for the second game. And it worked out. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm just fixing it up. I just want to get everything correct so I don't mess it up on you guys. All right, almost there, guys. All right, that looks nice. All right, guys. So the pitching matchup is Steven Matz versus Taijuan Walker. I got to refresh that, so let me just take that away. All right, so I'm going to just read the lineup, and then I'm going to show you the lineup. The lineup's already at the bottom of your screen. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Mark Canha batting second, playing left field. Francisco Lindor batting third, playing shortstop. Pete Alonso is cleaning up, playing first base. Eduardo Escobar is starting to get a little hot there. Behind Pete Alonso, batting fifth, playing third base. Jeff McNeil batting sixth, playing second base. J.D. Davis getting the start against the lefty. DHing, batting seventh. Travis Jankowski getting the second game start of the series. Batting eighth, right field. And Tomas Nido catching, batting ninth. So that is your lineup for your New York Mets. Waiting for the Cardinals to pop up any second. Nothing with the Cardinals as of yet. Waiting for that. But I do like this lineup. Again, I honestly think Buck was making like all right, if we happen to win this game, awesome. He kind of like, not, I wouldn't say give it away, but I think he had the idea of like, all right, we're probably going to give up a couple of runs here. It's not going to be easy. I mean, I guarantee you, St. Louis had probably were the favorites to win that game one. So I do like, and that's why that was a big win for us, because now look at the lineup today in the second game tonight. Look at that. It's a lot better, right? Nimmo, Canha, Lindor, Alonso, Escobar, Davis, McNeil, Jankowski. 1 through 7, you know what? Could do some damage against Mats. Escobar is starting to hit. McNeil still hitting. J.D. Davis, these last couple of starts, has hitting the ball really, really hard. I mean, this lineup is something you would see in the first game of a doubleheader, not the second game. But it's clear what Buck Showalter wanted to do in the first game. Basically, it was a crapshoot for him. We won, excellent. Got away with one there. That's the way I think he thought. And game 2, he's going with his big guns in the lineup, with Taijuan Walker on the mound. So why the hell not? So they're going over the recap for the game on SNY. So we're just going to listen to that for a little bit. All right, guys?
There's always up the hit drives in the door. And then what we talked about, he sits back, he waits, he hits the ball in the opposite field, not trying to pull all the time, hitting the ball where he sees it pitched. And that's a first pitch curveball. Not easy to do. They talked about it during the broadcast, that's a good effective pitch for a pitcher to get ahead of a guy that likes to swing like Jeff. Still, he recognized it, wasn't trying to do too much, and slapped it to left field. So he's in a groove right now, and it's a groove that I don't see him getting out of. He may not be as good.
First pitch is now 650, guys. 650.
And he's very consistent once again. I'll tell you what Jeff McNeil is right now. He is a professional hitter, right? He's a pro hitter. And by the way, those 13 multi-hit games he's got this season, that is tied for second most in the National League, only one behind C.J. Cron. So it's been a really good start to this season for Jeff McNeil. As for Dominic Smith, he also had a multi-hit game, also had 2 hits, came into the game in an 0-for-20 slump. So, man, he needed this, really needed it badly. Did you see anything different from his at-bats?
Well, you know what was, I think, probably good for Dom is he comes in that 0-for.
All right, guys. So I'm just going to look at your comments right now. So Lane says, what do you think about the Mets winning game 2? Well, you know what? I do like the lineup. It's usually a lineup, like I said, is usually you put at the first game, try to get the game 1. But again, I think with Trevor Williams on the mound, Buck was like, all right, let me put mostly the bench guys in and, see what happens. And now that we won the first game, now we got our lineup that we usually have. So that's good to see as well. So I think the Mets have a good shot. Taijuan Walker pitched well his last time out. I wouldn't be surprised. Can we get 6 innings from Taijuan Walker? I'll take that, honestly. But I want to see the Mets continue with their really clutch hitting that I like to see. A couple of guys are good. Escobar is starting to get hot. He's starting to find the hole, finding holes in the field, getting those base hits. So hopefully that starts to get him going. That would be nice. Joe, I just saw your tweet. Let me check it. Alrighty, guys. So between games, the Mets option reliever Jake Reed, who picked up his first career winning game 1, went back to Syracuse. Infielder Gasuke Katoy is up for his potential Mets debut. There you go. So we shall see. So that is a little bit of some Mets news for you guys. But once again, guys, first pitch is in about 10 minutes, 6:50. Let's see. All right. See if the Cardinals lineup is up. Let me just refresh it before I share it. Let me try to say his name again. Gasuke Katoy. I believe I'm saying that right. He was the guy we picked up. I think he was on Boston. I believe. We picked him up about a week ago. Yeah, Victor, exactly. Smith did play a good game. Finally, he snapped an 0-for-20, and Escobar the same thing. So that's good science, but they got to keep it going. I don't want to see Escobar come out here and go 0-for-4 from the Blue Jays. Okay. I know it was somebody in the AL East. All right, so the Cardinals still don't have a lineup up yet, which is a little interesting. But, I don't know why it's not up yet. We got 10 minutes until game time. But what the hell do I know, right? I'm just a YouTube guy. Yeah, funny meme. Oh, right, your Blues played Avalanche. Good luck with that. That's going to be a tough series for you guys. Yeah, St. Louis is up. Interesting. So, just waiting for first pitch, guys. About 9 minutes away. Again, guys, if you're a hockey fan, you got some couple playoff games, which should be starting in I think the Avalanche play at 10. I think the Panthers and Lightning play today at 7, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're a hockey fan, the Battle of Florida. Oh, yeah, 7 o'clock, Panthers and Lightning. Then 9:30, Blues and Avalanche. NBA Finals, yeah, honestly, Victor, I don't care. The both Game 7s were just absolutely horrible, so I wouldn't even waste my time. Another Victor. Hi, Rob. Will the Mets try to get help for the bullpen and start? I mean, probably the bullpen, yeah, for sure. But again, you're not going to see no trades probably until sometime mid-June. That's when you might see a one move or two. Other than that, you're not going to see nothing until mid-June, probably early July until anything. So you're just not going to see nothing at the moment because nobody's trading anybody right now. Nobody except for like the Reds, the Guardians, the Royals are out at this point. And, if you're looking at bullpen arms, you're looking at guys like the Arizona Diamondbacks, like Mark Melancon, a nice veteran guy in the bullpen who is good in games that can close some games for you as well. Guys like that. You can also look at other relievers as well. But when it comes to bats, guys like J.D. Davis, Josh Bell, these guys are not going to get traded as of yet. So I think you might as well just look from within. And look, the Mets have been doing that, right? Nogosek, you've seen Diaz up, you've seen Holderman up, you've seen Jake Reed up. So that's what you're going to see over the next month, 2 months, is guys out of your farm system. And that's what I was talking about with Dominic Smith. Either Dominic Smith or J.D. Davis better start hitting as their DH, because if they don't, someone is going to get sent down. And Vientos would probably get the first nod at DH. Right now, Dominic Smith played well today, but again, he has to continue that. He did the same thing the day before the roster cut had to happen. He played his best game of the year, and then he went on a huge slump again. He can't go have a good game today and not hit for the next 10 games. So, Michael, thank you. So that's exactly what we need. We need consistency. Somebody's got to pick it up. Vicky, you just said it. You need consistency. You don't have consistency, somebody else is going to fill that spot. Mothman, I agree. But you know what? We stole that win right there with Williams on the mound. So now we got to take game 2. Let's get greedy. All right, guys. So Mets-Cardinals, game 2, 24-13. For the Mets, 11 games over 500. Nice 3-1 victory over the Cardinals in game 1. Game starts in about 5 minutes, 6:50. Yeah, Reed was a little nerve-wracking in that first inning he came in, but he pitched well in the next inning, so you can't play him there. Look, Williams was excellent. 4 innings, 6 strikeouts, no runs. I think if somebody told you that before the game started, you would be like, okay, thank you. Let's see, who was that? Let me see. Nick, the Cardinals, I don't know why they're surprised. They always find a way to be good every year. Let's see, what else we got here? Yeah, you know what? We made the playoffs that year, even though it was a wild card game. Well, because Williams only went 4 innings. You need 5 innings to qualify for a win, Victor. That's the reason why. Lineup card is finally out. All right, so here's the lineup for the Cardinals. Let me just share because game day popped up. Talon Walker is on the mound, as you already know. All right, guys. So it's Edmund leading off, playing second. Donovan batting second, playing third base. Goldschmidt, first base, batting third. Carlson, right field, batting fourth. Dickerson, fifth, DHing. O'Neill, batting sixth. Left field, Sosa, shortstop, batting seventh. Bader, center field, eighth. And Knizer, catching, batting ninth. So Arenado's not in the lineup for the second game, which is a little shocking to me. But it's fine with me. Less power in that lineup. So that is your lineup. There you go, guys. So we're going to get that started right now. First pitch should be happening in about 4 minutes or so. Again, it's not, they say 6:50, but that doesn't mean it's going to start at 6:50. But we shall see. Showing a picture of the video of the World Empire State Building, excuse me. So again, the Mets are in the driver's seats here for sure. And it's nice to see that the Mets pulled out a win against Williams. For Williams. Well, not a win, but, Williams pitched good enough. Get to the fourth. Jake Reed for 2. Drew Smith for 1. Lugo for 1. Diaz to close out the game for the save. Nice to see that it was the team victory. No doubt about that. But no doubt about it, guys. The Cardinals are always good. Like, they always find a way to make the playoffs, or at least be, in the last week of the season, a chance to make the playoffs. I mean, you can't ask for more than that if you're a Cardinals fan. You got a couple of World Series trickled in there over the years, over the last 20, 25 years or so. I mean, you guys always seem to be good. Who knows after next year, you got a couple of guys, Yadier gone, but I mean, you still got Arenado, you still got Goldschmidt, who's up there in age now, but Arenado's still that star of your team. Is basically going to be the face of your franchise for the next couple of years. So, Ben, that's a great point. Paul DeYoung was a Met killer. Like, he would do nothing all year round, then play the Mets and go 3 for 4, 2 home runs with 6 RBIs every game. But that's a good point, Ben. We don't have to see DeYoung in this series because they brought him down. Thank God. I remember, I think it was opening day. I don't remember what year it was. It was when Citifield was, open at that point. It was opening day against the Cardinals, I believe. Paul DeYoung, I think, hit 2 home runs in that game. We did win, but he had 2 home runs in that ball game. It's like, Jesus Christ. You just can't win. All right, guys, you got 1 minute until game time, or at least officially. We'll see if it starts at 6:50. Mauricio hit a blast today. Well, listen, somebody's coming up at some point. I wonder if it's going to be Vientos or Mauricio. I lean towards Vientos, but I don't know. Vientos, man. Mauricio, I'm telling you, he's going to be a trade chip. I'm telling you guys. I've been saying that since last offseason. He's a trade chip. All right, guys, here we go. Game 2.
The Mets feeling good after a Game 1 victory against the St. Louis Cardinals today. Hugs all around.
Make sure you can hear it, guys.
As the Mets are down 24-13 after beating the Cardinals earlier today 3-1. See Taijuan Walker on the mound in Game 2. With Keith Hernandez and Ron Darling, I'm Wayne Randazzo. Gary Cohen is off today as he deals with a family medical issue. But guys, very good start for the Mets to this doubleheader, a 3-1 win. We saw the Mets strike out 13 Cardinals in that first game.
It always seems to be whatever button that Buck presses, they call up these guys. Reed comes up, comes 2 scoreless innings, gets the win. And the little guys that are plugged in can do the job. And
I agree, Stu. That's when the Cardinals start to get hot. No doubt about it. And I'm glad the Mets don't have to face them anymore. Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get over 150, maybe 200 today. And also, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel so you can continue to get the notifications when I go live.
In Game 2, Brendan Donovan is starting at third base. We will see Edmundo Sosa play short, and Andrew Kisner behind the plate instead of Yadier Molina in the second game against Taijuan Walker.
Walker's one of his best starts was his last against the Nats. 7 scoreless innings. He has not struck out a lot of batters this year. Pitch and contact, those are his Toyota numbers. But since coming off the IL, his last game against the Nats was his best.
And your Metropolitan Lexus defense. Nito Goods behind the dish. Escobar, McNeil, Alonso, Lindor. They're all
no Arenado in this game, at least to start.
Alonso was the 18. Now he's at first. And the outfield, Canna gets the start.
Jankowski, 2 starts at a doubleheader in right field. Does a lot.
All right, guys. First pitch ready to happen.
Does he
Let's
shake hands with
go
Stubby Clap?
Mets.
Does he tackle Stubby Clap? He just gave the fist.
Nope. Single mission doubleheader. You're gonna start 20 minutes early today. We like it. Here we go, guys.
We live in such a kinder world now. It's so great.
Didn't George Herbert Walker Bush say a long time ago that we were going to be a kinder, gentler nation?
He was right.
I think that's been every president since 1957.
All right, Taiwan.
All's well that ends well. And Taiwan Walker facing Tommy Edman to start the game. First pitch, ball 1 to Edman. Walker behind 2-0 to start things off tonight.
All right, Goldie.
2-0, just a soft bouncer. Jeff McNeil handles it. Tommy Edman hustling. Throw down.
There we
Start
go.
the ball.
I'm all for these 650 starts if we want to start breaking them in the rotary here.
Anything before 7 is fine with me.
Some teams have gone to 640 starts, 645. We've seen it. I think St. Louis is doing that. So they're out there. 6:51 first pitch of this game.
Freddie.
And Donovan
Oh, yeah.
playing third instead of Arenado. That's an automatic gift after you win the first game. Well, now you don't have to face Arenado in game 2.
Taiwan Walker always has good kicks. I mean, his spikes are always with those.
This is a fashion expert, Taiwan
Yes, he
Walker.
is.
He was giving Gelb's fashion tips the other day.
Nice pitch.
Good pitch there by Taiwan Walker. He strikes out Brendan Donovan.
Talking
First strikeout
Texas
of the game for
Rangers.
Taiwan
Thank you so
Walker.
much for the super sticker, buddy.
This is
Appreciate
his
that.
most important pitch. If he has this working, he's always going to have a good game. Split,
Talking Texas
fingers right
Rangers.
on the seam,
When we play the
goes
Rangers
down
this year,
and straight
we should
down
definitely
the
do a
pitch.
collab, buddy. Maybe a pregame talk, postgame. If you want to do that, hit me up, all right, buddy? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was a nasty sinker, guys. Or split change, I should say.
It takes a strike on a fastball, but by using that splitter the way that he is and using it so effectively, he's throwing his fastball less.
Well, he's getting into the zone. He's able to throw it for a strike. Very few pitchers can do both. Throw it for a strike and also throw it out of the strike zone for a strikeout.
I agree with that, Angel.
Striking out Brendan Donovan. So roller here off the bat of Goldschmidt.
Right into the shift.
On the right side of the infield, so Paul Goldschmidt will
I just don't
take
get
his
it.
2-out hit.
This guy hits the other way
First
all
hit
the
to St.
time.
Louis here in game 2.
All the
Goldschmidt
time.
homered in the first game.
Homer extended his 9-game hit streak, and now he's got a 10-game hit streak working.
I don't know why you shift on Goldschmidt.
Just a ball away. Right side of the infield, wide open. 100 years straight, or a little less, maybe.
A really nice slider. It's a ground ball to the second baseman without the shift. In and over.
Instead of
Now he's got to
Arenado
throw more
behind
pitches.
Goldschmidt, it's Dylan Carlson. Just the second time Arenado has not been in the lineup this year. And the first time, out of necessity, he had to be out of the lineup because he was suspended.
I agree, Elliot. It's all he does.
Little brawl against the Mets.
Oh, maybe only one pitch to get out of it. Nope,
But it's out of play.
out of play.
What's interesting, without Arenado in the lineup, Goldschmidt goes from second to third in the batting order. Well, both this young Carlson and young O'Neill have gotten off to tough starts, but boy, you have to like their future.
Carlson was Rookie of the Year candidate last year. Is this ball toward right center? Travis Jankowski there.
All right.
Taiwan Walker.
Couple more pitches, but got out of the inning with no harm done. All right, guys. Steven Matt's coming on the mound for the Cardinals. 0-0 the score going to the bottom of the first. I agree, Angel. That damn shift. I can't stand the shift. I don't care how much it might help us. I always think it evens it out. It evens out throughout the year. Like, how many times have you seen hits like Goldschmidt just got off the end of the bat? Great pitch, great slider he threw. It's a ground ball to the second baseman. the inning would have been over. You wouldn't have to throw 3 more pitches. Ugh, so annoying. I freaking hate the shift. I agree with you. I can't stand this shift. Ron, I agree too. Yeah, and Goldschmidt's a power hitter, but he's not looking to hit a home run at every at bat. He's a guy. If he would take a base hit 9 times out of 10, what he just did there, down right by the second baseman with nobody playing there, he would take that 9 times out of 10 every time if you asked him. But again, no harm, no foul. He didn't hit a home run. A 2-out single, I'll take it every single time with Paul Goldschmidt. Once again, guys, going to the bottom of the first, no score. Game 2, Mets versus Cardinals. Taijuan Walker on the mound. Steven Matz on the mound for the Cardinals. Again, the Mets have been struggling this year against left-handed pitchers, but they did beat up Matz when they faced him in St. Louis. So, again, as Mets fans, we know what Matz is, guys. We know what Matz is. If you get him frustrated, he's gonna fold on the mound. So let's see what the Mets can do here. Bottom of the first, no score.
Second straight game in right field with Starling Marte out. And there he is, the Long Island lefty, Steven Matz.
Yeah, he's gotten off to a slow start with a 6.40 ERA, but coming out an outstanding season last year for the Blue Jays, where he went 14-7.
Got my snacks.
One of the things he hasn't been able to do is Nimmo doffs his helmet to Matz, is keep the ball in the ballpark. 5 home runs in his last 2 starts.
Facing his former teammate Brandon Nimmo to start the game. Strike to Nimmo at his 11-game hitting streak.
Let's go Mets, guys. Let's go Mets. Razor, let's go Mets.
So the numbers Brandon against lefties.
He was good for Toronto.
This year, left on left.
I think the big thing with Matz in Toronto, not a lot of teams have seen him in the American League. That's why.
Who have not done as well against lefties for the Mets than left-handers have. Canada right-hander on deck. Second time for Matz pitching here as a visitor. Any sort of butterflies or anything?
Can you guys hear the call good?
Does that go away with the first one?
I think it goes away with the first one. The butterflies for him right now is that when he looks up at his ERA and it's 6.40, the butterflies are, hey, listen, I signed to a nice contract here for the Cardinals. They deserve better, and he wants to pitch better.
He was thrilled to sign with St. Louis. A little dalliance with the Mets, too.
But depending on who you ask, how much the dalliance was.
Well, it certainly ignited the Mets offseason from there. They ran wild signing players after Steven Matz ended up with the Cardinals.
Yeah, well, it didn't work with Matz, so you end up with Max. Not too bad.
Max Scherzer, then they traded for Chris Bassett after the lockout.
I agree, Ron. If he would have took our offer, we might have not gotten Bassett.
The wind has picked up a little in this game. You can see it.
Nope.
In the
He falls apart in the mound when he doesn't get his way. 100%. Brandon, 6 pitches so far in this at bat to lead off. All right, full count. Unconscious. What's up, guys? What's up, buddy?
So another long at bat by Met hitters, making opposing pitchers work.
Jammed as he pops it up. Donovan, the third baseman, in fair territory, makes the catch. There's 1 out.
And your Cardinal defense, look at this.
Lane, I want him to go at least 6.
Chevy Cardinal defense on the infield. Andrew Kisner behind the plate. Molina gets a rest. You got the scooper over first, 4 top gold glove, 1 at Paul Goldschmidt. And out in the outfield, you got 2 gold glovers.
Remember you were always served ice cream by a guy in a cap like that?
Yes.
The Fez-looking cap.
Used to listen for the
The music when the truck would come by and would go flying for that. Where is it?
All right, Mark, let's go.
Tell you, Goldschmidt scooped ice cream for a living. He would work hard to be the best ice cream scooper in the world. That's how he is.
That's right. The problem is you get so excited, you run into.
Oh, Angel, I agree.
Mom,
If he keeps his pitch count down, no doubt about it.
She'll shoot you down. Not today.
He's got to pitch to contact like he did the last game against the Nationals. A lot of breaking balls so far by Mets.
Mets gets ahead of Mark Canha 1-2. Canha calls himself a foodie, but for a guy in his condition, I'm not sure he gets the dessert. Steven Matz, a guy in pretty good shape himself. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Canha. Looking at Canha's numbers, I don't know what I meant before. Canha's at 344 against right-handers this year, but about half of that against lefties.
Interesting, Ron. I just noticed that you don't see it very
Well,
often.
it's possible that you might see Haldeman, Medina, and Nosek in this game. You got Joel, you got Avino, you got Shreve that may be available.
Yeah, they don't want to wiggle it.
So you got guys. Not your big-time guys, but you got guys that can get it done. Ken, I have no idea why they don't hit lefties. It's weird to me.
My first spring training game in 1982 for the Texas Rangers, pitched a couple innings, whatever. Came out of the game, it was good at it, and sat down next to Don Zimmer. He said, "Hey, come here, kid." And I thought he was going to tell me how good I was. He said, "You got to cover up the finger or put it in the glove because every time you throw a curveball, you wiggle it."
Canha laid off, full count, 3-2.
Yeah, Ken, that's why I don't know why Cannon doesn't play more. He had a lot of games off this year already.
Maybe Matt's gives you a picture of what you're going to face on a 3-2. What does he like to feature on a 3-2 count?
Oh, get out. Yeah. Why doesn't this guy play every game? Beautiful. 1-0 Mets. I need a Connor jersey. I'm buying a Connor shirt. That's it. Done deal. 1-0 Mets. Boom. Who needs Lindor when you got Mark Canha? Honestly, guys, this has been the best signing for the offense out of all the signings so far in the offseason. I mean, that was a good pitch by Max. That was inside corner, inside. He had to turn on that pitch quickly, and he did. Pulled his arms in.
Lindor looks at a strike, third homer for Canha this year.
Joseph kind of was not a trade. He was a signing.
8 extra base hits are coming for Canha now after all those singles.
Had some stomach issues early on. It's felt like that zapped his power a little.
Oh, nice play.
With a backhand. Goldschmidt holds the bag at first to retire Francisco Lindor. Nice play.
I don't know, Angel. I don't know, but it's a guy that you want in the lineup. I mean, it's a good point for sure, as Ken just said. What? It's hard to leave a guy like that out of the lineup who works the pitch, works the pitchers, works the count, puts good at bats together. It's hard to keep that guy out of the lineup. He's an on-base machine. You want that guy on bases, you know? But I get what you're saying. You know, maybe they figured out maybe playing 130 games instead of 145 gets more production out of him. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's analytical. You never know.
Let's just keep scoring early in ball games. That is a big plus as well.
6 home runs allowed in 3 starts for Max.
That's typically a win when they they score first. The Cardinals typically lose when they fall behind. Alonso with a fly toward right. The Cardinals just 2-10 in games where they don't score first, and they did not score first tonight.
All right, guys. So 1-0 after the bottom of the first. Mark Canha solo home run in the bottom of the first. Mets lead 1-0. Going to the top of the second. Oh yeah. Yep. 3 sign-ins. Remember, it was back to back to back. It was all the same night, right? Escobar, Marte, and Canha. And then about, a month later, that's when we got Scherzer right before the lockout. Well, 2 or 3 days before the lockout. So, listen, buddy. I do have – listen, guys. Escobar has struggled all year. He finally showed some life in the first game. Marte hasn't been great this year, but his speed has made a difference on the base path, running out balls that most of the time most players wouldn't run out and just let the out happen. His speed, even though his bat hasn't been there all year yet, his speed has made a difference on the base path. Mark Canha has been good all year. He had that one at bat where I believe we lost that game. He had that one at bat. I forgot who it was against at Citifield, where you thought he was going to put together a good at bat, but he struck out on 3 pitches. And that was the only time out of 32 games he played this year, 31 games, where he looked like he didn't know what he was doing at the plate. But he puts together good at bats every game. And it's very hard to keep that guy out of the lineup. So we're going to the top of the second. Taijuan Walker coming back on the mound. Mets lead 1-0. Let me see. Yeah, I was looking at his career stats. I mean, he is like a 235, 240 hitter. But again, if you really think about it, he played in Oakland, right? It's a big possibility. I mean, I don't know where he batted. I'm not going to tell you I was watching Oakland A's baseball all the time, but hey, who knows? But he's a good player. You can just tell. All right, guys, top of the second, 1-0 Mets.
He's well traveled.
Possibly, Joseph, possibly. Brando? Exactly. That's why the Mets got him. The Mets have a lot of on-base guys, honestly. That's their philosophy. On base, get base hits. They're not a power team.
Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, satellite reports, and more for your New York Mets.
I'm going to tell you right now, guys, if the Mets win this game and somehow win tomorrow with Scherzer on the mound, Thursday, pretty good chance that we're going to have some fireworks because the Mets are going to hit somebody. I know, end the lockout, Joe, end the lockout. It works all the time.
They scored 1 in the second and 2 in the third. So early runs often lately for this team.
Nice pitch.
For strike 3. Strikeout number 2 for Taijuan Walker.
There we go.
Best this outing against the Nats in his last start when he only struck out 1, walked 1.
Today's City Community Home Runs fan of the game is Helen from Old Bethpage, New York. Go to SNY.TV/CHR. Enter. Good luck to Helen.
Nancy couldn't play 2 today. Nancy was our game 1.
On to Helen. Curveball strike to O'Neill, 0-1. The most strikeouts Walker's had in a start this year is 4. His first start, which only pitched 2 innings.
Nice pitch.
O'Neill 0-2, so he has not struck out more than
Difference with Walker now than in the second half last year. He's pitching quickly. He's not thinking. He's just going.
It's not an unusual role so far this year.
Oh, yeah, he was getting his base hits.
Not a lot of strikeouts and barely striking out any right-handed hitters.
He has struck out 1 right-handed hitter the entire season. It was Nicholas Castellanos. One of the many starts Walker's already had against the Phillies. April 11th had to be the first first start for Walker. He struck out Castellanos. Has not struck out a righty since. 3-2 on O'Neill.
That's an interesting stat. It has not struck out a righty since his first start of the year against the Phillies. Interesting. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing sometimes. Well, you got it here. Here we go. Yeah.
He has struck out a right-handed hitter for the first time in over a month as he punches out Tyler O'Neill.
On a slider that is up, and sometimes you get away with him. When a hitter is struggling like O'Neill is struggling, you get away with him. Although in his last at-bat of the first game, he tried to start a rally for the Cardinals with a base hit off Diaz.
It's the only time he's made contact today. And Mundo Sosa
Well, Christian, it was more than a cool off. He went ice freaking cold. I mean, he was a non-contest.
Sosa hasn't hit much.
All right. There we go. Nice 1, 2, 3 inning for Taijuan Walker. Going to the bottom of the second. Mets lead 1-0. Bada bing, bada boom. Bing, bing, bong. I don't know, Joe. You know, it's kind of hard to eat and stuff my face while I'm doing a YouTube live. You guys can eat and, you know, watch my dumbass talk and listen to the game. But I wish I could have like a, you know what I'm going to move for? And I don't know if a lot of people like this, but I do like halal food. I'm more of a chicken and rice guy. And I would eat some right now. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Bobby, what's up, buddy? Bobby, when you going to the game next? Maybe I can find you, see you this time. Steak and potatoes. That sounds good too. Damn. You know what I'm eating? This is so bad. Gummy worms. It's the only thing I didn't cook. I didn't get nothing to eat. I ate earlier after I got out of work. I had a big lunch. So I had Jersey Mike's. I had the giant sandwich, so I had a lot. But I don't know. Maybe I'll order the halal food and just bring it. Halal is real New York, Victor. There's no doubt about that. I used to live on that in college. I tell you that. It was a halal cart food truck right outside the campus. I used to. Hey, it was cheap, $6. You get a free soda. It's the way to go. White Sox and extra hot. No doubt about that, Victor. No doubt about that. Listen, I'm not saying it doesn't hurt your stomach, but it goes down good. Coming out might be a problem, but I might order. I don't want to stuff my face like that, which being on live, it's so weird. Again, that was my go-to in college, man. It was cheap. I wasn't making a lot of money. So, all right, guys. Bottom of the second, 1-0 Mets. Escobar at the plate.
Ken Boyer probably would have been young and coming up. Bob Gibson, young and coming up.
The handlebars.
M&M's fun fact says that Juan Escobar hits one bat to bat. It's always a good fielder, and Steven retires Escobar.
She had to go home. She has a date. Christian, come now. Gotta take a shower, get all pretty. Then again, it's the Delta seats behind home plate, so maybe they eat some food. Telling you, halal's the way to go when it's cheap and quick. Telling you, I lived on that in college. That and ramen. Yeah, you know, Victor, when I go to Port St. Lucie or anywhere in Florida for, you know, games and stuff, I can never find halal food anywhere. You know, they have a couple of spots, but it's not that good. It's not New York halal, put it that way.
I'm not sure. Gross, I believe, won the batting title in 60 with the Pirates.
Hey, when you watch New York Mets baseball, you talk halal food. Hey, especially when you're already on live for 5 hours, you talk about food. It's just is what it is. You guys are hanging around just as long as I am, so you get hungry, you get thirsty.
There was an infielder on that Cardinal team.
Cuban sandwich can't go wrong. Can't go wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Must have driven Harry Carey nuts to call those two back-to-back losing seasons in the late 50s. KMOX.
Yeah,
No, that Jersey Mike's. Christian, I went to 2 colleges. I did go to the community college at first. I went to Queensboro Community in Bayside, and then I went to University of Michigan. And then my mom passed. I had to come back home and finished up at York College. So, all right, what's up? Yep, I saw that, Ryan. I talked about that. You know, Donovan, I'm not a big hot sausage guy. Don't get me wrong. I got to be in the mood for it, but it's very good. No doubt about it. Oof. Matt struck out McNeil.
Steven Matz has his first strikeout.
17th of June. Well, it's about a month away. Exactly a month away. Okay, because I was heading down there tomorrow. And then I'm out for Colorado for the week. You know, check out an Avalanche game, playoff game against who did I play again? I forgot. The Blues.
Say that again. So stand the man.
Oh, yeah.
337. There you go.
Number 6 jersey for Stan Musial.
Oh, Donovan, thank you. It was a while ago.
Go the inside corner to Davis.
It was actually March of the 8 years. So, yeah. I had to come back, you know. Had to take care of business and stuff, so. I was in my junior year at Michigan, so kind of was, you know, the scholarship. I played a little bit of baseball in Michigan. I wasn't a starter, but I was on the bowling team as well. So I was like, you know, partial scholarship. So. But had to take care of all the information, the details, and all that. So had to come back. But got my degree. That was important. See if JD Davis can get a 2-out home run over here.
You look at the 3,000 hit club, and the guys between 3,000 and say.
Well, unconscious, yeah, sort of like that. Similar.
33, 34, 3,500 hit range. Stan Musial, 36.
All I know, it's damn good.
He was the national league leader for decades until Pete Rose overtook.
And I'm picky with food too. So.
1,815 hits on the road. 1,800.
Oh, my major is healthcare management, and I minored in communications.
Full count on JD.
That might drop. That might drop. Yeah, hello guys, got some distance. Alrighty, guys, going to the top of the third. 1-0 Mets. Again, we already know with Steven Matz. When he gets his confidence and he starts pitching well, it's hard to hit him, especially when the Mets don't hit lefties well. So, yeah. So my major was healthcare management with minor in communication. Oh, that's cool, Christian. Awesome. We're in Michigan. Obviously, you know, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. So, yeah. So, I also got a second degree in project management, and so fun stuff. Wasn't gonna do computer science, but then I didn't feel like doing all them coding crap, so I stuck to project management. I only take 2 coding classes instead of 6. Yeah, Joseph, for real. When he first hit that ball, I thought he was gonna drop a Bader's quick SOB. Yeah, Ron, you know, they are. I mean, Dom had a nice game in game 1, but again, consistency is key, right? I don't need this guy to, you know, to hit 40 home runs, but you gotta have a pulse. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't had a pulse. You know, Dom or JD Davis, it's tough. The only person that you can think of right now is Vientos if these guys don't perform until the trade deadline come around. Yeah, Jason. Oh, don't even start with the freaking Colorado, man, because it's 82 degrees in Colorado right now. 82. The day I leave, it's going to be 38 and snowing and raining. Like, are you effing kidding me? Like, the whole weekend I'm there. I'm there from Thursday until Tuesday. It's not supposed to be more than 50 degrees. And we're going to freeze. I'm going to freeze my ass off in Coors Field. All right, guys. Top of the third, 1-0 Mets.
Lead in the third. Walker has struck out 3 of the 7 that he's faced so far. Harrison Bader starts the third. Another strike for Walker.
Edwin, you tweeted me? Okay.
Bader struck out to end the first game. Took a wild swing at a 3-2 slider that was way low and outside. Mets certainly glad to have it. Beat the Cardinals 3-1. Cardinal fan incognito.
Ron, I'm going to Denver, yes. Oh, that was a shot by Mauricio. Thanks, everyone, for tweeting me that. Thomas, what's up, buddy? Yeah, Thomas, I agree, but I don't think the Mets are going to rush Beatty. I think Vientos is more, I guess, big league ready, I guess you can say. Put it this way, I think Vientos could be more productive right now, because the worst thing you want to do is have Beatty come up and struggle. And I think Vientos, oh look, the bot finally showed up. All right, looks like a can of corn went out. Beach house right on the lake. Oh, I could deal with that. Pent water. I was in Michigan for 2 years. I never heard of that. And that's the New York in me, I guess. Everything was irrelevant outside of Ann Arbor.
He's decided to change that grip a little bit this season, from really the start of the season to.
Oh, okay, Ron. If you're going to the games,
he took
we'll have to drink coffee because we'll freeze our ass off. So maybe we'll meet up at a game if you're going.
Pitch coming up by Taiwan Walker to Knizner. On the left, you'll see.
I ain't gonna lie.
The former grip.
I'm not a coffee drinker, okay, that's a lie. I am. Hot chocolate, I could do. I don't drink hot stuff at a game. Hell no. It's either a beer or a soda for me.
Want to make that change that plays better off his 4-seam, which we know this season he's throwing a lot more, not so much the 2-seam, so he doesn't want that splitter playing off the 2-seam as much. The key to this pitch, he said, is just making sure that the last thing that the ball touches is that finger on the seam.
And it seems to me, Ronnie, that would give kind of a sinking action, the screwball action.
All right, looks like 2 outs here. All right. Sorry about the bounce, guys. They're not making me block it right now. It's kind of annoying. I'm seeing in Denver Tech. Ken? Absolutely. That split change has been wonders for him.
It's going to tumble and drop. It won't move as far.
Donovan, I could do with some Baileys and that hot chocolate.
Good ground ball pitch, what you produced.
Yeah, I know. And it's a different type of cold in Colorado. It's not like New York cold. It's kind of like it gets to your bones type of cold. So I've been to Colorado before. I was in Breckenridge the last time I went, about 8 years ago. But I never been to Coors Field yet. So. No, Ken, it's 80 degrees today in Colorado. Like, you don't know how much I was cursing at my phone when I looked at the temperature for the week. I'm like, oh, look, today in Denver, 85 degrees, 54 at night, just windy. Friday, when I get there, 83% chance of rain and snow, 44 degrees in the day, 34 at night. Saturday, 24% chance of rain, 49 degrees, 36 at night. Like, are you kidding me? Okay, Sunday and Monday, 65 and 67. I can deal with that with not much rain. So
the neck area, and boy,
Well, Michael, if he's ready, I don't think the Mets want to rush him though. Honestly, oof, got the umpire right in the chin. Can Tyrone get him out here? Let's see. Christian, I agree. Soda is evil, but sometimes I gotta drive to work after the game or go home. I don't want to drive drunk, obviously, so I have to stick to a soda every now and then. 40 is nippy, but Colorado, it's like I gotta get thermals on. Pop up. Should end the inning. Yes. 3 nice innings from Taiwan. Love it. Alrighty, guys. 3 innings down. Taiwan Walker very good so far. 1-0 Mets. Yeah, exactly. The high elevation is not only are you cold, but you have a hard time breathing as well because of the obviously mile high because of the high elevation. So I'm doing a lot of things in Colorado though. I already got I'm very in tune with like animals, like not domestic animals, like wild animals. So every city I go to or state, I always go to the zoo. In every state I go to, when I went to Philadelphia last year, when I went to Tampa, when I went to Miami, I go to all the zoos that I can go to in every state I go in. 81 degrees in Miami, Christian, go home, go away. It's nice today in New York. Like it was 75 today in New York. I can't complain, but yeah. So, and I'm also going to a wolf conservation for rescued wolves, and I'm gonna you get to walk the wolf, you get to pet him and take pictures and all that. I'm like obsessed with wolves, so that's my first time ever actually being like that close to a wolf. So that's kind of cool. It's called Shadow. It's an old black wolf, so that's gonna be kind of cool. So I can't wait. That's the first day I'm going there. So I'm doing that, and then I'm going to the game at night. So yeah, Donovan, it's great. A lot when I go with a girlfriend or anything like that, they're like, "Why are you going to a museum? Like, what do you want to do? Like, I don't want to go to the club. I don't, yeah, a bar, sure, okay, a restaurant, fine, but go to a zoo, go to a museum. There's some like you go to Philadelphia. What are you gonna do? You're gonna see the Rocky Monument, the stairs you're gonna run up, a museum or two. There's so much history in these states. Like, what the hell are people doing? All right, guys, top of the fourth. Mets lead 1-0.
Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers, weeknights at 6.
Ken vodka cocktail. Yeah. Well, I would actually want to not fall on my face in high elevation. Yeah, Victor Adolphin, exactly. I don't need to be at a club, bumping my fist up. That was my 20s.
In case you missed it, Starling's grandmother passed away. Really, the woman that raised Starling. It's a big blow to him.
So weed makes you mellow. There you go, Ken.
List will give him a minimum of 3 days, a maximum of 7 away from the team.
I think we've been on the stream too long, guys. We're hallucinating.
Jankowski carved up by Matt goes down looking.
Matt's is starting to feel it too. I will enjoy myself, Michael. After I catch my breath.
Let's see.
It's legal, Victor. That's not. You think I'm just going there for the hell of it? Shoot. I got it. I got stuff. Don't worry. When I went to LA last year, I stocked up. Section 133. Saturday, 127. I'm in 148 on Saturday. Got the ticket right here. So you're going to be right next to the 7-Line Army on Saturday, Ron, with us. Right around that area. Friday, I'm sitting. I think I'm in the outfield. I know that.
Revealed them in a team meeting. I think Jankowski said about it is that he's never been.
Yeah, Bobby, I do that too. Like, yeah, I like to go to games, but I like to do other stuff as well. Like when I go to Florida for spring training, I go shark diving. I go to the beach. I go to museums. check out all the restaurants that are in that different cities and stuff. That's what I usually do.
I think most of that.
Yeah, the good old days, man.
Right. Also, playing guys, having them out there and contributing.
Pittsburgh's an interesting
feel
town.
Inside that you're helping the team instead of a Scorbini in the background.
Oh yeah, Victor, it's legal in Jersey, but it's close to home. It's like, in Colorado, all I gotta do is just fall into my hotel bed. I'm good. Get some edibles,
Steven Matz has a great arm. Doesn't have the results he wants at times. 3-2.
All right, Nito working a full count.
Consistency can sometimes be elusive.
Guys, doubleheaders are the death of us, man. Look what we're talking about. It's a 1-0 game in the third. Oh, that was a late strike call. 1-0 Mets. Third inning.
This one caught the play. This one is closer. That's too close to take. You cannot. Fletcher right now is the guy that's going to have those close ones are going the pitcher's way.
Fletcher has the balls and strikes.
I mean, it could have went either way, a ball or a strike. What I didn't like, the umpire was late on the call. That's why I didn't like it.
Strike one to Nimmo.
No problem. No problem.
He's not been on base in this doubleheader. And his streak of 26 straight games on base ended earlier.
It looked like a little cutter for Matz. First one of the game.
Brandon was wondering what that was he just saw.
Yeah.
Feel like you know a guy and he throws a cutter at you.
That wasn't in the report before the game.
Forget the report. These guys know each other pretty well.
Right.
As teammates, too. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Nimmo.
Oh, Rusty.
I would have loved to go to Boston. Again. I went with the 7 line a couple years back when we had 2,000 fans in right field. Great. Fun time. Okay, Michael, cool.
Marcano homered for the only run of this game so far. Waits on deck. He is the only Mets hit
I agree,
as well
Ryan.
against Mets.
I'm looking for a seat like the first 10 minutes after I get into the club.
The shadow. The shadow house.
Oh, that's a double down the line. Oh, yeah. Nice 2-out double with Connor coming up. The best 2-out hitter on the team with runners in scoring position has been Connor this year.
Well, we've seen him do it with 2 strikes going down the third base line, and particularly against left-handers. And that's just good hitting. There's not enough left-handers don't come in.
Base hit here, gets another run in.
That's just, it stays level on that high pitch. And that is just picture perfect.
Well, if anyone can remember the game with Pepper, that's what he did right there. He played Pepper with that ball down the left field line.
All right, Mark, get this run home. Let's go.
So 2-out RBI chance for Cano. Homered off bats his last time. First pitch, curveball, strike.
Funny light at the plate. At this time of the night, it comes right out of right center and kind of illuminates the batter and the catcher like in the perfect light. There's right center. Comes right off there, and it's like the best light you could ever get for the movies.
Especially on the catcher, Kisner, you can see the glow.
Oh, cool. That's cool. It's always interesting leaving right next to a ballpark.
Steven Matz sometimes wears his emotions out on the mound.
He wasn't happy with that pitch.
Was it up? Yep. So will it stop him because Canna hit a home run on an inside fastball, or 0-2 to try to straighten Canna up with another one off the plate in? That's a good pitch.
Oh, where was that pitch? That's a lucky break right there. That pitch was a strike. Wow. Well, thanks, Tom. Oh, that's awesome. You're going to see that pitch on game day, guys. That was a strike.
Canna fouls one off to the right. It's still 1-2.
No, he didn't get a hit that game.
2 outs, 2 strikes.
Well, Pena is the next big name. That's why they didn't really want to sign Correa, because Pena was the next big thing. Saved a good amount of money, and the Astros are playing well this year. They're not really missing Correa. They might miss him in the playoffs because he's very clutch.
2 strike hits, 2 out hits, 2 out RBIs. 1-2, Canna.
Staying alive. Making Mets work. 54 pitches in 3 innings.
Oh, that's a good seat.
See it all from right there.
No one in front of you when you're on the rail.
Connor making Mets work. Nothing new with Connor with 2 strikes. Him and Nimmo, Alito, 1-2.
It's be frustrating for a pitcher. He made a pitch with a changeup that he thought he was out of the inning. Yep. Throws one of his best curveballs that he just gets a small piece of.
And those frustrations start to boil over for Mets that we've always seen. Canna takes inside. That one just missed the corner.
Good eye.
Back to even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two and two, Canna.
Good eye. Nimmo will be running on the pitch. So he'll definitely score on a base hit here.
How he gets on the mound. Think back to that pitch that he missed earlier in the at-bat. He got frustrated with himself. Now he's been unable to put away Canna. It's on to a full count, 3-2. 5th full count. Mets has entered so far this game. Looks toward that evening glow coming at home plate, the 3-2.
Run! Run!
Third base
Oh,
side.
foul
Mets
ball.
make sure it stays foul. Last year, Taiwan Walker kicked one foul in Pittsburgh.
In Pittsburgh, yes.
Unloaded the bases. A weird play that one.
That was the beginning of the end of Taiwan Walker's season right there. He went ice cold after that. He went ice cold after that. Another good breaking pitch, just yes.
Yeah, he's getting frustrated on the mound. Look at his face. Yep. 60 pitches in 3 innings.
Ready to take off with 2 outs on a base hit.
That's what the Mets do.
Trying to come through against Mets. So 3-2, Canna. This one in the air towards center, easy for Bader.
Damn.
Retires Canna.
All right, well, almost had a 2-out rally there. Listen, good at bat by Canna. At the very least, you made Mets work a little bit more. Pitch count near 60 or at 60. So still a 1-0 ball game. We're going to the top of the 4th. Mets lead 1-0. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking something out real quick. Again, if Tyrone Walker continues to pitch well, saving that bullpen a little bit. Listen, I don't know why, but this game I think is also a huge game. The Mets win this game, you guaranteed a split, worst case scenario, and you got Scherzer and Bassett in game 3 and 4. Huh. You like your chances, at least taking 3 if you win tonight. I mean, man, I'm glad. You know what's funny? This is the 3rd time in a row. Oh, no. 2nd time in a row I'm going to see Scherzer. I saw him on Friday, and then I'm going to see him tomorrow, so. I mean, it's not Blackout Friday. I got the black Scherzer jersey, but I'll wear my blue Scherzer shirt tomorrow. Yeah, again, it's not the end of the world if the Mets happen to lose this game. You split doubleheader, which, again, it's not easy to win both games in a doubleheader. It never is. We take this game, I mean, you feel pretty good going into game 3 and 4 that you'll at least win one of those games. And listen, you going into the series, you take 3 out of 4 against a good team in the Cardinals. Going into a very, very rough stretch on the West Coast, you go Colorado, who is always tough in Colorado, then San Francisco, and come back home for the Phillies. So, not going to be easy. All right, guys, top of the 4th. Mets lead 1-0.
First pitch ball from Taijuan Walker. One ball, 1 strike as Walker gets the fastball over. He's only allowed 1 hit so far. Splitter in the dirt, 2-1.
Nice pitch by Taijuan.
Donovan, born in Germany. His dad was in the Army. Takes ball 3, full count. 7th German-born player in Major League history.
Moose, so far so good. Top of the 4th, Mets lead 1-0. Mark had a home run in the 1st. Taijuan Walker pitching well through 3 so far.
Jackson was the last. Well, he was the last probably for every team. Still 3-2 on Donovan.
Come on, Taijuan.
Base hit to center.
Well, had to challenge him there with a fastball.
Lead-off knock, and the Cardinals have their 2nd hit against Taijuan Walker.
Nice at bat by Donovan. It's got a nice swing.
Here's Charlotte Ultra strong stats. Cardinals with 14 straight winning seasons, 2nd longest active streak in the majors. Yankees have not had a losing season since the early 90s. Buck Showalter took over a time when the Yankees were down. Got them back to be a winning team. Went to the playoffs in 95, and then that was a little falling out.
Well, Matthews, see if we can get the 150.
Took over.
That's been the trend in the stream, over 150.
It's happened before.
I believe in '94, the strike year when they struck the 2nd half of that season in the World Series. Yankees under Buck were 6-7 games in 1st place.
Yeah, they would have been to the playoffs that year too. 29 straight winning season, 2nd longest streak in history. Trying to get to their own record, which is set in a lot of different variations of the Yankees, from Ruth to Mantle. All points in between, from 1926 to 1964.
So it all started with Babe Ruth.
and a few other great players.
Oh, Taiwan, let's go.
First as Donovan dives back. Tom Walker will get some pickups. He had a handful last year, had one recently.
Yeah, he's got quick feet. When you get lulled into big right-handers don't have good moves, he's an exception.
Nice pitch.
To get Goldschmidt to chase on that splitter. Walker says he's always had a really good pickup move as we see the splitter again.
So he either has to move it straight down. That one worked away from Goldschmidt.
Oh, where was that pitch?
Laid off that one.
Oh, that should have been outside corner right there.
That's a tough pitch to lay off right there. That was a good one. Laid off because he couldn't hit it. Just couldn't pull the trigger.
Damn.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Goldschmidt.
That pitch is right there.
A little room on the right side of the plate, not the left.
It's interesting because he seems to line up on that right side of the plate, so you think he'd have the real vision of the quarter there.
It's funny, Fletcher, most umpires are a little closer, put their hand on the shoulder of the catcher, and then crouch down. He starts way behind the catcher and kind of kneels
Come on, Taiwan, let's go.
when he's ready.
Full count. We'll see if Donovan takes off first. Walker chases him back.
So he's got his ready position as well.
There you are.
Donovan's running. Goldschmidt hammers one toward the corner. That's a base hit. Donovan
That's going to tie the game.
off and head for the plate. Relay throw on the way from Lindor. And Brendan Donovan is safe at the plate. Paul Goldschmidt with an RBI
Tie game.
runner going. Helping Donovan score all the way from first.
That was a lot closer than I thought.
It's 1-1.
Pretty good up and fastball right there, and then Goldschmidt just turned on this. Up in the strike zone, might have been at up the same plate. Donovan was running, and I don't know how this play got so close. I think he had a bad turn at second base. He did, Keith. He stopped at second base. I think he lost where the ball was. Nito with a nice attempt at the sweep tag. Watch him at second. I think he'd lost where the ball was. He's not going to see it. I mean, that's just a bad read right there. There's no one going to catch that ball. The line drive. So speed makes up for a lot of mistakes.
All right, a little bit of a struggle for Walker there.
It seemed like that may have shielded him.
It's too loose, right? So
Wasn't a bad pitch.
After, I guess, when his hair's flying through the breeze, but might not be practical if you can't see where the ball is. Goldschmidt's driven in both runs for the Cardinals in this doubleheader.
Go figure, right? Williams go through 4 innings, no runs, and then Walker gets a run in the fourth. Can't make it up. That's why baseball is great.
let's skip Schumacher talking to on the bench coach for the Cardinals. There's Jose Akendo. He's been a long-time coach with the Cardinals, former New York Metropolitan. His career flourished, though, when he went to the Cardinals. Sure, team like he's very young with us. He was like their 10th man.
Carlson pops it up.
That's an out.
Door having a run pretty far in to make that catch.
There's a lot of wind going on in this game. It
feel it up there in the booth. So Carlson does not get the runner over. You can see the flags. They're whipping.
Wonder if, as Corey Dickerson will bat now, if the shift is banned next year, will guys like Jose Oquendo start to come back into vogue? Those types of middle infielders that cover a lot of ground, defense first, second baseman, or a defense first, shortstop. Not a guy's going to hit a lot. Maybe not even be what a normal major league hitter is, but can play really good defense.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They're not going to be able to hide a
Yep, I agree. Need a run. Need some runs here.
There's three people on that side.
In general.
I agree 100%.
I don't think the Cardinals are going to lay down in this game.
Plays more into this game because plays more into his athleticism. I don't know if that's completely true, but if you feel that way.
Oh, Dickerson fouls one back, 1 ball, 1 strike. Saw Guillorme there. Guillorme finds his at-bats and innings anyway because he's so good defensively and can handle the bat pretty well.
There's the backswing.
I just wonder if people like Jose Oquendo, which we really haven't seen as much of in the last 10, 15, 20 years, will come back into play if the shift is gone.
Well, you're not going to have with the DH now universal. We've had some teams we've played already now. We've seen that have had only 3-man bench. Most teams have a 4-man bench. You don't need the 5 because you're not making the pitching changes. So you don't need that depth on the bench. It's going to add more pitching, more to the roster, I think, on the pitching side than on the everyday player side.
Oh, a looper off the bat.
How the hell did he hit that ball?
Runner at second, Goldschmidt. I had to wait to see if Canada was going to.
How did he hit that ball? It was on the ground.
Goldschmidt only advances 90 feet on the base hit by Dickerson. The Cardinals have been on first and third.
He was not going to score on this ball anyway. Look at this. This is like Mookie Wilson right here, picking it off the ground.
That is a great piece of hitting.
Pitch hit for a base hit this year. There's Goldschmidt on the base there, so he kind of stops. He just wasn't sure. And you also know that Canada was playing tight. You're not going to score in that base hit.
Wow.
There's Mook. Well, not really. There's Mookie's uniform.
Starling Marte had one really low off the ground. The first hit in that 7-run ninth inning against the Phillies.
That breaking ball to Dickerson was, I'm going to say, 3-4 inches inside and probably maybe 3 inches off the ground, and he golfed it into the opposite field. Not an easy thing to do. Oh boy, what's that guy? That is getting tied up right there inside. Here's the Dickerson. Watch this. That ball is 2 inches, 3 inches off the ground, and you couldn't tell the angle was inside, and he kind of just sliced it into left field. Taiwan Walker was hitting every slider. Go ahead, Keith. Sorry. Sorry. No, it wasn't as inside as I thought. It might have been on the corner. But still, nonetheless, it's not an easy pitch to slice the opposite direction.
All right, come on, Taiwan. Let's go. 62 pitches right now. Nice pitch.
Splitter gets a swing and miss from O'Neill.
You notice, too, now, Ron, it's the second start for Walker. He's threw a great game, and very fine game in Washington. He's not overthrowing. He's just taking it nice, easy, no extra exertion. And his command is there.
The first close play with Dickerson diving back.
The only thing he's missed in this inning is that he was hitting that slider each and every time he threw it. Another good move. And the tag applied by Alonso. This inning, he's missed with the slider.
He's given up a run on 3 hits here in the fourth, trying to get out of trouble. 2-2. Swing
yes.
miss, O'Neill strikes out again.
Split change again. Nice.
And the second time against Taiwan Walker.
Wow. It's a good pitch. O'Neal's just having himself.
Yeah, he's been bad. All right, see if Walker can get out of this with just one run. That could be some good pitching right there to get out with just one run.
Contact against was Edwin Diaz. Sosa takes ball one. Go figure. You're right.
Again, that slider just missing the spot. Walker wanted it, but he hasn't got it since Fletcher didn't call the one on Goldschmidt.
Time's called as Nito makes sure the defense knows what to do.
Yeah, in case the runner on first takes off. Dickerson.
Goldschmidt's really an excellent base runner at third. Bounce to Escobar. Perfect throw across the Sosa. And Walker escaped.
All right, got out one run there. I'll take that. Could have been a lot worse, but we got to get to Steven Matz. We got to get him working again like the first inning. Can't have him get into the groove. We know how Matz is. When he gets confident, he finds himself and he can fall apart at any moment. The Mets got to work the count a little bit. Foul a few pitches off. Don't try to, do too much in the first couple of pitches against them. Got to let Matz work a little bit. But you know what? It's a good pitcher performance right now by Walker. Could have been a lot worse. Again, we're going to the bottom of the fourth, guys. Mets and Cardinals are tied at 1. Again, not terrible pitch count. Again, he could still go 6, possibly 7 if he gets a quick inning. Again, I'll take 6 innings from him, no problem. 1, 2 runs, I'll take that. Because you got your big guns the next 2 nights with Scherzer and Bassett. Why the hell not? Yeah, I think he can go 2 more innings for sure, no problem. 2 more innings, 10 say if it's 15 pitches each, that's 96 pitches. So maybe he'll throw in a quick inning with like 7 pitches. Maybe he'll go out for the 7th. You never know. Well, Harpy was a partier. You found out about the drugs now. So, it's unfortunate. He had a great career ahead of him. And, the injuries were a problem. But, other pitchers have come back from stuff like that. It's just that, he was in a bad place. And, a guy who probably could have made about $250 million in his career, maybe more. Barely made, 50, 60 in his career? All right, guys. 1-1, bottom of the fourth.
From the source, Mets.com/tickets. Door leads off. Fastball in from Steven Matz. Francisco grounded at third his first time. Curveball for Matz. He's thrown his curveball more tonight than he has any other start this year.
Well, that was a good pitch there. Perfect.
At the end of the bat, Lindor floats one to Carlson in right. 1 away in the bottom of the fourth.
Again, the Mets finding ways to not hit left-handers again. Mets offense this season, 132 hits with 2 strikes. Most in MLB, 70 runs with 2 outs. Second most in NL behind the Brewers. 57 infield hits. Most in Major League Baseball. Interesting. But we're nearly last in home runs, probably.
They'll say that exit velocity will catch up to
All right,
at some
Pete.
point. Or lack of exit velocity.
Alonso's hoping it goes the other way because he keeps crushing balls that die on the warning track. with a curveball from Mets. Alonso hit one earlier in the first game, 105 miles an hour off the bat, and barely made it to the warning track in center field.
It's a lot of wind, a lot of cross currents. I'm anxious summer comes, how the ball's going to travel.
Like it traveled a little better Sunday when it was a fairly warm day here. That last foul ball got some Kisner.
Yeah, it did.
J.D. Davis actually leads the major leagues in average exit or hard hit rate, I should say. He's only hitting 200. So maybe the infield hits are the ones that are working.
Well, a part of that is that the Mets have players that put the ball in play with 2 strikes. So that gives you a chance, right, as opposed to the punch out.
All right, Pete, let's go.
Mets has struck out 3 so far. He's ahead of Alonso 1-2. That one skips by Kisner. It's 2-2 on Pete. Alonso has played in all 37 Mets games now. This is being the 38th. Told our friend Anthony DeComo of MLB.com he'd like to play all 162 this year.
Right down the middle.
That's in there, strike 3 call.
Got to swing at that. It's in the wheelhouse. Well, going to the top of the 5th. Oh, sorry, guys. 2 outs. I read the wrong line.
Escobar's adopted the 7th inning stretch song Lazy Mary.
Well,
For his walk-up music.
he's had a little struggle with it. I'd love to ask him. He probably got a knock. Well, maybe it was playing or it felt good.
All right, see if Escobar can continue what he did in the first game.
Strike there to Escobar. I thought I heard it earlier. I wasn't sure if I was mistaken or what, but now Peace gets his walk-up music now for some of his at-bats.
Uh-oh.
Escobar hits this one hard.
That might be gone.
Right center. Bader back.
Yeah. All right, Escobar, baby. Here's that power we're waiting for. Yes. Woo. Uh-oh. Escobar's heating up, guys. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Whew.
7 home runs now given up by Mets.
Let's go.
That his last 2 starts.
Apple Taco.
For Escobar and going the other way.
Right center.
Turnover and didn't try to pull. There's the turnover. Not a bad pitch, just up.
Beautiful.
But Escobar going up the middle.
Right into the bullpen.
Has not been traveling, and that's the opposite gap. That's impressive.
It's about that time, guys. Escobar's heating up. Boy, do we need that in the lineup. Finally.
It's like, come on. It's a pretty good pitch. I don't mind giving up a hit, but not a home runs.
All right, let's take the lead. 2-1.
April 21st for Escobar. That was against the Giants. Chopper to Donovan. Third baseman throws down Jeff.
All right, guys. Well, 2 outs. Escobar with the go-ahead home run in the bottom of the 4th. Mets lead 2-1, going to the top of the 5th. So I'm assuming that the NBA draft is happening. What do they got? Like a 1% chance of getting the number 1 pick? Because they should be picking 11th. Telling you, man, that's what we've been waiting for Escobar, man. Finally. Can the Mets and Escobar get it going? Listen, I honestly, I saw Ken's comment about a few minutes ago about giving Alonso and Lindor a day off. They need a breather. They're clearly struggling. Give them a day off. Look, if we win today, I have no problem giving one of those guys a day off tomorrow or Thursday. Why not? What's the big deal? It's not like they're like as hot as a fire. They're not. So I think they got to give them a day off. You know, one day off here or there. They have to. And if Escobar gets going, that's the guy we've been waiting for to put behind Pete Alonso. Because if he gets hot, Pete's going to see more pitches when he's in front of him. It's just that simple. So we're just waiting for the commercial to end, guys. No, Jerry, they're not going to put him in the bullpen. No way. I don't think they're going to do that. DeGrom will want to do that. So, all right, guys. So top of the fifth, Mets lead 2-1. Taijuan Walker still on the mound. Bader is up at the Harrison Bader up at the plate.
Harrison Bader leads off the fifth for St. Louis against Taijuan Walker. Mets are back in front, 2-1. Bader fouls off the curve. A couple of solo homers have given the Mets the lead. Canna in the first and Escobar in the fourth against Steven Matz.
So a lot of curveballs from Walker his last start. Not as many tonight against the Cardinals so far here in the fifth. And once again, Mets answering when the opposing team scores. They've been very good at the bottom half of the inning or the next top of the inning, wherever they're on the road or home.
Yep, Escobar's heating up.
Scoring after, right?
2 games in a row, doing what he's got to do.
It's a big hit for him. Escobar says that he thinks that's the sign of a great team, a team that can bounce back quickly. The splitter from
the non-hitting home run Mets has hit 2 home runs in the bowl games, and that's all the runs accounted for at the moment. Canna in the first, Escobar in the fourth. How about that?
It's been a good pitch for Carlos Carrasco this year, as Steve said. He's using that grip now.
All right. Walker has 70 pitches through 5, so still a decent pitch count to get through at least 6.
Let's make a roster move between games. They sent Jake Reed back to AAA after his first big league win, a couple of scoreless innings. Sent him back to Syracuse, and Kosuke Kato is on the roster for the Mets. Kato, a utility player.
They get them from the Blue Jays?
Came from the Blue Jays, where he played in a couple of big league games this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Bader. Mets picked him up off of waivers. Miles Michaelis took the loss in game 1. Adam Wainwright next to him. 3-2 on Bader. Wainwright had a funny line against after the game the other day when Pujols pitched the end of it. Wainwright told Pujols not to worry because he gave him a home run his first game too. That maybe in 17 years, Albert and Kisner could break all of Wainwright and Yadi's records.
Up it up.
Skies one toward Nimmo.
Brandon Nimmo don't see it. Woof. McNeil got it. That was a little rough.
It's a little thing, and it becomes a funny thing there. But being out and in position just in case something like that happens is heads-up ball, and that's what the squirrel always is. And squirrels in the game is a very alert player.
Somewhere up there, Brandon Nimmo launched that ball off the bat of Bader. As Kisner fouls one off. It's really another theme for the Mets this year, right? They've had guys get themselves in the right position, all 9 guys moving around. double play.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster there.
2 outs at third base.
2 home runs, Steven. Kana and Escobar.
Was in the right spot on shallow right field.
I think Brandon's going to get... Oh, all right.
1 out single for the Cardinal catcher.
I mean, there's been a vast improvement in the Mets defense, overall defense this season. Kisner gets jammed a little on this fastball from Walker inside. That produces the hit.
Just didn't get hit enough.
All right, Taiwan, let's go. 76 pitches for Taiwan. Uh-oh.
Drills this ball toward the right field corner out of the reach of James.
Oh, that's going to be a run.
Kisner's being waved home. He should score. Edmonds headed for third. He'll have an RBI triple. And this game is tied as Tommy Edmonds drives in Andrew Kisner.
Well, the Cardinals give the Mets a little early medicine. They come right back. He got on top of this fastball. He got the barrel out. And this terrible bounce off the corner, off the angle of the fence there. And this guy reads it nicely, doesn't run great, but he runs good enough.
Yeah.
And with that back arm, he scores easily.
Well, Walker's struggling a little bit, leaving a few balls over the plate there, and they're hitting it.
He turns on the Jets.
His third triple this year. Mets have their infield in.
Oh, where was that pitch?
The pitch that just missed. 2 balls, no strikes. Back-to-back innings with runs for the Cardinals. So the Mets infield playing close with Edmund at third and 1 out. Strike from Walker on the inside corner.
Cardinals have already had an opportunity to drive in a run on third base last inning, as a matter of fact, with less than 2 outs, and didn't get it done.
First game as well.
3 balls and 1 strike. Goldschmidt on deck.
They're laying off that split change on Walker.
It seems like he's got an idea of Walker's splitter.
Ball 4. First base was open, but certainly don't want to put a guy on in front of Paul Goldschmidt.
Hefner's coming out
Jeremy Hefner
for a mound visit.
Well, it's interesting if you've been watching this 2 games, Keith. We've seen Goldschmidt handle some interesting pitches. A ball on the outside corner waist high hit for a home run in game 1. He hit a ball inside and up here against Taiwan Walker for a double to left to score the first run.
All right, let's see if they don't play that stupid shift on him now. Got to play for a double play here.
So it's pitcher, I'm trying to work him hitting my split finger for a ground ball.
I'm going to be very aggressive up the plate, make him get the splitter up, but looking for a fastball. You have the pitcher in trouble here, first and third.
Slow roll along the
Go
third
foul,
base
go foul.
side. It's foul.
Oof.
Walker's got a good little tight slide out. That was a good pitch.
Goldschmidt has only hit in the 1.
Yeah, July. I'm surprised you guys heard that. It was kind of low.
He's got 3 pitches that are this ground ball. The 2-seamer running down and in. He's got that slider he just
All right,
threw.
Adonis Medina warming up in the bullpen for the Mets.
But you got to get ahead.
Not surprised. I figured those guys were going to be the ones to pitch in this game.
He's gotten ahead.
All right, Talon, let's go. Again, the right field. Jesus.
runners on his way to third. Donovan is held up. Goldschmidt has a double. And the Cardinals have the lead. It's 3-2.
Freaking guy's amazing. Keep on pitching him outside. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Like, all these scouting reports and this analytical crap, why do we keep on pitching this guy on the outside corner? I don't get it. It's like they're afraid to pitch inside.
Flat slider up.
I just don't understand why they're pitching him outside like that.
In the first game, but it was a fast.
I just don't get it. Like, what scouting report did they have on Goldschmidt? Like, it's clearly wrong. You shift on him. You pitch. Every pitch was on the outside corner. Like, it makes no sense.
I know you got to rest your starters, but boy, wouldn't you love to have Arenado up right now?
Come on, Tom. Get out of this with just 2 runs.
Little blue, Nimmo coming in. Nimmo's there. He's got him. Brendan Donovan tagging from third. Now he's going to go back.
Yeah, all right. Good job, Nimmo. Good job.
A big out for Walker. 2 down here in the 5th.
Number 3 not getting a run. Third time they're not getting a runner in.
Well, definitely less than it for Walker. 86 pitches.
You see Carlson, yes, Ron Pop Warner, the third base coach. Should I have went there? He goes, no, absolutely not.
No way.
Well, Donovan came down the line and really forced the throw. Yeah,
right?
He did. And it was really, you never know, he might throw it away. It might scoot by the catcher and you score.
Mets had a decision with Corey Dickerson.
All right, they're walking Dickerson.
Mets have decided to put
I don't like the bases loaded like that. I don't like doing that.
And that brings up the struggling Tyler O'Neill, who has struck out twice against Walker today.
Yes, he has 5 strikeouts on the day. That's a slider right there. Struck him out. Not a good one. And that splitter was a good hit right there. That's going to get a lot of hitters. The difference a year makes you would never.
Come on, Tom. Big app out of here. Get it done.
O'Neill takes in the dirt ball 1. Last time a Cardinal struck out 5 times in a doubleheader, Edgar Renteria in 2003 against the Cubs. Since at least 1906, no Cardinal has ever struck out 6 times in a doubleheader. Wow. And there's strike 1 to O'Neill.
That means I didn't do that either.
You did not. Good job.
Outstanding work by you.
Nick's got the 11th pick, guys.
Wipe my brow there.
Walker's given up 2 in this inning, trying to keep
Come on,
right
Tyrone.
there with the bases loaded.
Nice pitch.
It's 1-2.
Get out of this. Losing by 1, I'll be taking it.
Cardinals have taken the lead here in the 5th. But Taiwan
Come on, Taiwan. Get it done, baby. Come on.
Bases loaded for Tyler O'Neill. 1-2. He lays off. It's
Yeah.
2-2.
Second ball at Nino has blocked with a runner on third.
Steps off a second time.
Some pitchers don't like to be out there too long with too many signs shaking off. Just upsets their rhythm, so they step off.
Come on, Taiwan. Make your pitch here. All right, not a bad pitch. Try to go up on a fastball.
Nino, in his mind, would always go to the split finger. Then he would go to the slider. And those are the first 2 signs he would give. Naturally, because of the setback.
All right, Taiwan, let's go.
2-2. Ball 3.
Oh, boy.
O'Neill didn't chase the
Well,
splitter on 1-2.
pretty sure he's going to come with a fastball here.
Now full count, bases loaded, you have to give in.
You don't have to give in. I think the way that O'Neill's going, you just make a better quality split finger. One that appears to be a strike and then dives out of the zone. Those were not competitive. The last one anyway.
3-2, the runners will go. O'Neill.
All right, went for the fastball on the outside corner there.
Fastball.
Reared back and let one go.
Well, Joe, they need a guard anyway, so they'll get one of the guards that are available in the top 15.
They all run pretty well. They will all get a head start once again on the 3-2 pitch.
All right, Tom, let's go.
With the bases loaded, O'Neill. It's a line drive to center. Nimmo coming in.
Yes! All right. All right, Brandon.
Walker limits the damage.
Tough outing for Walker, but you know what? Not a terrible outing. Could have been a lot worse. Going to the bottom of the fifth, guys. Mets are trailing 3-2. So, again, similar to the first game where the Mets couldn't get enough runs aboard, and they had the 3 runs, but could have had the opportunity for 5, 6, or 7, kept the Cardinals in the game. Same thing with the Cardinals here. They're leaving a lot of runners on base, keeping the Mets in the ballgame where, you know, a base hit or a double, it blows open the game. So Mets are only down by 1. Again, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be pitching from the bullpen. Medina was warming up, so he's probably going to come in. Probably going to see Holderman. Nagosek, probably. We'll see. But the Mets gotta get some more runs here. You know, the 2 runs we got are home runs, which is shocking because the Mets don't hit home runs. But we're going to the bottom of the 5th. Mets trail 3-2. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in or you're hanging out the whole time, forgot to hit that like button, don't forget to hit on that like button. Let's get past 150. We're at 144 with 147 people in the stream. So there's a few people that probably didn't hit the like button, but please do when you get a chance. Mets are losing 3-2. Mets won the first game 3-1. A little shaky in the 9th with Diaz, but he got the job done. The Mets are playing with somewhat house money in this second game. You know, you always want to take 2, obviously, but a split is not bad. But you're a little greedy at this point because the Mets could win this ball game. It's that simple. So, and again, with Scherzer and Bassett on the mound the next 2 games, the Mets have a prime opportunity to take a series here. 3 out of 4. All right, guys, here we go. J.D. Davis up.
It's only a 1-run lead as Steven Matz delivers inside to J.D. Davis.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Davis flying to center. Keith, we talked about his hard hit rate. You're hitting the ball well and not getting hits. Does that extend the frustration?
Yes, it does. What comes to mind is, but I can't think of his name right now, the outfielder that used to hit the ball hard all the time. But Davis reminds me of Lagares. Juan Lagares used to hit so many bullets at people. And Davis is the same way. It beats getting jammed and not hitting the ball good. But at a certain point, and it's gone on a lot for JD, it can get terribly frustrating. You just got to keep plugging, which he does.
Come on, JD, let's go.
He's not in the lineup every day, you know, so it doesn't give him a chance to exactly.
It's not about small ball, honestly. Like, a 1-run ball game, but like the Mets play small ball all year.
This game, count 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Seems like a home run party for the Mets to hit too. Nice eye. There we go.
To ask Buck maybe before the game tomorrow, is there a situation here where McNeil or Canna could play right field and put Escobar at second base and put Davis at third, while Starling Marte's on the bereavement list at least? 3-2 fastball beats J.D. Davis. And Steven Matz has his 5th strikeout. For the best coverage of the game, let's check out the T-Mobile coverage kit.
trade is
One world trade.
Wayne, I think that Buck likes having the good defense out there. When you got the DH now, you could play Davis, maybe mix him in more.
Oh yeah, it's only one more ball game, guys. This game not over. But you know what? Mets is pitching again. Once again with the Mets, they have a hard time hitting left-handers. It's amazing. No matter how many right-handers you put in the lineup, they still struggle against left-handed pitching. And Mets is pitching good. 2 solo home runs.
Well, just like the starter in Game 1 for the Cardinals, Miles Michaelis.
No, I agree,
He got
Ken.
better as the game went
You know,
on.
Dom had a nice game, but can he do it
Matt's
again
rounding into form
tomorrow if he plays? I don't know.
He's only given up 3 hits, 2 of them homers, though. Canna and Escobar. Hasn't walked anybody. Balls 2 strikes on Jankowski. Steven has mentioned that his changeup is actually what he feels like is his best pitch.
There's one right there.
Damn it.
For a good one to strike out Jankowski. Second time Jankowski's punched out against Mets, who now has 6 strikeouts.
Nice
I
changeup.
think you're right, Wayne, that the changeup might be his best pitch, but it's better when he's mixing the curveball in as well for a strike. I don't think he can be the kind of pitcher who's a 2-pitch pitcher, fastball change. He needs to be able to throw 20% curveballs and throw them for strikes.
Tomas Nido struck out his first.
Nito's due for a home run here.
The bottom of the order here. Stevens snapping back after that pitch miss. There's still that temper on the mound.
Yeah, he's hard on himself. Always has been. Cares. Has passion. The hard part is getting that into a spot where it works in your favor, not against you.
We were talking about Max, how he's improved. Remember, he used to telegraph that change, and he hasn't in this entire game, but that last one kind of just tipped it off a little bit.
How so?
He just kind of came down and goosed it a little bit. If I could tell as a hitter when a pitcher tips, and it's in his delivery. It's usually a secondary pitch. It's something different. You can see it in that split second and identify it.
Is that perceptible to the hitter?
Yes. Because there's a change in. He's not going to. Pitchers are not going to. When they throw their fastball, they're going to let it go. They're going to let it go. They're not going to. They're just going to let it. On a change up, they might come in here a little bit when they're up here. And but Max just did that, and you can tell as a hitter, and that's what's the unit.
Full count on David.
Acceleration versus deceleration. I think that's what happens to him occasionally.
And that's the first time he's done it. He's been real good with it today. Tonight.
Nito hangs in with a foul ball. It's still a full count.
His curveball has been very effective to the right-hand hitter. It's hitting it to break. It's a big break.
Yeah.
And it's not off the table, but it's breaking down and getting under the right-hander's bats.
When I was brought up in the Mets system, they were adamant about when you threw a breaking ball or a changeup, that it had to appear that you're at least accelerating as much as you did on a fastball or a little more, but you could never be less.
Nito takes strike 3. Matt's burning that fastball on the inside corner again. And Steven Matz strikes out the
Steven Matz is pitching well against the Mets today. 3-2 Cardinals. Medina is coming in for the Mets. But once again, guys, it's again, we won the first game. This game is kind of looking like the Mets at the moment are not bunching hits together, right? They're 2 solo home runs. Again, the Mets are hitting less than 1 home run a game at 0.81 per game. That's right, 0.81 per game. They're 22nd in baseball home runs per game. They're rare for the Mets, even though it's close as what's his who's saying it? Unconscious, but yes, not a lot of teams are hitting home runs, but it's very clear with the Mets. The Mets are clearly a team that does not rely on the home run ball. Again, everybody can debate if home runs are a successful way to score runs, or bunching hits together. But once again, you need a couple of guys to be hot to bunch a lot of hits together to score runs. All you need is a guy to lay into one and hit a home run. So again, there's a lot of ways to win in this league, obviously. But unconscious, it's not misleading. If you watch this team every day, you know they're not a home run hitting team. That's the problem. Again, there was enough times when you have somebody up and you're like, oh, he's probably not going to hit a home run. And they usually don't. Again, it's not a recipe for, winning a championship, obviously. Because I think the way the Mets play is a better way to play in baseball. Okay, fine, unconscious. Dozen teams. Have you seen those teams? All of them have really bad records. So the Mets are just doing it differently. They're scoring runs differently, which is fine. I got them on MLB.com. 0.81.
That's the Empire State Building. They actually took MLB Network to Albert Pujols to the Empire State Building.
I'm not going to get it at Joe Smol's website. But it doesn't matter about the numbers. It's common sense about the eyes. The Mets team doesn't hit a lot of home runs. They're not built to hit home runs. Not saying they can't win. But when you gotta come back in a game, the Mets gotta get 3 or 4 or 5 hits together to get a run or two without the home run. Again, I think it's perfect recipe for a team that can make the playoffs and do well in the playoffs because you're going to face better pitching.
Just over 90 pitches in 5 innings for Mats as well. Sosa lifts one toward left center.
That should be 1 out. All right. Again, I think the Mets' way of playing works better in the playoffs than a power hitting team. Because most of the time, really, really good pitchers pitch in the playoffs to great pitchers who shut down power hitters. The way the Mets play, they can work the pitcher, get him out of the games early, bunch a few hits together. That works in the playoffs a lot better.
Sosa flies out. Now Bader bats against Adonis Medina.
Medina's got a nice arm. Slider, fastball.
I did ask your guy, Mark Alpha at the MLB Network, if they took all the relief pitchers to the Empire State Building. That's funny. He said, no, just Albert. Neal gets to
Come on, Jeff. Oh, what a play by Jeff. Wow, what a play.
That's a big league play right there. Are they going to challenge?
No, he's out.
They're going to challenge.
Uh-oh. They're challenging.
If he beats it, it's still a heck of a play. By McNeil. Backhand, no time to waste and throw. And that's an accurate, strong throw.
Yeah, he's safe by this much.
Still a heck of a play.
But unconscious. Stop looking at the stats. It's clear that the Mets don't hit a lot of home runs. It's just that simple. I mean, we've had this conversation about other stats as well, about WAR and all that nonsense.
First challenge of the day.
The reason why the Mets are winning ball games is because of the average of the entire team. The 2-out RBIs. It's that type of way the Mets are winning. They're not winning. I mean, name a game where they won a game on a home run. Probably won this year. They're not winning by that much. She was out. Safe. Nice play by McNeil still.
Safe and to overturn his own call at first base.
These things happen. And you know another thing about that play.
That was a hell of a play by McNeil. Safe or not.
He was over on, for the shifts. He's over on the shortstop side, and it's.
I mean, unconscious. There's a reason why everybody, and I mean everybody, is saying that the Mets need a power bat because they do. It's you can't have just Alonso there and expect things to always work out.
Attention to Bader, who has 8 stolen bases this year in 8 tries.
Well, unfortunately, McNeil just a smidge. Bader is a little bit faster than the ball by a step. See if Medina can get a nice double play here and end the inning, get their offense out there.
He's thrown 2 over. I don't know if this is part of his game, but a good thing to do here is come to the belt and go quickly to the plate. Make sure you stop, but go quickly to the plate. That'll get you at least one pitch where he's not stealing. He does not.
Ball 1 to Kisner. You guys had to do this together a lot. How do you play it as pitcher and first base?
Well, you have to have a feel for it. You don't only have a feel for how far they're off the base, if they're going to get back, but you have to have a feel when they're going to steal. And it's a feel thing. It's not always something they tell you.
I have no input into this. I'm just over there ready to catch it and make a tag. If the pitcher throws over, it's all on the pitcher. I'm there. Some pitchers have had a sixth sense. Just the guy would steal, you'd pick him off. You go, how'd you come on? How'd you know he was going?
Former teammates there. Watch the lead by Bader. He really just stands up tall. Doesn't get in that Ricky Henderson crouch.
Nice pitch.
Gator, Florida Gator, just like Alonso. Overlapped together at the University of Florida.
He's going to be going here.
Medina's slow to the plate.
Yeah, really slow.
A big leg kick.
So Medina will throw over once, and the next time Bader will be going.
Saw Bader chatting with Stevie Clapp, the first base coach, as well.
He's going.
Pitch a strike, and Nito couldn't handle it. Nito was going to try to throw from his knees, might not have mattered anyway. Harrison Bader, 9 for 9 in stolen base tries. He leads the National League in steals.
Well, behind 2-1, he had to come in with a strike. Nito tries to throw from his knees because of the great jump.
Here's the thing, you got Kitsner who's up and he hasn't played every day, and he took that pitch that's deep in the count, and he's 2-2 now. He's got 2 strikes. You really would want your base runner to steal early.
Back to the mound, Medina tried to barehand it. Still gets the out at first on Kisner. Bader goes to third. That's 2 outs for the inning.
I mean, he got that with a full right hand, did Medina. Yes, he did. Wow. Lucky he's still out there.
All right, 2 outs. Men on third, top of the 6th, 3-2 Cardinals.
RBI triple his last time, and they scored the go-ahead run at Goldschmidt's double. Tough customer at the top of the Cardinal order here.
Oh, he hit him.
I tell you what, if that ball didn't hit him, there's no way Nito's going to keep that ball from going to the screen.
You know, what you're talking about is a guy who just fielded the ball off his palm, makes the out at first base. This is good for Hefner to go out because what they should have done, and it's just easy to do now. This is the comeback at first, right? So he catches this in his palm. In the fat of his hand, and it deflects and he makes the play. But because they didn't come out and talk about it hitting his palm, what they could have done is said, hey, listen, it hit his palm. Umpire, give him a couple of throws so he can see if he feels all right. They never did that. So that first pitch, you lose your feel, and you almost threw one. Well, you did throw one to the backstop. It just hit Edman first.
He's going to take a couple tosses. Jeremy Hefner, Buck Showalter, Brian Backo, one of the trainers.
Hey, Ron, you're a young kid, and you get your first smell of the big leagues, you're going to want to stay in.
Yeah, of course. But they could have helped him out if they came up before. He could have done that before the pitch to Edman, which I think would have helped, you know.
There's the slider.
Oh, it hit his back calf.
Oh, that
Wow.
calf.
I don't know if I've ever seen anyone get hit in the back calf.
He's going to have a little bruise there in the morning.
Might not want to run 10 minutes. Runners on the corners. Brendan Donovan's the batter. Impressive in this doubleheader. Donovan on base 5 times overall. He's on base 3 times in the first game, twice in this one.
He got tremendous speed on the bases.
Vader at third, Edman at first. Edman's running, and Tomas Nido lets him go. That's the 9th steal for Tommy Edman. He ties Bader for the National League lead again.
Now this becomes a really big out right here. Got 2 men out on ducks on the pond.
Oof. It's getting wild, Medina.
Balls, no strikes. Also, do not want to go to the guy on deck. If you lose Donovan here, then it's Goldschmidt with the bases loaded.
All right, nice pitch.
Medina clips the inside corner. Gets a strike. It's 2-1.
Oh boy.
Wonder if Nido's going out there because he was crossed up because he never did get down to block that with runners on second and third. So maybe Medina crossed him up and they'll figure it out. Tomas Nido so far in this game did not use the pitch count with Walker and not with Medina also.
Ask around a little bit, but it feels like the Mets are phasing out some of the pitch count. We've seen it with as many of the pitchers as we did earlier on.
But we've got some veteran pitchers that might be part of it. Also, playing in front of some big crowds this year, and the noise alone has shot.
Goldschmidt in the on-deck circle, 3-1 count. It's a good pitch to hit.
Here comes a 3-1. Broken bat.
All right, 3-2. Broke his bat.
Old Hickory is just laying there on the field.
Killing.
That could be like a little paddle there. Get someone spanking.
Keep that for dark. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Come on. Got him.
Right down the middle, strike 3.
All right.
Big strikeout for Medina.
Nice.
Goldschmidt in the on-deck circle.
That's a nice piece of pitching right there, guys. All right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the 6th. Still 3-2. Nice pitcher performance by Medina. Nice. That was a nice pitch. So we're going to the bottom of the 6th. 3-2 Cardinals. The Mets will have up 1, 2, 3. Nimmo, Canna, Lindor. This is the inning to get things rolling here, guys. I like Medina's stuff. Look, in the minors, he was a strike thrower. That's what his scouting report said. But, little nerves probably kicked in a little bit, but he got the job done. He threw a pitch right down the middle. But guess what? He wasn't expecting that fastball. He was expecting probably an off-speed pitch or a breaking ball, and he got the fastball. And caught him off guard, got him looking. But, one thing about the Mets this year, you keep them around, they'll find a way to come back and bite you in the ass. And I think they're going to do that again now. Steven Matz might be pitching the 6th. We'll see. Once again, the Mets having trouble putting hits together against another left-handed pitcher. 2 home runs with Escobar and Canna, but they haven't really bunched a lot of hits together. They have, 3 hits in this game. 2 by the home run ball that got the 2 runs. So luckily for the home runs, we got some on the board. Thank you, Ken. I love it. All right, guys, so here we go. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. 3-2 Cardinals. Seems like Matz is still in the game. See if he can finally get to him, besides those 2 home runs.
Good breaking ball, and he surprised a lot of the Mets hitters with late fastballs that he threw by Alonso, Davis, and then Nito in the inside corner.
Good job for Matz, in line for the win, but only a 1-run game that he leaves. Cardinal bullpen will have
all right, here we go. 1, 2, 3 for the Mets. Well, now we got Andre Palante for the Cardinals, so Matz is out. Interesting.
3 effective innings. Oh, we've got an arm. It's a little giddy up for that fastball. He has held left-hand hitters to a 130.
I don't know if I have any stuffed animals, honestly.
That fastball was
all right, Brandon, start it off. Oh, he's wild. You don't want to be wild with Nimmo and Canna at the plate.
Drafted just a few years ago, 4th-round pick of the Cardinals. Obviously, with no 2020 minor league season, this is a guy who hasn't pitched much in pro ball, just 145 innings overall. It's that one over to make it 2-1. Top of the order for the Mets here in the 6th.
Cardinals sure had their chances in both games.
Ball at Edmund. Demo's out. 1 away in the 6th as we drive around the majors. Brought to you by your Tri-State Audi dealers. Dodgers held off the Diamondbacks in a 7-6 game. Trey Turner and Mookie Betts with home runs for LA to win game 1 of their doubleheader. Houston.
Phillies are losing 2-0 in the 7th to the Padres.
Mike Clevenger holding the Phillies offense down. 1 hit, 5 scoreless innings for Clevenger, who's back from Tommy John surgery.
I think our studio said all 5 of those home runs were off Nathan Eovaldi in that 2nd inning. Ouch.
Clevenger runs early for Houston. Things are not going great in Boston.
I was at a wedding this weekend in Newport with my whole family. We were all diehard Red Sox fans, and let's just say there's a lot of complaining.
When the Celtics season is over, if people look up the Red Sox, they're going to be quite surprised. All 2 Canna, over earlier off of Steven Matz.
Got a fastball in. 3rd home run of the year. Got the Mets on the board. Don't hit too hard. Body shots.
Oh,
3-0 on Canada.
almost hit him there.
With the McGuire and Canseco Bash Brothers. Home run celebration.
Both just going to have to gain about 40, 50 more pounds.
One way or the other.
But to complete this lineup, unconscious, this is what the Mets need.
Cases, it was the other.
It's, a one-run ball game here. Who do you expect to hit a home run here besides Alonso? Not really anybody. Yeah, Escobar hit one finally. Kana has been hitting one every now and then, but you don't got that big power guy that's like, all right, two guys in a lineup where those guys can take you deep inside the game. At the moment, it's Alonso. Not saying the other guys can't do it, but you're not expecting it.
Donovan Mitchell Jr.
But Lindor is not that. I don't know where everybody gets the idea of Lindor is a power hitter. He's not. He's not. People have that mindset, but he's not a power hitter. Escobar, yes. He was supposed to be that big bopper in Atlanta. Maybe he'll turn hot into that, for sure.
Donovan Mitchell had for Lindor.
Oh, we got Donovan Mitchell here.
Play like I play. Boy, he's great.
I better not stay around in New York too long. We're going to try to put him in the next year.
That's right.
Strike two to Canada.
If you're on that mindset that the Lindor's a power hitter, I don't even know what to say because he's not. Escobar, yes.
He's got an arm.
He was supposed to be that protection behind Pete Alonso, but at the moment he has not been, except for today. All right, ball four.
3-2. He lost Canada. It's a 1-out walk. First walk issued by the Cardinals in this game.
When you watch Vellante, watch his hands. They stay awfully high. High leg kick. Watch his arm. Really like a javelin thrower. That front elbow stays high as well. He's got a little bit, if you can use your imagination, a little Max Scherzer in there. And the way he delivers the ball.
All right, now let's see if Frankie can have some power.
Here's Lindor. Striking ball misses. Lindor is 0 for 2. Average has dropped under 230.
Yeah, unconscious. Then I'm not expecting that. If you're expecting 30 home runs from Lindor, you're going to be waiting a very long time. He might get close to 30, but he's more of like a 25, 26 home run guy. I don't think he's the same player anymore, honestly. Well, at this point, let the pitcher walk the ballpark. To hell with the hitting.
Pitcher, right? You got a guy who has great stuff, a great arm, but can't always throw the ball where he wants to. It's a wild high. I shouldn't say wild. He's up in the strike zone. I think he likes to pitch up in the strike zone.
Lindor better have that back glued to his shoulder. All right, here we go. Terry, that's what I expect. 20 to 25 home runs from Lindor. If you're expecting more than that, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to be very disappointed. Over the last couple of years, he turned into more of a gap-to-gap hitter. It's been proven in his stats. It's been proven the way he's been hitting. Now, we have Alonso up, who, expectation, I could see him hitting a home run and not be shocked. Lindor hits a home run, I'm shocked. Kana hits a home run, I'm shocked. Escobar, I'm shocked at the moment. Even though I think Escobar could be the 25 to 30 guy. But at the moment, he has not been that type of power hitter yet. Pete hits one in the second deck. I'm not going to be surprised. But I'll take a base hit here. Tying up the ball game.
That's won the first game.
Keep the merry-go-round.
This one's been back and forth a bit. Cardinals have a good defensive outfield. Carlson's got a great arm at right, so does Bader.
Let's see if Alonso's a little bit patient here and watch out for that slider that he always has problems with. All right, there you go.
Have to come with the cheddar here. He doubled up on Lindor with that curveball.
A security blanket behind Pete Alonso. You need protection for your power hitter. You can't just have Alonso there and expect him to do everything. It's just nearly impossible.
Step off towards second.
You notice that play? That was a preconceived play. You watch Kisner. He dropped his glove. When he dropped his glove, it was when Palante was supposed to spin and throw. Watch the glove. He's supposed to spin and throw now, but he doesn't have that move. So they put on a play, but their pitcher doesn't know how to run. Ouch.
All right, Pete, come on.
Back-to-back walks has Palante and some hot water. Behind Alonso, it's 1-0. Oh boy, he's got Archie Bell.
Pete Alonso just said it with Lindor. Keep the bat on the shoulders. Let him throw a strike.
Can you imagine his brain is full already?
Genesis Cabrera, the lefty, waiting up.
Cabrera, the left-hander. Has gotten 2-0 on each hitter in this inning, 4 in a row.
Yeah, he's getting tight. He goosed that last fastball.
On 2-0.
I wouldn't swing the bat here. Let him throw a strike. He can't throw a strike.
Oh boy. Loud pitcher, loud crowd.
Go. And Escobar behind him right now, who's been hot. You already know Pete's taking here. Go for. He threw a curveball. Wow. All right, guys. A hot Escobar, bases loaded. Now, Escobar's got to be patient here. He's thrown 4 straight balls in a row, not even close to the plate. Escobar's a veteran. Let's see if he pays attention. Looks like they might bring the lefty in. We'll see. All right, so they're keeping Palante in. I know Escobar is hot, but he's got to take a strike here.
So you run the risk. Do you keep Escobar on his weaker side, or do you go to the pitcher that has more control, possibly right now, after Palante's walked the bases loaded?
Third base umpire was just asking Palante, is he going to go from the stretch or the windup? Because some guys in the windup, it is the stretch, but now they got the manager.
Oliver Marmol has decided to take Palante out of this game.
All right, they're bringing in the lefty Cabrera.
So the Cardinals will turn Escobar around to his better side. He homered right-hander earlier off of Steven Matz, and now he'll face Genesis.
All right, so bases loaded for the Mets. Bringing in the left-hander to turn Escobar to the right side, which he is a better hitter and natural side. So interesting call, actually. They would probably want him as a lefty, since he's more strikeout prone as a left-hander. Just the way he swings, he has a more uppercut swing as a lefty. But turning him around, giving him that level swing that he has on the right side, I don't know. I like our chances here. We got Escobar with the bases loaded, 1 out. Bottom of the 6th, Mets losing 3-2. Hey, I'll take a sacrifice fly, tie the game up. Why not? And then you got Jeff McNeil at the plate after Escobar. If Escobar either gets on, sometimes even if he strikes out, you still got McNeil, who, let's be honest, probably the best guy you want up there besides Nimmo, right? Or the guy who just works the count, very hard to strike out. But I don't know. I like Escobar in this spot. Turning him over to the right side. Yeah, Joseph, I saw it. 3-0 Padres over the Phillies. So, at the very least, we don't lose no ground if we happen to lose this game. Let's see. I don't think the Braves play today. I think they're off. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. So, let's wait for the commercial to end. And the Phillies lose, and we happen to win. Well, gain a half a game. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I like to see. So it would be 7 games. If the Phillies lose and we win the second game. Hey, guys, I know you want to be greedy, but sac fly ties the ball game. And it'd be 2 outs with McNeil up. Still a guy in scoring position. I'll take that chance. All right, guys, here we go.
Watch WFAN Sports Radio's Drive Time Duo bring their unique take on New York sports. Cardinals Roberts.
Yeah, Terry, but you know what? The Phillies didn't really gain any ground on the Mets because the Mets played that well. So, good for them.
Beautiful night in New York, and Genesis Cabrera enters in a bases-loaded spot.
Oh, yeah, I missed it
awfully
then.
hard. His best pitch, though,
Right.
is his changeup.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
He can be a little erratic with his control, which sometimes makes him doubly hard to face because he can be all over the place and then throw 3 straight ones on the corner.
Cabrera has had some trouble keeping the ball in the ballpark
All
this
right,
year.
here we
He's
go.
got 4 home runs already in just 14 innings.
Big spot here, guys. Bases loaded, 1 out. Escobar at the plate. Mets down by 1. Oh,
Cabrera gets the corner.
that was not a strike. Wow. That was not a freaking strike.
3 straight walks have loaded the bases.
Oh, get out.
It's 0-2.
Damn it.
There's a home run back and forth to give the Mets a 2-1 lead.
Getting closer.
Down and away, and that's a good sign that Escobar is coming out.
Well, he needs a protector with 2 strikes.
Second home run. He's had a hit in 3 straight games now, and 2 hits in the first game with the doubleheader earlier.
Come on, Eddie.
Field back, except the third baseman Donovan, even with the bat. Cabrera's ahead 0-2. Bases loaded. Swing and miss, strike 3. Escobar punches out on the curve. Big out for Genesis Cabrera.
Yeah.
Now 2 down.
Anything but a strikeout there.
Well, I said that he had a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
That was a hanger, but it was a nice
I should have
pitch.
included the 2 great breaking balls.
Escobar was looking for a fastball there, way out in front. All right, see if Jeff McNeil can do it.
Showed you that graphic earlier of 2-out hits, 2-out RBIs. The Mets driven in more 2-out runs than every team except 1. Now Jeff McNeil will try to add to that with the bases full and 2 down. Neal swings at the first pitch and pops it up. Foul ground, Donovan there. He's got it. And the Mets squander a bases loaded chance of the 6th. The strikeout.
Jesus
and a foul
Christ.
out keeps.
Well, Jesus Christ. Well, when you can't bunch hits together in an inning, the Mets are not scoring because they're not a home run hitting team. Once again, it comes to fruition in games like this. You're waiting for that base hit to happen or that double to happen. Oh yeah, I yeah. Honestly, every game is important. They're all important. Again, it's always important. And especially with that 6 playoff team, you also got to understand too. There's tiebreakers. If the Cardinals happen to, if the Cardinals, have the same record as the Mets at the end of the year, and it comes down to a tiebreaker based on how they played each other, that can come down to it. Every game's important. 94 wins and 95 wins you the division. Well, that game in May could have cost you. Yeah, they were both bad at bats. Escobar was just swinging at everything. And, I'm not going to kill McNeil because he has been good this year. So I'm not going to go crazy on McNeil. But, you got to get a sac fly there. I thought Escobar was going to come through. He was hot in these 2 games so far. But, that's baseball. So we're going to the top of the 7th, still 3-2 Cardinals. Well, Joseph, that's the problem. Uh-oh.
Paul Goldschmidt swinging at the first pitch. Sends one to deep left. Canna sizing it up. Makes the catch.
That was close.
Goldschmidt retired for the first time in this game. SNY Studios we go. Here's Maria Marina.
Thanks a lot, Wayne. Padres at Phillies, that is. Top of the 7th, 1-0 San Diego. And Robinson Cano singles to left. The ball goes under Kyle Schwarber's glove. Will Myers scores, makes it 2-0, now 3-0 in the 8th. Back to you.
Looking like the 2015 championship.
But, Joseph, you're saying the games don't matter, but the Mets fell apart in June, July last year, right? Late June, early July. Their games were irrelevant in September because of their debacle in late June and July. So you can't say games don't matter until September. That's just idiotic.
All 3 of his bats in this game.
The Mets lost first place because of their June and July terrible losses and terrible record during that span. They weren't even relevant in September. So September doesn't matter if you don't do well during the early months of the year.
Probably the highest anxiety play for infielders in the shift, right? That ball that's not hit well, where you have to really charge. You have to come and charge.
Yeah, exactly, Matthew. I'm not going to kill McNeil. Escobar, I can kill it at the bat because he was swinging at everything. Jeff has been good this year. What are you going to do there? No, he just got under a ball.
Nice little sinking action on his fastball.
Yes, okay, Joseph. You just exactly, Joseph. Recap exactly. June and July cost the Mets a chance to contend in September. So, well, that was a quick inning for the Mets. All right. Well, that was quick. All right. Well, going to the bottom of the 7th, guys. Let's see if the Mets can get another rally going here and actually score a run. All right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the 7th, still 3-2 Cardinals. That's where the interesting part of what Santiago was talking about September. Granted, obviously September is important because that's the last month to contend for the playoffs and get that last bit of win to get into the playoffs. But if you suck in June and July and you lose first place, and then when you're in September and the last 25 games of the year are irrelevant, September doesn't even matter. So that's why the games are important. You want to get to September either in the lead or close to the lead in the division when you get to September. The Mets were irrelevant by that time. So, Joseph, but it does matter that I didn't say nobody's going 162-0, but you're not getting the point. The point is the Mets in a 12-game span last year went 2-10 against them West Coast teams. It destroyed their season. In 12 games, destroyed their season. The Braves got hot. The Mets were terrible in that 12-game stretch. Completely flipped the division around. The Mets were done after that. They kind of stuck around in the wild card until the Cardinals went crazy. And then by September 5th, the Mets were playing out the string. And then there went the season. The season was over in the middle of August because there was no way the Mets were going to win the division for sure because the Braves got really hot. And then on top of that, the wild card, because the Cardinals just went on a crazy run, the Mets had no shot. That's the problem. That's why every game does matter. All right, so bottom of the 7th, Cabrera is still pitching, J.D. Davis at the plate.
J.D. Davis fouls off the first pitch from Genesis Cabrera. The Mets have gone 6-1.
All right, so you just proved my point.
This year, they swept the Giants.
They were bad, right? If the Mets would have played well in June and say played 500, the Braves would have never caught them. That's what I'm saying. So what if they were 30-35? But guess what? In June and July, that's when they played their best, and that changed everything.
Cabrera fields his position. Whoa! Throw dug out by the 4-time Gold Glover Goldschmidt.
Yep, unconscious. I agree with you there.
Pitchers are funny. Some pitchers have a tough time throwing that first man getting goosed at RJ. And that's Goldschmidt knows he just got that easy short hop.
Donovan, that's funny.
But nonetheless,
here's Jankowski. We've seen bunt for base hits, especially against left-handers.
well, you can see now where Marte on the bereavement list has really put this club overloaded on the left side. The bench is all left-handed. There's no right.
All right, Joseph, that's fine. But their big months was June and July. Look at their records in June and July. So June and July doesn't matter, but September only matters. Makes no sense. You just proved the point that, okay, April and May were irrelevant, but June and July aren't relevant? Or you keep on saying September's relevant only. That's what you're saying. It doesn't make sense. Again, you're not going to win the argument because you just lost. You just proved my point. The Yankees are having a great April and May, right? They could easily win this division if they go on another 10-game winning streak, right? And by June, the division could basically be over, right? You don't win 95 games in September. You win it throughout the year. Which was June and which was in July, right? They didn't make that run until June and July. As soon as the Mets, right before the All-Star break, played the Braves, that was 4-game series. The Braves took 3 out of 4. The Braves took off. And that was July. Way before September.
Good double play candidate. If you think about starting Jankowski,
I think with a left-hander out there, if Jankowski has got a beat on this guy, Cabrera, he's been very good stealing bases.
You can lose a division in April and May. And you can also lose a division in August and September. Very possible. All right, so Jankowski got the walk. Nito, let's hope we don't hit into a double play. And then we get the top of the order up again. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Donovan to second for one.
Oh, the hell is that? Well, he didn't hit the double play.
What happened there with Edmund on that return through to first? But the Mets catch a break. That should have been a double play to end the inning.
It should have been, and I think he just got a bad grip on. They got a terrible grip on the ball. Look at that hole, another ball. That'll do it. That's a Gold Glover right there. Not even a Gold Glover.
Nita with the speed.
That ball can get by. Wow.
Tommy Edmund. I think he yelled fire in the hole when he threw that.
Oh, yeah, Joseph, definitely, for sure. Yeah. It was frustrating.
They're giving Nito that third base.
But it is only one run ball game. A ball in the gap can tie this game.
Nito, excuse me. Nimmo. I think those two confused. They're so similar names. I would not give Nimmo that third base line. We have seen them go right down that line too many times.
Yeah, they're more relevant in September if you're in contention, which you won't be in contention if you don't play well the other months. So you just agreed with me. They're all relevant. So why are we having a conversation? It's only relevant in September if you played well in the earlier months. Ow. That's not good. Ouch. Right off the foot.
He got sawed off there. I think that break. I thought I heard a splinter. No, I guess he didn't break it. Oh, they got tied up in. Oh, off the knee. That hurts.
Ouch.
That wasn't a bad breaking. It was his knee bone didn't hit there.
That's a scary spot for a hitter. Jermaine Dye broke his kneecap on a foul ball.
Here comes the trainer now.
Joe Golia is going to have a look at Brandon here.
Well, playoff games are important in general, so that's a dumb comment. Games are more valuable in September if you play well to be in contention at September. September's irrelevant if you don't play well in the earlier months. I don't understand why you keep on going with the same conversation. You just said they're all relevant, but September is more relevant if you play well in the earlier months. But September doesn't make. If you're 12 games out, there's a pretty good chance you ain't doing nothing in September. Hitting that knee didn't help. So going to the Nimmo's limping pretty badly, so that's not looking good. So 3-2 going to the top of the eighth. All games do count. Again, you can't be in contention in September, guys, if you don't play well in the other months. Yeah, the Mets were done last year. Why? Because they fell apart in June and July and parts of August, and then in September was basically playing out the last 30 games of the season, and that was it. The Braves won that division in July and August, not September. But that's a totally different situation. Okay, so you just proved my point even more. If Jacob deGrom is pitching now and winning games like today and the game that we lost against Seattle, that's 2 extra wins on the Mets win-loss record, right? They would have, 26 wins? So you just said the point. Why would you not want Jacob deGrom available in April? That's another stupid comment, Joseph. Come on. Every Met fan is going to tell you want him in April throughout the whole year because you have a better chance of winning with him pitching more games than just September. Obviously, if he comes in September, you might already have the division. So all he's doing is just pitching. Okay, so you prove my point again. You're saying every month is irrelevant, even September. So don't play no games and just make the playoffs. That's what you're saying. That doesn't make sense, Joseph. Again, you're making idiotic points, and then you're making a point that is giving evidence to my argument again and again. Again, if you want Jacob deGrom in September and not want him in April, then you're just clueless in that spot. I'm sorry. You need him all year. Obviously, you already know he's hurt. So, of course, in September, would you want 29 starts from deGrom or 5 starts? That doesn't make sense. In those 29 starts, you might win 15 of them that you might have not won anyway. Nimmo is out. I'm not surprised. They become progressively important if you play well during the rest of the year. Are the Reds going to have a progressively important September? No. The Washington Nationals? No. Right? The Royals? The Guardians? No. Want to keep going? Diamondbacks? No. The Rockies? No. And Nimmo is out of the game, so that hit him pretty hard. No, I'm not getting that headache. It's just, common sense doesn't exist for everybody, unfortunately.
That's a Nimmo. But it was alarming how he limped off the field.
Nimmo would be a big loss whether Marte's around or not. Correct. Just missed from Medina, a full count on O'Neill.
Well, obviously the wins in October matter. It's the playoffs. Okay, Joseph, you can agree with that. But that's why if the Mets had a great September, they wouldn't have made the playoffs anyway because they were way out of it by that time.
6 strikeouts in the doubleheader, 3 each in. Good Lord.
Okay, that's fine. And there's about 10 or 11 teams that could be at 500, maybe 9 or 10. So you're fighting with those teams as well.
6 strikeouts for O'Neill today. Sosa hits an art off the glove of Lindor. He gathers, he throws too late.
Oh, sorry about game day, guys.
Rattled out of Lindor's glove, a hard line drive. Probably a base hit.
So if you win 80 games, Joseph, let me say this. You win 80 games in the season, right? You have the best month of the year is September, but you don't make the playoffs. Your point is that September is more important than every other month. Well, no, it's not. If you win 81 games and your best month was September, record-wise. Well, that means you sucked in April, you sucked in May, you sucked in June, you sucked in July, and you sucked in August.
This is his 3rd inning after Taijuan Walker left the game.
Every time he's coming to a game.
Okay, so now you're going with rules. Joseph, I'm blocking you because you're a fucking idiot.
Finishing up the game in Arizona, the 2 2/3 in Philadelphia.
Stupid. You're taking rules that have nothing to do with individual. You're taking an individual game and then putting it into a whole season. It just doesn't make sense. When how many extra games? 7 across the year, maybe 10. Exactly, Ken. It doesn't matter. September only matters. Well, that's a shot. Like, those are the type of people that just watch baseball games in September. Like, oh, so what's going on? Oh, why are the Mets are in last place? Nimmo was injured. I blocked him because he keeps on saying the same thing. And then he says, in the other comment, they're all relevant, but September is important. Yes, but it's irrelevant in September if the other months screw you in September, where you're not playing for anything in September. Like, no, not you, Joseph. I'm talking about the other Santiago guy. Like I just don't see. Like he's not making any sense with his comments.
Kistner has a base hit and a run scored. Cardinals took the lead with 2 runs in the 5th. They've held it since then, 3-2.
Oh my God! You know what? Good job by Medina right now. Really, he's basically kept us in this bubble. Yeah, but if the Reds go 20-5 in September, they're still going to be about 13 games back. So it's just irrelevant. No, the problem is I don't like people with no common sense. Like you're giving him an argument where everybody in the chat's agreeing. And it's like you're just looking to cause an argument. No other reason. Oh, that's a nice play. Oh. Oh. I can assure you April and May kill the Reds already. September, they're going to be setting up trips for their families to go somewhere during the offseason. That was that close to being a tremendous play. Web gem.
It's just phenomenal. But the most important thing is that that runner was going to get the first to third. It was first to third, and then it set up for a run.
Yeah, but Nick, we're not talking about the October, the playoffs. Obviously, every game's important. What he was saying that September is the most important month. It doesn't matter about these games now. But again, this is what he's saying. He was saying that these games don't matter. September does. But if talk to the Reds, they already did seasons over in April and May. So if they're 13 games back, or probably 20 games back by the time September comes, they can go 20-5 and still end up being 15 games out of first place or a playoff spot. It's just idiotic. It don't make sense. Marte's on the bereavement list. Yeah, I don't think they're going to rush the ground back. I don't think you'll see him until probably before the All-Star break, just to be safe. I don't think that's the issue. Again, why do you think everybody's talking about the Mets and their June swoon? Because how many years in a row now, minus 2020, that the Mets had a June that basically took them out of the running from the division and possibly a playoff spot? Many years. Oh, they lost Matzik on the IL. Yeah, these games are important. Of course they are. I mean, we can gain another half a game on the Phillies and the Braves, or if the Braves lose. Like, it's just, it's so idiotic. I hate when people say that, because that's the same people that will not watch every game, or at least be focused on every game, no matter if you can't watch it, you're checking the scores, and then checks in August. Oh, wow, the Mets are 9 games out of first place. Well, pretty good chance they're probably not going to win the division unless they have an outstanding September. But yes, that can happen. But it's rare enough, especially with the Mets. Yeah, Joe, that's what the Mets have been avoiding in June, the 500 June, because they would be fine since they're in first place.
On Sunday, threw 29 pitches and 2 innings with 3 strikeouts, didn't give up a run.
Tommy Edman turns around to bat right-handed. Whips on a change.
Yeah, how many times the Mets went 16-5 in June? I mean, 10 games under 500. Well, they haven't been, bunching the hits together. That's the problem. But they're still only 1 run down if they get out of this inning. So they got 2 innings to get it done.
Get a high average and hit for power like Lindor did for many years in Cleveland.
345 hitter against left-handers so far this year.
It's not about being a Mets fan, Jamie. It's about being a baseball fan. Common sense. Let me ask you. The Yankees, what, 23-9? You don't think they can win this division in April and May? They're probably going to be walking on, sleepwalking through September.
Wong's been a good player for the Brewers too.
Yeah, of course it can. And it can really bite you in the butt when you're trying to fight for a wild card. And guess what? The Cardinals are a team you have to be fighting for. That game matters. 26-9, LA. There you go. 26-9. You don't think the Yankees can be sleepwalking in September, but it's important. All right, another out of it again. All right, guys. So bottom of the 8th, Mets still down by 1. They're still in this ball game, guys. Todd, Todd, thank you so much for popping up into the chat and saying that. I'm gonna throw this up there, guys, because I go back to that game where Eichhoff gave up 10 runs headed into the deadline. What did that do? The Jacob deGrom injury was already going down. Eichhoff was pitching because we had injuries. The Mets had the opportunity to get Baez and Chris Bryant, but decided only on Baez. So not only did that 10-run head into the deadline kill us, but it stopped us from making other moves that could have helped this team, especially the offense. Because if you go back to that season last year, it wasn't really the pitching that killed us. Yeah, Eichhoff, of course. The Mets couldn't score runs. That killed them. And I can assure you, Chris Bryant played well for the Giants during the stretch. Having Chris Bryant and Baez in this lineup would have been totally different last year. And who knows, maybe the Mets would have stuck around during it when they were still in first place by the deadline. So don't tell me that September is the only month that matters when the Mets lost the division in July after the deadline going into August. September was irrelevant for them. So once again, guys, the Mets are losing by 1, but they have up Kana, Lindor, Alonso in the bottom of the 8th. Mets got an opportunity here. They just got to punch through that wall and get it done. Todd, thank you. Yeah, we have 3 hits. I mean, you know, nobody can say that 4-game series against the Braves, and the Braves took 3 out of 4, didn't catapult them. One, it made the front office make trade during the deadline and give the confidence to the Braves, saying, hey, we can beat this team and come back. Ryan Helsley is coming into the game in the bottom of the 8th. Lindor, Alonso. Let's see what happens, guys. 1 run down for the Mets.
In his last 5 appearances, he throws 100+, and he's got a knuckle curve that'll buckle you. A knuckle that'll buckle.
Well, yeah, Ryan. It's going to be disappointing now because he won the Trevor Williams game, which is hilarious. All right, see if Connor can lead off. No, and Terry, I mean, look what the Braves did. The Braves knew they had the Division 1, but they were playing so well, they continued that September hotness into the playoffs. Yeah, exactly, Joseph. Exactly. They took that 3 out of 4. If the Mets would have took 3 out of 4, who knows? They might have sold off some players and not even be relevant for the division. And the Mets might have won the division. All right. Let's go, guys. Let's get this ball game.
He's thrown 36 pitches, 100 or faster. Got 1 up to 103 against the Diamondbacks earlier this year.
Whew.
Caught the inside. inside corner there for a strike.
And no break from Kenna. A little bit of acting there, trying to get a third ball three, trying to find a way to get on base.
It's on the plate. Uh-oh. He broke his bat. Sound like he broke his bat.
One hit allowed by Helsley against the 37 batters that he has faced.
Well, 7.5 hours in, guys.
This game has been 3-2 since the 5th.
It'd be nice to get Lindor a big hit here, right? Popping over the right field wall.
But he's the whole hand grenade running a bit over.
He's choking the life out of that ball. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, he's falling behind 2-0.
Well, Lindor has been.
Hitter in this inning.
You know, he fell behind Connor, who put up a good at-bat, hit it hard. See if Lindor can do the same.
There's a strike, 99 at the bottom. Lindor walked his last time. Those 3 straight walks loaded the bases in the 6th. Mets didn't score. Haven't scored since Escobar's homer in the 4th.
Good eye.
Triple digits.
I wonder who's warming up in the bullpen, just in case if the Mets tie it or take the lead.
Swing is popped towards shallow left.
Oh, they dropped it. It was a foul ball, though. Damn it. Couldn't stay fair.
Neal's got to make that play. He's got to call Donovan off.
That's the second time that O'Neill has had a play like that. Like he doesn't want any part of it. That's his ball.
I really see him calling for it as he comes in there.
Donovan did what you're supposed to do. He went as far as he could go, but, you know, he's trying to catch it over his shoulder.
If he gets called off, he's going to back off. He's going to pull away.
Damn. That would have been at least a ground rule double. It went into the stands, so god damn it. All right, Frankie, come on. Got to put a better swing than that on 3-1 count. Oof, stayed alive. Nasty slider.
Still 3-2. Next trying to sweep 2 from the Cardinals today. Win both ends of a doubleheader. Need some late offense to get it done. They're certainly capable of it.
All right. All right. I don't think I see much rain tomorrow, Joe. Could be wrong. No, there is rain. Jeez. Well, no. It's only 1% on Wednesday. Thursday might be an issue. All right, Pete. Come on. Pete needs to jump on a fastball here. They haven't seen anybody who's warming up in the bullpen.
Another meeting at the mound for the Cardinals.
This is only the second time Helsley has pitched since May 6th. They've given him a lot of rest in between appearances.
He had an 8-day rest.
Yeah, it's very light though.
A couple weeks ago.
Pitched May 6th and then May 14th. When the Mets saw him April 27th, he got 3 days
I think they'll get the
off
game in.
after that.
Yeah. Well, Terry, we only got 3 hits. That's the reason why. And 2 of them were home runs.
Steal the base. But we've seen Lindor try to steal with Pete just
All right, Pete,
once
come on.
this year. But you can, because of that big breaking ball, try a dirt ball read to get the extra base.
Well, they're talking about Lindor trying to steal a base here. Oh, that's a little tough. But then again, this guy's breaking ball has been bouncing all over the place.
At least they were last year, but so far this year, not as much. Kisner's thrown out 3 of 7.
There you go, Pete.
There's that pitch in the dirt. Lindor throws it first. Kisner got to it quickly.
Cardinal pitchers like to lead off the hitters with breaking stuff, and they fall behind.
And that's with 100-mile-an-hour ability.
Adam Ottavino up in the Mets bullpen. He would pitch the 9th inning either way here.
Well, Ottavino looks like he's coming in the game if the Mets tie it, go ahead, or still losing. So
Mets have only had 3 hits in this game.
I get it, Terry. I get
2
it.
of them home runs.
Come on, Pete. He's swinging it.
The fastball. Looks like these hitters get geared up for 197, gets them off balance a little.
I think just a good placement of that pitch. I think right now the ball away is giving Pete more trouble than the ball in.
And a good stretch there, Alonso, taking those balls to right field.
Precisely. It will set up first and third.
Good eye.
Slider missed for ball 2.
That pitch right there, 5 years from now, might be called a strike by a robotic arm.
Very well could be.
Someone's going to go ballistic.
Mets trying to grind out another comeback. On 2-1. Alonso swings and misses on the fastball. It's 2-2.
Boy, that fastball bore in on his hands.
Yeah.
Down. Running in.
Little late on that one.
Location. Feet under it.
Door with good speed at first. Outfield is deep. Infield straight up a double play depth.
There, 3.
Ball 3, full count.
Honestly, I always think PL odds looks uncomfortable at the beat.
Can't run him. I can't run him. You shouldn't say that. You can run him. I guess we wouldn't run him. I mean, this guy has 21 punch-outs. 2 walks.
One of those to Lindor, who's at first. Mosley has thrown 16 pitches, 9 out of the
I wouldn't send Lindor here. You can get a strike him out, throw him out here, end the inning.
You never know.
It's 3-2. Lindor's running. Alonso.
Go foul. Go foul.
Donovan's over, so is Sosa.
Foul ball.
Won't have a play.
So they ran Lindor.
I like it.
They ran it. They ran Lindor. Interesting.
Well, Clucker said in many of our meetings with him this year in his office, you don't want to become predictable in this game.
Yeah.
Great. How about you and I being the conservative ones up here? What's going on?
Yeah, you guys need a little bit. Hey, you're the one from Massachusetts.
Oh, jeez. Don't go there.
Come on, Pete.
I'll do it again on 3-2. See if Lindor runs again. There he goes. Alonso drives one toward left. O'Neill backs up.
Damn it.
Has the ball.
Hit it hard,
Lindor
too.
goes back. He hit it hard. Right to O'Neill. 2 down. Pete really got on top.
Nothing you can do there. He jumped on that fastball.
Also, you'll been striking out the world. 2 balls hit hard. Endless inning. Canna.
He didn't get the meat of the bat on that pitch. Little on the inside of the bat.
Alonso got a good piece of that. Now Escobar. Well, Lazy Mary worked earlier, helped him hit a homer.
All right, come on, Escobar.
It was from the right side. Now he bats left-handed against Ryan Helsley. And a good cut.
Good cut there.
There you go. That's the first time he's gone after someone. First pitch. Good cut by Escobar.
Time is called. Escobar has a base hit in his career against Helsley, just 1 for 2. Alonso had only faced him once. Homer off him until this last at bat he lined up. Lindor's running. Escobar fouls it off toward the left.
That was a good hit and run there.
Lindor getting his sprints in.
I like that hit and run.
Been on the move a few times. In a 3-2 game since the Cardinals took the lead in the top of the 5th. So he had men on base each of the last 3 innings, loaded the bases in the 6th. They're still down by a run. It's 0-2 on Escobar. He strikes out on a pitch.
Run!
Away. Escobar saw it late as he runs to first. Kesner still won't get him.
We got lucky there, guys.
And the Mets are still
The catcher missed the ball.
bottom of the 8th.
Oh, we're still alive.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Fastball. It was not in the dirt, was it?
Wow.
Slider. That's the fastball.
RJ.
Oh, boy.
Look, he can't believe that he did not catch it. He looked in his glove for it.
All right. Jeff has been big all year. Can he get it done here?
To the strike zone, it goes off the end of the glove and safe at first.
It is a pass
Oh, boy.
ball against Kisner.
Base hit here can score Lindor.
Down for the Mets.
Come on.
And Jeff McNeil at the plate.
Our big clutch hitter.
McNeil 0 for 3 in this game. Struck out in second. And 2 hits, including an RBI double and a run scored in game 1.
2 first pitch hits in game 1.
First
Oof.
pitch swinging
On that pitch.
At a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but he fouled it off.
Seems like the Mets have been relying on Jeff all year. It's crazy. He's came up in a lot of these spots.
Especially O'Neill in left. I'd like to take a crack at Lindor if there is a base hit. Ty, run at second. Go ahead, run at first. Hard throwing Helsley ahead of McNeil 0-1. Line drive, base
Yes!
hit.
Run! Run! Yes! Tie game! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Big hit. Big hit. That's what I'm talking about. Amazing hitter, man. Lindor got lucky there. He should have slid. If he would have went, if the catcher would have looked to the right, he might have had him. Come on.
Fastball away. It's on the corner, but Neal's got it covered.
Wow.
He's on top of the plate. Yeah, big hit, big hit.
Let's go.
Two players that have played all day long.
Nick RBI. Nick Rib. The Mets once again take advantage of a misplay that would have ended the inning. Come on, let's go. Let's get one more run here and get this game over with. All right, here comes J.D. Davis. Can he be the man of the hour? The game? Possibly? I ain't gonna lie, JD's my guy. I've been running him all year. Hit the right field, guaranteed.
Davis goes after the first pitch and fouls it. Here's the fastball. Strike three, slider. Just a box that you sent me a dozen.
Never say die, Mets. Taking advantage of stupid mistakes.
Over. Unheard run. Surprised here with J.D. Davis' power to right center. They're not bunching him there, and Carlson is shallow in right.
A lot of them, Ryan. A lot.
To go to right off a guy who throws this hard.
Come on, JD.
Right center.
Right field.
Escobar with decent speed at second on 0-1. Davis takes out.
Good eye. Ottavino is coming in the game no matter what, in a save or a tie situation.
Not as enormous of a deficit as we've seen them
Come on.
battle through before, but another comeback nonetheless.
Sandy, that right side is wide open for JD.
Now a chance to take the lead. With another base hit. Another 2-out hit. Swing
Oh, my
miss.
God. Jesus Christ. What a sad swing. Ugh. No. Oh, he caught up to that fastball. Shocking.
Remember, it's not only the pass ball on Chester, it also was the ball that fell in foul that Lindor hit that would have been an out. Right in between Donovan and O'Neill. Good point, Ron. If Lindor never sits on the bag. You're right. 1, 2, 3 inning. Totally forgot about that one. So 2 gifts.
Mets have taken advantage to this point for 1 run. One and two, Davis.
Good eye.
Takes in the dirt. Guess they're lost track of it. Escobar thought about
Good eye.
third base, but stays put.
He couldn't go there. The ball wasn't far enough away from the catcher, even though he didn't know where it was. You don't want to
Well, they try to make him fish there
check this out.
with that
This
slider.
ball off its palm of its hand. We can't find it, but Escobar can't run himself out of the game. Medina and Kisner will have the same size palm tonight.
28 pitches for Helmsley, most he's thrown in a game this year. He's given up a run for the first time.
Come on, JD. What a pitch. You cannot do nothing with that pitch. Ouch. There's really nothing you could have done with that pitch there. Throwing a curveball like that? Ouch. Oof. That was a good pitch, though, guys. That was a good pitch. But you know what? I mean, it's very hard to look for a curveball like that. There's no way. But we tied the game. Let's get Ottavino in here, get 3 outs, and win it in the ninth. How about that, guys? Sound good? Listen, with all the problems this offense has had, they still found a way to come back. They do it all the time. It's crazy. No. Look, J. Davis hasn't been good, but that was a nasty curveball. Like 2-2 pitch, and he throws a curveball over the plate like that. That's not something. You don't look for a curveball in that spot. Yeah, I'll take a walk off. We just got to make sure Ottavino can, don't screw it up here. He's been struggling just as much as the rest of the guys over the last couple of games. Once again, guys, going to the top of the ninth tie game. Got 200 in the stream right now. Just make sure you hit on that like button so we can either take care of business in the bottom half or the Cardinals sneak out a win here. But I don't know. He had no word on Nimmo yet. He fouled the ball off his leg or his knee, and they did get taken out of the game. That's going to hurt. Because we do have the bottom of the order coming up, and then Nimmo would be, let's see. So it would be Jankowski, Nito, and Guillorme. So that's not good. So I'm assuming you would pinch hit Dominic Smith for probably Nito, maybe? All right, we'll see. Here we go, guys. Top of the ninth. Ottavino. Oh, Joely Rodriguez in the game.
Ball one to Donovan has been on base 5 times in the 2 games today. Shortstop in the first game. He's played third in this one in place of Arenado.
Nice pitch. So we got Rodriguez in, facing the lefties. Will they bring Ottavino in when the righties come? We'll see. Yeah, I'm a little shocked by no Arenado. That's a good call, Joe. Oof. I don't know. Again, probably something stupid analytical thing that he needs to rest for a full game. Something nonsense like that.
He's a slinger thrown across his body. Yep.
Oh.
Now he's mentioned that
was
he
close.
feels like Rodriguez looks like Jesse Orosco a little bit.
Oh, that's an interesting call. I got a little mad bum in there, the way he throws across his body, but it's effective.
Donovan stays alive. After the last inning, Andrew Kisner's pass ball kept the Mets going.
I see it this way. If the Mets take this game, I think the Cardinals are going to start getting pissed, and they might cause some issues, but you never know. Come on, Joely, let's go. Don't lose that lefty.
So Rodriguez only faced Edmund in the 8th, so he has to face Goldschmidt, who is due up next. He would be the 3rd batter that good point Rodriguez faces. Full count.
Little battle here going on.
Brendan Donovan all day has been given good at-bats and a tough out.
And Goldschmidt against left-handers playing this year. 11 for 23, try 478 BA on for size.
Not bad, not surprised.
Ah, that's a walk. That's not what you want to do.
Off walk there, Joely Rodriguez loses Brendan Donovan, who's on base for the 6th time in the 2 games today.
That was a heck of an at-bat, and that's going to drive your manager crazy. Now you got to keep your fingers crossed with Goldie.
Not what you wanted, guys.
Big numbers against left-handers. 3 hits in this game. 2 RBI doubles.
3 batter rule, Ella. He pitched the 1 batter last inning. Donovan, who we just walked, is the second. He has to pitch to Goldsmith.
Maybe we'd see Ottavino right at the beginning of this inning, but Buck Showalter elected to stay with Rodriguez. As we see Arenado, who is not in the lineup in this game, getting himself set up.
Joe, you can't bring in Ottavino yet. It's the 3 batter rule. No, if Ottavino could have started the inning, then Joey. But if you put Joely Rodriguez after you face 1 batter, he has to face the next 2 to make it 3 batters. They were just talking about that with Wayne Randazzo and Rondon.
2 balls and 1 strike as Rodriguez falls behind.
Again, I would have put Ottavino in starting the inning because they could do that. You can't bring in Rodriguez after that 1 batter, and now he has to pitch the 3. Yeah, 2 more. No. 2 more because he already faced 1 person prior in. It's a stupid rule, but it's the rule.
Gets his work done.
Oh, he popped it up, though.
The end of the bat, it hangs for Canada and right.
All right.
And the first out here in the 9th inning, Rodriguez conquers Goldschmidt for now. Now the switch hitting Carlson due up. Rodriguez has fulfilled his batter requirement now.
The runner on second and extras and the 3 batter rule. No. Get rid of that crap. Let's play real baseball.
But he probably would be batted for by Arenado. .258 hitter so far against lefties.
Hunter got a late start and Nito mishandled the ball.
Come on,
Donovan again with
Tomas.
in his eyes. His stolen base attempt pays off, but if Nito catches that cleanly, he would have a good shot.
Good job. He's got to get a little downsized in that helmet.
Yeah, get one that fits.
Maybe his hair was longer when he put that helmet on first.
Two balls, no strikes on Carlson. The go-ahead run in scoring position out for the Cardinals, who have stolen 3 bases in this game. Vito's still getting loose.
He'll be facing that guy, Arenado, at some point.
It's away. Oh, no.
Come on, Tomas. Jesus, catch the ball.
Have to go ahead and run 90 feet from home.
It's, you know what, Ronnie? Rodriguez's ball, it's sick sometimes. It runs. It's hard for a catcher. And this one just kind of ran.
Yeah, you got to catch that ball. Jesus.
Now the Mets have to bring their infield in. They actually called out a pass ball on Nito.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. But it's some pass balls are more difficult than others.
Possible, Joe. Possible, Joseph.
3-0 on Dylan Carlson.
Making it easy for them, that's for sure.
There's a strike.
I mean, it wasn't good pitch by Joey, but he has to catch that. Yeah, I don't know why Joey's still in either. I don't get it. You can put in Ottavino now, but
3 times.
I don't know.
Cardinals have had a runner on third base, less than 2 outs, and haven't gotten him in.
3-1. In inside ball 4. Second walk of the inning. And here comes Nolan Arenado.
All right, well.
For Dickerson.
And here comes Ottavino.
Here comes Ottavino.
Yep.
Showalter to the top step, waiting for the announcement. Arenado hearing it from the Mets fans.
Well, maybe not going to make that move, though. Here he goes.
Has to. It'll be Adam Ottavino against his former Colorado Rockies teammate and his good friend, Nolan Arenado, in a big spot. First and third.
All right, guys. Well, you can't walk Arenado in that spot. You can't put the bases loaded with 1 out. You already got a double play opportunity here with a guy on first, so you can't walk him here. This doesn't make sense. You ain't gonna put the bases loaded with 1 out. It's too dangerous. Again, well, I mean, would you be shocked if Arenado does the job here? I mean, no, but again, the Cardinals left men on base 2 times already on third base, so no guarantee here. But can Nito catch the ball? I mean, Jesus. The guy should have been all right. He might have stolen the base at second, but he shouldn't be on third base right now. It would have been first and second with Arenado coming up instead of first and third. So again, I think he left Rodriguez in a little too long, at least one batter too long. But that's in the past now. You just got to worry about what Ottavino can do now. I mean, I would have at least started Ottavino in the 9th, just starting off inning instead of losing Jolie just because of the lefty. But well, this is what happens when you try to win the first game and you use Drew Smith, you lose Hugo, and you use Diaz. Now you're stuck with the middle part of your bullpen with Jolie Rodriguez, who's not really good against right-handers. But you know what? A sacrifice fly gives him the lead, unfortunately. Well, unconscious, he faced 1 in the 8th, and he could face the 2 guys in the 9th. That would have been 3 batters. If you bring him back out for the 9th, he has to face 2 more batters to make it 3. So he could have been taken out after he walked the other guy, and then he could have brought him in and could have brought in Ottavino. I don't know why he didn't. All right, here we go, guys. Ottavino against Arenado.
Their third baseman. How they meet. The MetsvsCardinals game in a big spot. Arenado off the bench, pinch hitting for Dickerson.
But Arenado's a double play candidate for sure.
First pinch hit appearance for Arenado this year, just 2 for 10 with a walk in his career as a pinch hitter. Now plays every day, not on the bench much. Keith, I'm sure you had a few spots as a pinch hitter here and there over the years. Right. When you're a regular player and you get this spot, is it any different of an at-bat for you coming off the bench?
Depends on the situation. All you need here is a sacrifice fly, minimum. Now, I'm curious to see if they're going to pitch around Arenado.
Let's see.
Slider away from Ottavino.
Oh, boy.
Cardinal pinch hitters this year are combined 1 for 17, but this is the first time for Arenado.
Good cut.
Yeah, nice cut on that ball.
Ottavino says he likes when a right-handed hitter is on his slider because then he feels like he can push the fastball by him. First pitch slider, second pitch fastball, and it's 1-1.
Give him the right side of the infield. We've seen Arenado go that way.
Another shift. I just don't get it. I don't get it. If he hits this ball to the right side, I'm going to be pissed. Nice pitch.
Just what Ottavino wants, that slider-ready hitter, and he burns the fastball in there. Yes.
Because of O'Neill's struggles, who's on deck, you have an avenue to get out of this inning. You just have to retire one of the best players in the game. That's all.
National League leader, co-leader in RBIs, Arenado. The count 1-2.
Try to overthrow that pitch. All right, have a good night, buddy.
A bit because that was kind of a similar pitch to the one that irritated Arenado in St. Louis. On 2-2. Arenado.
Yes! Nice slider. Let's go. All right, still got to get one more. Nice pitching, but still got to get one more. That was a beautiful slider.
Perfectly placed. Bye-bye, I guess, for that one.
All right. Still not out of this, guys. Still got to get O'Neill.
So now Tyler O'Neill, who has struck out 6 times, a Cardinal record for a doubleheader.
Oh, they're chanting Nolan.
Got to be careful with O'Neill. He can be sneaky here. He's been struggling, so he's looking for a hit here.
Struck out 3
Frankie,
times
what's up?
in game 1, 3 times in this game. He's been slumping his average down to 188. Runner goes from first. O'Neill with a check swing bouncer. Escobar's got it. Has trouble throwing it.
Oh.
Safe at first. O'Neill as Donovan scores. Carlson goes.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Escobar couldn't get the ball out of his glove, and St. Louis takes a 4-3 lead with 2 outs of the ninth.
Check swing. How are they going to rule? There's a base hit because he couldn't get the handle. There was no air. Just couldn't get the handle here. Oh, there it is. He knew the speed of O'Neill. Correct.
Shit.
You don't think O'Neill took a deep breath, a sigh of relief?
Check swing, ground ball. Now O'Neill's running. A fly toward right center. Canna's over, and he's got it.
God damn it.
So in the inning, but the Cardinals score on a 2-out check swing infield hit. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth, 4-3, St. Louis.
All right, Gallegos is coming in for the Cardinals, 4-3 Cardinals. Well, that sucked. Yeah, it's exactly what it did. He gave up that home run that he gave up, that he gave earlier. That bobble of the ball cost him. Well, Mets came back once. Can he do it again? Not looking really good. Shining, where were you during the first game? I just don't understand. You're going to get blocked because you're a fucking moron. No, he would have gotten him. He just barely made it to the bag, even with that bobble. He would have been. Remember, he checked his swing, so it caught him up in the box. So yeah, I think the Mets like to come back. That's always fun. But you know what? Let's be honest, guys. The Mets shouldn't be in this ball game at all. I mean, the Cardinals should have about 10 runs in this ball game. Yeah, so the Mets got up Jankowski, Nito, and Kana. No, I mean, he had time to glove it. It's, I mean, if you're running in for a ball, it happens sometimes. You bobble the ball. I mean, you play baseball, it happens. It rode up his glove.
Well, Gallegos has been pretty good this year. Really, the only game that he wasn't great in was the game that the Mets came back with 5.
Yeah, the only game he hasn't pitched well in was the game against the Mets in St. Louis when we came back from 4-1.
Culminating with the Dom Smith infield hit.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the ninth, guys.
That's the only time Gallegos has even been scored upon this year. There's Luis Guillorme. He will bat third in this inning after Brandon Nimmo had to leave this game in the 7th.
It's tough that we don't have Nimmo in this lineup right now. Let's hope it's not too bad, though.
Yeah, that got him on a bad spot.
Yeah, exactly, Renegade. I mean, you catch that ball, he's on second base. And that run would have scored. It would have been bases loaded. With that ground ball by O'Neill. If he would have bobbled it, bases loaded, and then got the next out, they might have not scored. All right, we'll see Travis Jankowski. See what he can do here. Dom Smith's in the pinch hitting for Guillermo. Tomas Nido, excuse me.
It'll be Guillorme after that. First pitch strike from Gallegos. The Mets only have lefties on their bench today. Guillorme they've already used. Smith they're about to use. We've got Mazika and the newcomer Gosuke Kanto. Mets will try to scratch home another ninth inning run or two.
Yep, his only blown save was against the Mets.
Just feels like this game had just been one knockdown drag out.
Jimmy, that would be hilarious.
Steven Matz. It's a no decision for his effort. Worked 5 innings, struck out 7, allowed 2 runs. Two balls and a strike. Cardinal relievers have really been falling behind.
Jankowski is very patient at the plate.
St. Louis against the Mets, his control was off that night, but the right-handers have had a tough time out of the bullpen for the Cardinals. Cabrera was spot on.
Cardinal bullpen has walked 5.
Nice pitch.
At the bottom of the zone to make it 2-2 on Jankowski. Mets this season tied for the major league lead with 21 runs scored in the 9th inning this year. They have the most hits in the major leagues in the 9th inning this season. Some of that came against Gallegos in St. Louis. Bounced right back to the pitcher.
Didn't want to hit it back to the pitcher on the ground.
Tied him up inside there.
All right, Dom. Does Dom got a down bomb?
For Nino in St. Louis. A shot down the first base line. Gallegos was late to cover. And Dominic Smith busting out an infield hit. It scored 2, including McNeil, all the way from second. Gave the Mets the lead on April 25th. Nimmo would then homer to make it a 5-2 game.
All right, Dom, come on.
The Mets had their first raucous 9th inning comeback of the season.
Damn, guys, you give up on a team that has come back all year.
Dominic Smith in for Nito here. Smith had a couple hits in the first game of the doubleheader, putting a run-scoring double.
Gallegos has got a good breaking ball. Dom Smith had a hit on a breaking ball in game 1. It's the defense. Edman is in right field.
Smith with a line drive down the right field line.
Oh, foul ball. Shit.
Just hooked it.
I don't know if he would have got the second. The right fielder got to it quick.
Yep. 5 feet, 6 feet foul.
top turnbuckle.
Guarding the line. Goldschmidt, no doubles.
It's nice to see. Left field line, they're giving it right to Dom, Big Dom. I want that fastball up here. Oh, it's a curve.
It's down and in, ball 2. Arcana hoping for a shot here in the bottom of the 9th. Smith, then Guillorme. And possibly Canna. Fouled off on the backdoor slider, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's in the slide of the hit right there.
There he goes. Took over the
No, Terry, I'm going to the game tomorrow.
In the second half last year from Alex Reyes, who is on the injured list this year. Ended up with 14 saves. Did a nice job for the Cardinals last year. It's 2-2.
All right, Dom, good eye. Joseph, I'm not 100% sure about that, to be honest. Wednesday is Scherzer lane. And then Bassett, Thursday.
Tom trying to find a way on with 1 out in the bottom line. These 2 teams have grinded through this one. Cardinals have a 1-run lead again. 3-2.
All right, good at bat.
It's the 6th walk by a Cardinals reliever in this game. Breaking balls. Now Guillorme, Steven Matz didn't walk anybody in his 5 innings. Ponte walked 3. Cabrera, Helsley, and Gallegos have walked 1 each.
This sucks because I would have been Nemo's spot right now. Damn.
Batting for the first time in this game, hitting 260. Remember a big strength.
But Guillermo puts good at bats together. You know, it's important to get Kana up in his spot. So you don't want to run into a double play here. Dom runs fine, though. Cote is faster, but I don't think they want to use the last man on the bench besides the catcher. Ooh. That was a give me strike. Jeez.
Big hole between Goldschmidt and Hedman. If he does get that patented Gallegos curveball in the strike zone, that's a ball that you roll over. Oh,
You can't put a shift on. You wouldn't want to anyway. But you got to play double play depth. It opens up that hole.
Yes. Here we go. The guy you want up, Mark Hanna, with a runner in scoring position. Let's go.
High fastball.
Nice at bat. Can Kana end the game? Listen, guys, this team does not quit, man. I tell you, holy Christ.
Brings up Mark Canna, 300 hitter with runners in scoring position.
Look, one of the clutch players on this team right now. Him and McNeil.
Rally counts. They've worked quite often this season. Now the Mets have the middle of their order too. The top
I think Kato is faster than Smith. I don't know how fast he is.
Exceptional. Dom's runner at second.
Come on, Mark. Base it here. Is Mark going to be aggressive here? Oh, I don't know about that strike.
Borderline call. I say it's ball one.
Yeah, that's off the plate.
I think that'd be correct.
Jeez.
Canada doesn't mind hitting behind the count. Doesn't mind 2 strikes. Facing Gallegos with the game on the bases. Canada takes strike 2, almost in the same spot.
That one was a strike.
That's a strike. The first one wasn't. I don't know. Mark Cannon's usually good with 2 strikes.
Francisco Lindor on deck. So a 2 on Cannon. Takes one.
Boy, that's a good take. That ball.
That was a good pitch, too.
Canada can grind it out as good as anyone on this team.
His first 2 plate appearances in this game, he saw 17 pitches. He homered off Steven Matz in the first. Count 1 and 2. Canada takes inside
Nice.
again. Ball 2.
When there's not a lot of people in the ballpark, it's always great. You always hear somebody.
Cano's worked the count back to him.
All right, Mark. The 2-strike king here.
Nothing is easy against this Mets ball club, especially in the 9th inning.
Still buddies.
And they do it to Gallegos again. It's 2 and 2 on Cannon. Swing and a tip into the glove of Kisner, strike 3.
I think he was looking breaking ball there.
Yeah, money pitch, down, away.
Definitely looking for a breaking ball there. Oh, big spot for Frankie here.
Francisco Lindor hitless tonight, but he's walked twice. He's scored a run.
Look, Lindor needs a base hit here. You don't need to be swinging for the fences.
First pitch, a big hack. Comes up empty.
Oh, that was a
Tardy on that one.
yeah.
Big swing. Trying to end it.
That was a pitch to hit, that's for sure. But he overswung there.
Alonso on deck. He struck out with the bases loaded in the game on Sunday against Seattle. That suffered a 1-run loss. Lindor trying to come through first with 2 outs.
And looks like Cardinals either wants to change the sides or check the cards. So he wants to use the 5th sign that Kisner's been trying to do all kind of games back there. He's been given the high target on a curveball. He's been given a low target on a fastball up. So he's playing games behind there also.
On the outside corner.
Jesus Christ.
Lindor takes strike 2.
That was some serious paint right there. That's knees in black outside corner.
Nice frame by Kisner there. Just popped that into the strike zone.
Perfect pitch from Gallegos has it a strike away from locking this one down for the Cardinals and making it a doubleheader split. 2-2 on Lindor. Good cut, fouled it off. Gallegos came right after him on 0-2.
Why? The thing about pitching is that you work so hard to get ahead so that you can expand. And probably just missed with this location, but that one's right down the middle.
Try again, 0-2. This hit could tie the game. Two-strike pitch coming to Lindor. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Cardinals earn a doubleheader.
Damn. Shit. Oh, we took a split, guys. I thought the Kana at bat was big here. I thought he was going to come through. I didn't expect Lindor to come true. Wow. Well, again, we talked about this before the 2 games. We expected them. We would take a split, but we got greedy after game 1. Again, the Cardinals should have 10 runs in this ball game. The Mets had opportunities to score 5 or 6 runs in this ball game. Both teams, had the opportunity to blow the other team out. They didn't do it. Frustrating game, but I can assure you both teams would probably take a split at this point. Again, the series is still up for grabs, but the Mets do have Scherzer and Bassett Wednesday and Thursday. So, listen, the Cards survived. They didn't play well either. The Mets played a little bit worse. Defense behind the plate hurt. Escobar makes that play. It's still a tie ball game. We probably go into extras. So, Mets lost. We're still 10 games over 500. We really don't lose any ground in the division, so no worries there. But let's see, we can take the next 2 with Scherzer and Bassett on the mound, take the series, and head to Colorado. So once again, guys, Mets lose 4-3 in a tough game. The Mets fought back as they always do, but just didn't get the big hit. But still 24-14. Tough loss. Come out tomorrow and beat their asses with Scherzer and Bassett on the mound the next 2 days. So everybody have a good night. I will see you next time. I'll be at the game tomorrow. So have a good night, guys. Cardinals win 4-3. Have a good night, guys.